This latest version feels really light and the plate's more stiff and aggressive. It's something I would want in a shoe.
The MDX spikes got that bounciness, it got the squishiness. The shoes helped me get to the top 10 in the world. I hope that best version of myself is the best ever.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second edition of the London 5000 here at the famous Hampstead Heath. You may recognise this track and this facility from the night of 10K PBs, which has been absent for a couple of years. But to fill that gap, to satisfy our athletics craving, we have the London 5000 here today. And what is beautiful conditions here in London as well. There is a light breeze, but this is Matt Seddon joined by Peter Chambers this afternoon, and that is the timetable. There's a few more races after that. We've got 15 races here, Pete, and this is just terrific for not only distance running in the UK, but also the local club organising this, who are responsible. We must pay credit to them, Highgate Harriers, which you are a long-standing member of as well.
Thanks for the very warm welcome, Matt. It's nice to be here and knowing I'm not going to be running laps myself tonight and just have to sit down and hold the mic. It feels like a lovely day for it.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we've got the Wavelights out on the track as well, which is going to be a massive asset for a lot of these athletes who are warming up. Many of them, this is a race race 1 of 15, as I mentioned, and for many of them, they haven't broken 20 minutes yet, so it's a huge milestone for a few of them out there on the track. They're going to have the Wavelights to do it, which is a massive asset, as I said. There's the weather forecast. You could see we have got quite a stiff breeze at the moment. It's going to ease throughout the evening. Those elite races coming to us at just after 8 o'clock and into the evening. The final race of the night will be around about 9 o'clock as well. And some early news for a lot of you who are joining us now. We're on for a big evening, but the breaking news is the fact Megan Keith is going to be chasing that British record later on today, Pete.
Yeah, it'll be really good to see Megan back here. I think she was here at the last night of the 10Ks and put an incredible performance to win that night, so it'll be good to see what form she's in.
Yeah, an incredible race on Wednesday night from her, 8:28 over 3,000. So all that to come and more. New Balance, the sponsors of this one, collaborating with OTE Sports Shoes as well. And special shout out to Last Rep Coffee over on the far side, founded by Jake Whiteman, investor Alex Yee and Zach Seddon and Georgie Hartigan looking after that over on the far side. So athletes can benefit from that. But we will focus and turn our attention to race 1. We have, we're set to have a big old field. On paper, there should be 34 of them in there, and they're slowly making their way over still and just checking in with the timekeepers. And Pete, perhaps we should explain to those watching the role of the officials and how important it is and the role they play.
Yeah, the officials have got quite a tough job tonight. They've got to count pretty much every lap from each runner, so you'll see them out on the track writing down furiously every number as they come by, just to make sure that each athlete is running the right number of laps, and then they can obviously ring that bell as that last lap starts.
Yeah, I tell you what, 12 and a half laps ahead of them, it's very, very easy to forget where you are in the race. You can't rely on your Garmin, your GPS watch, often inaccurate round the track. So race 1 then, ladies and gentlemen, of the London 5000 about to get underway. We are all set up in it. I am always amazed of how many people are here already. With 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we've already got a crowd forming on the famous bank here at Hampstead Heath. That is only going to grow throughout the evening. We had a brilliant atmosphere. We really did just take off where the night of 10Ks left us last year. And this event continuing to grow. I know New Balance were very, very happy with it, hence why they have sponsored it for another year. And the Highgate team continue to do a very, very impressive job. So a little more on that to come as we go through a few in the field. Look, some of the fastest athletes. Liz Elyard is a person to watch. wanting 1945, and interesting enough, those Wavelights are going to be at 1940. Ladies and gentlemen, the green Wavelights, if you can just about see them on screen when they get going, of course, will be the lights to look out for. They'll be set at 1940, and the white Wavelights will be set at 2045. So many of these athletes, for the first time, experiencing Wavelights and the power of them. They'll keep them honest through that tough middle part of the race. You can see those flags just blowing at the start over on the far side. So they start at the 200-meter mark, in comparison to the 10,000, where they start at the start and finish under the gantry, which is set up and ready to welcome them home in 12.5 laps time. So then we look set to go in this one, and you'll see they will start on that waterfall start. So those on the far side will run that top bend in those outer 4 lanes before they break and join those on the inside over on the home straight. It's me and Pete here in the commentary booth. They're holding down our paper. We've got weights all over the desk. It is rather blustery. It is going to be a nasty headwind for them on the home straight. Good tailwind over on the back, and we hope that wind just eases over the course of the afternoon.
Yeah, hopefully as the crowds build, they'll be able to shield the runners a little bit and just give them a bit of a sort of a wind tunnel to run through, and that will really encourage some fast times later on as the crowd grows.
As the crowd grows and they encroach onto the track as well, because it is the Lane 3 beer and cheer. It is famous for that, and the railings, the crowd will be able to get right up on top of these athletes, especially over on the far side on the back stretch as well. So this week, how's it been at the club? Has everyone down at Highgate been very much looking forward to this? I know many of them are out here helping, lots of volunteers from Highgate Harriers here this afternoon as well.
Yeah, it's been a very busy time. I know Cal Gordon's put a lot of work into organising this race, and there were a lot of people here yesterday setting up. So when I arrived here today, most of it was already ready to go. So yeah, very impressive effort from everyone, and I think it makes it a little bit easier when it is lovely and sunny and dry.
It's incredible how early the conversations start. I remember talking to Cal about this, I want to say pre-Christmas Eve, and it was sort of October, November time, and exchanging a few phone calls, his ideas for this event. And one of his ideas was, how can we include that younger generation? And we've got that junior race. We've got 2,000-3,000 meter races to set the athletes up to chase that World Junior standard. And anyone in that race, any of the juniors here today, will be able to wear some brand New Balance spikes, take home some elite kit with them as well, which is going to be a very, very special opportunity for them. And we'll be looking out for Sonny Allen, the Highgate star, cross-country specialist, and now chasing that standard on the track. So then, moments away. So then we are off and running, ladies and gentlemen, at the London 5000. We'll be here till late into the evening. 15 races ahead of us. This is race 1, 34 of them in it. We haven't done a full head count just yet, but we know there was on the start list, and many of them would have put this date in the diary and figured this is where they're going to be able to break their PB. This is the opportunity of a lifetime for many. And actually, Pete, for a lot of the athletes in this race, they would have run on the road a considerable amount through the winter, and perhaps this could be their very first 5,000 on the track, so a new experience for them.
Yeah, it's certainly a tough challenge. I think I've been in this running industry for about 18 years, and I still find it tough in a track 5K versus the road. It's really about keeping honest as those later laps come round, and it can really be a challenge to keep yourself on pace as you start to fatigue sort of through that 3rd and 4th kilometre.
Yeah, psychologically, it just feels like a whole different experience, doesn't it, compared to the road? And one of the reasons for that is just because those gaps tend to open up a lot quicker than they do on the road, and that is purely because there's 30 in a race versus 300 in your race, and a 5 meter gap on the track always feels much bigger than a 5 meter gap on the road.
Yeah, and I think on the road you can benefit from sort of a pack of runners, whereas on the track here, as much as they are running in a pack, you're really only getting the wind benefit of sort of one, maybe two athletes in front of you. On the road, you can very much sit in and just sort of enjoy that first mile as you're sort of just tucked in a pack, which you don't quite get the same benefit on the track.
Yeah, so they are snaked and single file round the track at the moment. There's a few packs forming in this one, but I'll tell you what, they are absolutely flying. I had them well under 80 seconds for lap 1 up at the front here, so all of them, I think, learning the lesson that the track is slightly faster to get going, and because it's unfamiliar for a few of them, they have haired off, and they may well pay the price for that later on. I mean, they're looking, you mentioned those Wavelights, they are looking for that 1940 tempo, so if you can see those green lights on the screen, which you won't be able to be honest, because they're all way ahead of them at the moment, but that's where they should be. So let's see if they can maintain this pace.
It's interesting to see here, the runner 237 there, Mark Coombs, has actually gone out ahead of the pacemakers, so you can see the pacemakers in the purple coloured vests, and he's actually well clear of them at the moment, so he's obviously started at quite a sort of unexpected pace and certainly well ahead of the pacemakers.
Yeah, it's a bold move from him. He has an 18:38 lifetime best, and that is around about 90 seconds per lap. 18:45 is bang on 6-minute miling tempo, or 3:45 k's depending on what you work in, and so he's well ahead of that as well. I'd be enjoying, he'll get a slight lift from the cameraman who is on a bike just to his right, so he's enjoying his moment of fame at the moment. They're coming up for their first kilometre run, but he is all out there on his own, and that is a difficult place to be in a 5k. And interestingly, I was speaking to a few athletes before this one, and they were sort of looking at the Wavelights going, we think they're a bit slow, but my advice, Pete, would always be just sit back and conserve that mental energy. Would you agree?
Yeah, I suppose you can steal a cliche from football here, that you can't really win the race at the start, but you can certainly lose it by starting too fast. And be interesting to see how the guys pace it tonight. As Matt said, a lot of these will be their first track 5,000.
Well, there we are. So Coombs is through that first kilometre, 3:21. The rest of the pack through in about 3:30, 3:33, give or take. And still, everyone well under at the moment. 19-minute pace, let alone 20-minute pace or 19:40. They're all under 19-minute pace. So some big PBs are on offer here if they can keep it going. So you can see Coombs just drifting himself out, enjoying it. He looks like he's seeking a little bit of shade over on the far side. He's getting some fluids on board. There is a few water stations over there and a few high fives going on, but perhaps, and that will be a lovely bit of shade for those later on as well, coming up in those evening races, just a little bit cooler over on the far side. That is a tailwind down the back stretch, so it's almost a lap of two halves, isn't it? They're going to have to work harder into this headwind on the home stretch and sort of get that back a little bit, coast themselves down the back stretch.
Yeah, I think this is certainly where some of the Highgate athletes might have a slight advantage, as they're probably used to it on a Tuesday. Getting that headwind up the home straight is certainly takes some getting used to over 12.5 laps.
Yeah, and Pete, just talk about the renovations of the track a little bit as well, because what are we, 13, 14 years ago the Night of 10Ks was founded and started up, and we have a brand new surface now. It's about 4 years old, isn't it? So that Night of 10K legacy being felt here at Highgate, and these athletes benefiting from a much softer surface, a higher energy return as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting surface, because I think where it does feel a bit sort of softer and better for the sort of legs long term in the training, it is actually still quite a quick track, as we've seen through the fast times that have been set in the last 3 or 4 years at this track.
Oh yeah, it has some frighteningly fast track records, that's for sure, and I imagine some even faster training records as well. Some great splits knocked out here on a Tuesday and Thursday during the week. Classic club nights up and down the UK, and many of these, they would have started this sport in the grassroots. They probably would have started in some mass participation races, some 10Ks, half marathons, even some marathons, and now you can see many of them are finding their way to clubs, and that really is the best place to improve your running, isn't it? You can get out there on your own, you can have online coaching, but getting down a club, getting that experience and getting yourself in some competitive races like this does wonders for your career.
Yeah, I think that group environment is very, very helpful. no matter what fitness you're in, you can always come down to the club and you'll find someone to run with. And I think that's a really great part of being part of a running club. You can, when you're at your best, it's great. You might be leading the front of the group, but if you come back from an injury or an illness, you might be a little bit further back, but you've still got people to train with and run with and socialise with. So that's a great part of it.
I couldn't agree more. And not only that, I think you always have someone faster than you at a club as well. And Pete here, 14-minute low 5,000 metre runner, and I'm sure when you turn up on a Tuesday night, there's still men quicker than you.
Yeah, I find it tends to be the younger guys these days tend to leave me behind on the shorter reps. But yeah, as Matt said, it's great having a group to train with, and there's always someone who can take it on and hopefully take the wind.
Yeah, so Coombs is coming up to 2 kilometres run. He's 7 minutes on the clock, so he's already slowed a little bit. As you can see, he was 3:21 through that first kilometre. I make him 7:03, 7:02 there at 2 kilometres. So he's now settling back down to what is the tempo of about 18:45 pace, which actually is his lifetime best. So he's adjusted for it. He's still ahead of schedule thanks to that 3:21, but this is going to be a very difficult task for him now. He's all out there on his own. He's lapping a few already. The man is second is Ollie Robinson, a vet 35, and he's a 19:14 performer at his best. And for me, his cadence is still looking very smooth, and he's about 50-60 yards back from Coombs, but that is a gap which over 5k can be closed. They've still got 7.5 laps to run.
Yeah, as Matt said there, I think Coombs having some of these back markers to pick off should help him stay focused and just give him that confidence boost as he largely working solo here.
Seems comfortable to do so, doesn't he? Coombs, vet 40, 1948 season's best. I mentioned his lifetime best of 18:38, so he's looking to contest that here today. And we can see some of the New Balance paces. Every single pacemaker here will benefit from the New Balance race kit and spikes. So what an opportunity for them. New Balance really giving back, and that's the important part of it, really. They don't just sponsor, they don't just help raise the profile of this event, they also provide huge opportunities for developing athletes. We'll see that impact felt in the 3000s, the junior 3000s, a little bit later on. So Pete, we've got a few pockets here where we've got one or two athletes working together. That's where you want to be, isn't it? Some of them, unfortunately, are just on their own, but we have got some out there in 2s and 3s, small clusters, sticking to their task and working together.
What's great here as well is there are some gaps forming, but actually they're not insurmountable gaps. If you do have a couple of bad laps, people might come from behind and you can sort of sit in and work with them for a bit. So it's a great racing opportunity here for a lot of people to hopefully run some PBs.
Massive. Elizabeth Bleasdale's just gone through as well, 2:54 marathoner. And Pete, I mean, you'll be familiar with it, that marathon racing. What's the transition like into the 5K? You do a spring marathon and then you're coming out here sort of 3 months later looking for a 5K lifetime best. What is that approach like?
I imagine it gives you a lot of confidence knowing you're going to be strong, running for 2.5, 3, 4 hours, whatever it is. That's really going to give you the confidence that for 12.5 laps it will hopefully feel quite short, and you'll also be used to the monotony and the discipline to sort of stay focused and stay on pace. So I think it should hopefully feel like a nice change to only be running 5,000, not 42 kilometres.
Yeah, and is it a risk of injury, sort of layering on that intensity? It's a fine balance, isn't it? You go from that marathon build, you need to rest up and recover, but you also need to start layering on that intensity, and that can sometimes take a lot longer than planned.
Yeah, I think I've found myself as I've got older, it just takes a little bit longer when you do switch back to that shorter stuff to just feel confident in your body that you're able to string those faster sessions together, because it certainly presents a different challenge to the body.
Yeah, it does indeed. Well, look, Coombs is still leading this one. There's been no change there, and actually that gap I mentioned before, Oliver Robinson was in second, and it's just growing. Coombs is just piling it on, and this is going to be a gun-to-tape victory for him. He's coming up to 3 kilometres now, and thankfully for him, he's got something to aim at because he's got a lot of lap runners in front of him. So he's just going to work his way through this field. That's going to keep him motivated and honest, isn't it, through this crucial 4th kilometre.
Yeah, it will certainly keep him honest. He'll probably be running a little bit further as he has to venture into the outside of lane 1, potentially into lane 2 as he's passing those lap runners. But yeah, as we said earlier, it's going to give him that confidence just to keep the hammer down and hopefully just give him something to work off.
Absolutely. So did Robinson, just coming through 3 kilometers as well. I have him at 11:12. Coombs was it was another 3:40 kilometer for him, so he was 10:45 there or thereabouts at 3K. So into his final 5 laps. Many of them, it's going to get a little bit confusing for you at home, because you can see these are the images that we come for. Those, Coombs is loving life out there. Look at him, hands up. He's out there. He's taking on some fluids. And Pete, would you be taking on fluids in a 5K in these sorts of conditions?
Don't know, it's been a while since I've run a 5K when it has been this warm, but I think if it helps you just cool down, I don't think you necessarily want the actual fluid intake. You might just want to put it straight over the top of your head and give yourself, cool yourself down and sort of reset and go again. I think that's probably what I'd be doing on a day like this, but everyone's different and they'll find what works for them.
Yeah, and a few of them in these sorts of temperatures. We're low 20 degrees, ladies and gentlemen, with 21 degrees here at Hampstead Heath in the heart of London, and what a crowd we have forming. We've got images of the backstretch, but we have a brilliant crowd forming over on the home stretch on the famous bank here.
What's great to see as well is there's a lot of people who are just out on the Hampstead Heath on their Saturday afternoon, and they're the other side of the barrier, but they've stopped to watch and see what's going on. So it's a real draw of the track being in a green space that so many people use. They just didn't plan to come here, and all of a sudden they see some racing, and they might be here for a few more hours and get some food and get some drinks in.
Look, this is why distance racing here at Hampstead Heath and at Highgate Harriers track works, because it is all about the location. This track isn't a pain to get to. Transport links are amazing to get here. There's loads of passerbys, people are having a picnic, watching on. And you know what? There's a lot of people probably sitting in this park who have run parkrun this morning, and they go, this looks cool, I might even enter next year. And so they never have a problem selling out. This event was hugely popular. They had to stagger. In fact, you might want to talk a bit more on that. Stagger the entries because of the demand.
Yeah, they'll initially open the entries up to the sort of very fastest runners, and then just give them a time to enter, and then very much open it up. I think it's sort of every couple of days or so they be taking down the entry time just by a minute or so. So it was very well publicised beforehand in terms of the various stages of entries, just to give those very fastest guys a chance to get their entry in.
Yeah, I tell you what, the nature of the sport, the demand to race now has just gone through the roof. And these athletes would have felt that. They would have set alarms to make sure they get a ticket to the London 5000, because certainly someone who would have done that is Coombs here. He continues to lead. That's him going under the gantry. I make that 3 laps to go for him. He'll get his 4-kilometer split over on the far side where he started. 10 laps to go, and he still looks smoother than ever. I did worry for him when he went off the front early on. I did worry. I thought that was ambitious. It was bold. It was a very, very quick opening lap, but he's had absolutely no problem, and now he's really starting to enter the realms of he's going to hold on. You can see his body language looks good, his stride looks good. Robinson is still in second place.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see how he might have done in the next race actually here, Coombs, because he's clearly doing a lot of work on his own, and maybe he might have benefited being in a slightly later race and having more people to work off.
Yeah, and you know what, he might have even just picked things up there. We're just looking over from the far side, didn't have the visuals, but I believe that last kilometre was about 3:30, 3:35, somewhere in that region. So we're going to see a sub 19 minute clocking. I've got no doubt about that. As long as he can hold it together. 15 minutes on the clock now, and actually we're going to see a whole host of PBs out here, because although he is lapping people, everyone else is still moving at a great clip in behind him.
Yeah, certainly a lot of people were working a lot harder than they were 10 minutes ago or so, but we'd expect that in a 5K. As you move into that 4th kilometre, it really does get difficult. The 5th one, I wouldn't say it runs itself, but you certainly know you've only got 2.5 laps to go, and it feels that bit easier. But it's that 4th kilometre where it's difficult to stay honest and keep that pace going.
Yeah, there's always a crunch point, isn't there? A little bit like the 30k mark in the marathon. For the 5k runners out there, it is definitely 3 to 4k becomes so mentally taxing, and you just need to manage your effort. Shout out to Emily Parker out there, moving very well. 19:22 her lifetime best. She was just going around the finish line gantry, And many of athletes, there's Robertson still skipping along at the moment, 3.72 in second, but all eyes on Coombs, who just continues to power down. 600 meters to run for Coombs. He's enjoying lapping these athletes, and you're right, Pete, he's definitely got a lot more in the tank. If you're out in lane 2, it's 7 meters a lap, and he's pretty much having to be in lane 2 for a large proportion of each lap, so he's probably going to run well over 5 kilometers here. Not that he'll mind, though. He'll welcome the company and the competitive spirit out there on the track. But a gun to take victory for him. 5 inches a run then for Coombs. He's going to hear the bell lap. And you mentioned those track judges before. They've got their work cut out, haven't they? Keeping track of all of this lot out there.
Yeah, it's certainly hardest in the first race of the day when you have, the bigger spread from front to back in the race there. Some of these athletes are certainly 1 lap behind, possibly 2. Apologies, I haven't been keeping perfect count. But yeah, as you can see here, he's coming up the home straight now, approaching the bell, and that'll be a welcome sound for him.
Tell you what, 16:48 at the bell. It's going to be a tough ask for him to break 18 minutes, but he's going to absolutely obliterate his lifetime best, this man. It has been a phenomenal gun to tape victory for him. He's led every step of the way, has Mark Coombs, the vet 40, showing you can still compete, still PB well into your 40s, and he's certainly going to be a name to look out for next year. We hope he's back. He's definitely going to be in a faster section next year, and sometimes for a lot of these athletes, because it's their debut on the track, they haven't got that track personal best. The seeding, the organisers will prefer athletes to have a track lifetime best, because it's a very, very different experience out there compared to the road. 200 to run in for Coombs. Pete, what have you made of this performance?
It's been an exceptional performance, I think, today. He's as Matt said, he got out there early, and he's done a lot of hard work on his own, but I think having these people to sort of pick off in the second half of the race has really helped him. It will really give him that confidence boost.
Yeah, it certainly will. Just seen a few of the pacers just peel off to one side. They've done a terrific job getting athletes to 11 laps of a 5K. But for now, we'll enjoy. This is the fastest he's moved all race, saving the best till last. Mark Coombs, gun to tape. He's going to take race 1. And watch the clock. What's the time going to be? 18:11 there or thereabouts. It's a massive lifetime best. 35-second lifetime best. That doesn't always happen.
Hopefully that's a good sign of things to come, Matt. Athletes setting big PBs and really rising to the occasion.
Yeah, do you know what? I mean, I was a little worried about the wind. It is slightly breezy. It's easing every hour, every minute that goes by. And Coombs just no problem. Didn't affect him at all. Here comes Ollie Robinson. Eyes on the clock, that bottom right-hand corner, because this is a great run from him. Lifetime best of 19:14. Well under. Another 30-second lifetime best. Well, keep it coming, I say. I'm sure Cal Gordon and the team here will be very, very happy, because whenever an athlete runs a PB, you know that that's them secured, signed up for next year.
And it will hopefully mean they can enjoy the rest of the afternoon here. Have some food, have a few drinks, and sit down in the sun and watch other athletes hopefully try and break their PBs.
Well, that's it, isn't it? That's the beauty of this race. You come here, you get the work done, and then you enjoy your afternoon and you watch the elites a little bit later. Well, all coming across the line now, thick and fast. Few more lifetime vests. How many can we get under 20 minutes? That's going to be the question for a lot of them out there. I've seen Gabriel Collins has come across the Highgate man. He wanted 20 minutes and he smashed that. And Pete, you talk about the growing numbers at Highgate Harriers. You are picking up a lot of the mass participants from the major road races in and around London.
Yeah, being so well positioned here in London, I think we get a lot of people come to London. They know about Night of the 10Ks and they think, I'll come to Highgate and join in, and thankfully a lot of them come back, which is always good to see.
It certainly is. It certainly is. They continue to cross the line in. So that is 20 minutes. That's a 20-minute mark just eclipsed. But, I mean, the Wavelights in that one, not much use at all. 19:40, we had several of this field under that mark, and 20:45, we're still almost going to get the whole race under there. So the officials earning their keep today. It's been a difficult one for them. Lap runners all over the track, but they've kept track. And they've made sure that everyone runs their 12.5 laps. So fantastic running. Well, here comes Elizabeth Bleasdale just coming across the line there in the fluorescent yellow colours of New Balance. Just holding off another New Balance athlete behind her. So that's a good double for her. 2:54 marathon. Marathoner and just outside 20 minutes for 5K.
It's good to see a lot of smiling faces as they come across the line here. A lot of tired bodies, but also a lot of smiling faces, which is great to see. Hopefully, a lot of people making their track debut today have enjoyed it.
Oh, they certainly have. It is a completely different experience. And do you know what? It exploits that competitive side even more, doesn't it? Often when you do a road race, you might be finishing in the hundreds. You think you could do a local 10K, it could be 100, 200. You feel like it doesn't really matter. What's the difference between 180 and 190? But out there on the track, you know if you've won. You know if you've come second, third, fourth, fifth. And for me, it encourages athletes to be a lot more competitive with themselves.
Yeah, quick shout out for Cal Gordon, the organiser of the event, who's out there currently giving water bottles to the finishers, so showing he's helping out everywhere that's needed today.
Oh, he's brilliant. What a tireless task he has. He's been here from very, very early on this morning, setting this one up, and we've got 6 hours, 6.5 hours of racing for you this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. The races get faster and faster from here on out. There's a small break around 6 o'clock before we introduce those junior 3,000 meter races, and you will be seeing the very best of Britain in those. Athletes will be chasing those World Junior standards.
Good to see Chris Bailey here coming up the home straight, a Highgate stalwart. He has been at this club many years, former president of the club as well, so great to see him out here racing today.
Well, this is superb. 22:42 on the clock, and the flames just for him. How about that? The vet's 60. And he does have a lifetime best, so you mentioned, Pete, dates back a few years of 15:20 in old shoes, in old money. So probably worth a sub 15 in today's currency. Well, between the races, just so you at home are aware, we'll have a slight pause between the races. They will come thick and fast, so pretty much every half hour for the early part of the afternoon before they drop to every 20 minutes. Here you are. In fact, here's the timetable. I don't need to explain it for you. Next race in just a couple minutes' time. And we build steadily towards the grand finale of the men's and women's elite races. Nice. Yeah. Hey man, how are you? Yeah. Yeah, that was lovely. I mean, that's a front runner. Wavelight, absolutely irrelevant for a first half of that field. Yeah. So, no, good stuff. Yeah.
This version feels really light and the plate's more stiff and aggressive. It's something I would want in a shoe.
The MDX spikes got that bounciness, it got the squishiness. The shoes helped me get to the top 10 in the world. I hope that best version of myself is the best ever.
About to go at the London 5000. It's in its second edition now. It's going from strength to strength, and after that last race, if that's anything to go by, Pete, we are on for a whole plethora of PBs once again. Almost 10, 12 people in that one out of 30 getting a lifetime best. So conditions, although slightly blustery, it is showing that it can be done. If you come here in shape and ready and fit, you can run fast. So another race and 20-odd athletes in this one. You can see that yellow flag there just to the right of the picture right on the start. It is a nasty crosswind, so it's going to be a nasty headwind for them around that top bend and down the home straight.
And for those looking for the results, they're currently on open track and they are popping up live, I think, as we speak, unless Matt's going to tell me we've got a secret a line in here. I think they are popping up immediately up following the races, which is always helpful.
No, they are, and it goes one step further. They have their splits, their 400-meter lap times on there as well, their K splits, so you can really, those of you at home, can really dig into the numbers and see how these lot are pacing it and perhaps where they can improve. Talking to pacers, we've got two brilliant pacers on the outside there. All pacers have benefited from some New Balance gear, brand new spikes as well. And that is all part of the New Balance partnership here at the London 5000, alongside OTE, alongside Last Rep Coffee. Set up by Jake Whiteman, Mr. New Balance himself, Alex Yee, an investor. And I was actually lucky enough to have a double espresso before we came on there, and very, very good coffee indeed. So if you're wondering where you're going to get your next batch of beans from, head over to Last Rep Coffee.
Looks like we've got about, I'd say, 25, maybe 30 athletes on the start line here using the staggered start. So as Matt said, the outer 4 lanes, those athletes will run the first bend in lanes, and then they will cut into the inside after 100 meters.
Yeah, and the athlete wearing 404, big 404 on his chest is Dan Tombar of Highgate Harriers. We were just talking off there, weren't we, Pete, about the Highgate Harriers vest, the legendary black and white stripes for the men. The women's vest is it a black top half and a white bottom half, Pete?
Yep, sorry to correct you there, Matt, but they are black and white hoops, not stripes, in fact. As one of our local rivals has black and white stripes. That's Shaftesbury Barnet. So yes, we're black and white hoops. But yes, the women's vest is a black top half and a white bottom half.
How dare I say it? Yes, Shaftesbury, forever the rivalry against them over the years. Two heavy endurance squads, aren't they? Distance running at the core of both of those clubs, Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers and Highgate Harriers. So here we are then, race 2 about to get going. So off they go, ladies and gentlemen. Cruise their way round that top bend, and actually I say cruise, they've got out rather fast indeed. And that is it looks like the Pacers are trying to make their way to the front, but we could see a rerun of what we just saw from Mark Coombs, who went up hard and he persisted and he ran a massive lifetime best of 30 seconds. So did second place Ollie Robinson, and sometimes you can't help it. You might just be seeded in the wrong race here. And this is Alex Curtis, 1938 is the time he's after. That's what he put on his piece of paper when he was entering this one. He said, I'd love to run about 1930, but he's way inside that in the moment. Off the front, getting his moment of fame.
Already looking like there's 2 sort of packs forming here behind the lone leader. There seems to be around about 9 or maybe 10 athletes in that front pack. Lady there in the red vest just trying to bridge that gap to that front pack early, and then a much bigger second pack.
Yeah, it's worth noting, Curtis, despite his season's best, he is one of the fastest on paper, 16:44, man, at his very best. But yeah, when asked, about what they are after, what race they want to be in, put down 19.5 minutes. So perhaps that was when he was injured on the sofa a few months ago, and now he's whipped himself up into some serious shape. So here he is at the front of this one. We are 500 metres into it. We'll have a look at his 600 metre split, and of course that K split in a lap or two's time. Other athletes to look out for, I mentioned Tomba of the Highgate Harriers, and you've also got Des Crinion there, 17-20 man over 5K. So those two will be in that chasing pack as we speak at the moment, and a good one. This one is a lot closer together. Athletes working together a little bit more early on, you can see.
Yeah, and I think the sign of athletes in lane 2 still after 600 metres shows that they're sort of bunching, but hopefully as the race goes on, they'll thin out into one long line and really benefit from that slipstream.
Yeah, Ewan McCauley in a Thames Hare and Hounds vest. It's a white vest with the black cross on. One of the oldest clubs in the country. Based out of Wimbledon Common. He slotted himself into the train rather nicely indeed. So yeah, they're probably just about, well, they're trusting the pacer, and you can see those who have gone ahead of the pacer are doing it quite tentatively, aren't they? They're going, will this move come back and bite me? But McCauley is one of them who's just starting to shift his way up. There he is, 322 in that white vest with the black and white, the black cross on. And Tombar is wearing a bib number 404, who is the man in second place. But still then, Alex Curtis out front. Not much has changed. We'll keep an eye on this kilometre split.
That lead now looks to be almost 70 metres, I'd say, from where we're sat. So certainly gone out a lot faster than the rest of the pack. And as Matt said, that looks like a bit of a rerun of the first race with a lone leader going out aggressively in the first kilometre, and then we'll see whether he can hold it for the next 4 kilometres.
Wow, this is sub 16 minute tempo. I mean, that was 3:12 through that first kilometre. That's bang on 16 minutes, if not just a touch under, if he's to maintain that. But there's obviously question marks over that. Tombar here in second place now, just coming across. McCauley moving himself up. And actually, do you know what I mean? A lot of these lads wearing the London vests out here, men and women, in fact, they'll be used to racing one another on the local cross-country circuit, on the track circuit, at league matches, at road races as well, in and around London. So there's a few familiar faces out there.
Yeah, and I think there's also that intra-club rivalry as well. You know, there'll be people who train together every Tuesday, sometimes Thursdays and Saturdays as well. So they'll be wanting to get one over on their club mates, I imagine, as well as helping each other out early on, and then perhaps racing as the race progresses.
Yeah, do you know what? These three who have just broken away from the rest, they need to work together a little bit. David Xu is the man on the back of this train. He wears the black vest. Lifetime best just outside 18 minutes, but he seems full of running, very, very confident on where he finds himself at the moment. And you can see the Thames Valley Harrier just leading that big, large chase pack. So interesting, and I wonder if there's a slight bit of inexperience here. A lot of them just deciding that they don't need the pacemaker, they don't trust the pacemaker, and they're going to run their own rhythm, Pete. Yeah,
it'd be interesting to see how well the pacemaker's keeping to the assigned pace. I think we're struggling a little bit here to see the Wavelight's sort of a downside of the lovely sunshine. But yeah, it would be good to see how these guys keep the pace going as they're having to work together and not rely on a pacemaker whose sole job is to keep the pace consistent.
Yeah, they'll be used to training in large groups though. Many of them part of some of the most famous clubs in and around London. They'll turn up on a Tuesday night. There'll be 30 or 40 people to run with, tear around the track together. Let's have a look for Curtis's mile split, and that's a mile run, 5:20. So he's settling back now after that electric first kilometre in 3:12. He is slowing quite drastically, but I think so are those behind him. He's got a 150-metre lead. This is a massive lead that he's got. Back to Tombar and McCauley here in second and third. And I mentioned Zhu just in fourth place, where's 4:29 there. He's just drifting off the back of these guys. And look, you could just about, if you start too fast, but you could just about recover at this point in a 5K. As long as you dial it back early enough, you can relax Ks 2, 3 and 4 and try to rally again. It's always difficult, but it depends how much damage has been done. So I wonder if Curtis is doing that, and I wonder if a few of the others are just going to let that pack catch them up and slot in as well.
Yes, and having previously talked about the pacemakers, as they came past us here, he was perfectly on those green lights, so they are at 18:40 for this race. So the pacemaker wearing I believe it's a sort of red burgundy New Balance vest, currently in the 5th position on the track with a pack settled in behind him perfectly on those green lights.
Yeah, there they come round that chase back you see at the top of the bend. They're on the home straight now. And actually the art of pacemaking is a dying art because of Wavelights. They don't really, it's not as challenging as it used to be. You don't have to be in tune with the tempos that you're asked to run as much. It's more just, they're more just a windbreak now, more than anything, aren't they, people?
Yeah, and I think it certainly just takes the sort of worries away from it. I think when having raced with Wavelights myself, when you see those lights sort of getting away from yourself, you can feel yourself chasing them a little bit. But with that pacemaker there, you just tend to moderate your effort and just follow the pacemaker, and it just feels a little bit more comfortable.
Curtis through 2 kilometres. The next bit we'll get for him will be 3 kilometres. Tombar and Macaulay in second and third. I wonder if Macaulay is just going to start to drift around him, help him out a little bit, or if he's just going to sit there, because he looks eager. Macaulay, he was much more cautious at the start, eased his way. He was in that chase pack for a while before he bridged the gap and caught up with Tombar, the Highgate man, who will know every single inch of this track, won't he? I mean, the laps that he would have put in over the years in the build-up to this 5K here tonight.
Yeah, and Danny also helps out coaching as well, sometimes on a Tuesday when he's not running himself. So I think that experience of seeing other athletes pacing their own sessions should also just add to his ability, hopefully, to hold a nice consistent pace through this race.
Yeah, very special, the amount of people who just chip in to the local clubs, and clubs now are hitting a bit of a critical mass, aren't they, with the amounts of people who are getting on board and getting down to their local athletic club. It's becoming more and more difficult to satisfy everyone and to cater for so many numbers, but Highgate doing a great job. How are you coping with the influx of athletes?
I think coping's a very good word for it. There are huge numbers of athletes here on Tuesday evenings as our main endurance night, often breaking out into groups of sort of 15 to 20, and then relying on the generosity of coaches to run those sessions and keep the athletes honest.
So then here we are, still sticking at their task. They're about halfway, these gents, the images that we've got at the moment. Curtis is through 3 kilometres. Apologies, 3 kilometres will be his next bit. Next time he comes round will be 3 kilometres for him. 2,600 metres into the race, halfway, and those of them that are up on that top bend are bang on halfway. Tumbar and Macaulay. Tumbar just starting to gap Macaulay, actually. He hasn't. Tough job for him as they come down once again into that headwind. I wonder if the Thames Hare and Hound athlete is going to help him out at all. That's the question. You can see them. Tumbar just bouncing along at the moment. Still looking very, very smooth.
I think when an athlete's able to take the splits on their watch as they come through a prominent split marker, it means they hopefully feeling quite relaxed still, which is a good sign.
Yeah, and this is actually a massive step up for Hugh. It's what we love about these early races at the London 5000. You get these breakout performances. I mean, an athlete like Macaulay, 1914 is his lifetime best back in 2024, and he's come in here and he's going to smash that if he keeps this one rolling. He's never broken 19 minutes in his life. Curtis asking for a bit of help, for a bit of love on the home straight, and rightly so. This is why he's coming. He would know that huge hype around the London 5000, huge crowds as well. They're slowly forming on that bank, and every hour, every race that goes by, there's going to be more and more people. They're just going to multiply on that bank until there won't be a blade of grass left come 9 o'clock for those elite races.
I think if my math serves me correctly, it was around about 10-12 for our leader there through 3 kilometres. So around about 3:24 a kilometre. So translating to, what's that, about 7? That's right.
Yeah, pretty much bang on there, Pete. I mean, what it does show for me, though, after that 3:12 first kilometre, that's 8 minutes for the next 2K. So he's slowed right down to 4-minute K. So despite his lead, a lot of that damage was done early on. It's not the way that you're told to run a 5,000. His coach certainly would have encouraged him to execute in this manner, but he has done, and he just needs to hang on now.
On screen now, we've got our pacemaker doing a very good job of leading that pack through as they catch 429 there, who was initially in that second chase pack, or first chase pack, sorry.
Yeah, he was, David Zhu. He's got a tough task now. It's never good, never nice when you start to fade, and he would have been enjoying the pacemaker helping him out there. Now he finds himself at the head of that chase group. But still, Curtis from Tumba, from Macaulay, those are your top three at the moment. Curtis been rallying the crowd as he comes around once again. You spoke about it, 10-12. Now 11:40 or so on that next lap. There's Macaulay, who's just going out of shot. Tumba now starting to be challenged by a few in this chase group, and he's going to need a bit of help if they're going to keep this pace up and try and attack that 18-minute mark, or 18:30. It's tough because you want the best position for yourself, don't you? Which often means just being as patient as possible. But at the same time, these athletes will be familiar at the pace they're running, and they won't want to let that PB or that milestone slip away. So there does become a point, Pete, where you have just got to be brave and you've got to go for it, haven't you?
Yeah, and as the laps tick by, you find yourself increasing your effort, and the laps, even despite what you might think about increasing your effort, often the laps don't get quicker. So it really is a difficult fight over the last 4 or 5 laps. You're just trying to hold on to that pace.
Yeah, I tell you what, Macaulay looks in a little bit of bother for me. I think he might be reeled in by those in behind him, which would be a real shame. That's Sal Lennon, who is doing a fantastic job. Talk about pacing. This has been such a steady run from her. Actually used the pacemaker early on, and I think, and she's sitting on those green lights as well. She's got them there for guidance, for help, to keep her honest through this 4th kilometre. But she is reeling in Macaulay. Can she get in the top 3 in this race too? So Macaulay's on the back stretch. Curtis is through the start finish as well. He's now approaching the back stretch. Curtis could well lap. If he catches Macaulay and Tumba, he's lapped every single person in this race. At the moment though, he's lapped almost everyone bar anyone in the top 4 at the moment. He certainly will lap those on the back stretch he's in behind now.
As we mentioned in that first race, it can help the leader, as you may think, oh, they're going a little bit wide, having to pass some of the back markers, but actually it's just keeping yourself honest. It just gives you that little confidence boost. You think, you know, you might be slowing, but actually, you know, you're just getting that little rush of adrenaline as you pass those back markers.
Yeah, and I believe we've just seen Curtis pass Henry Bateman, the youngster, the junior, 2:05, 800-metre performer. Fancied stepping up in distance instead of a 5K. Good for him to get that experience. I always think running a track 5,000 does make you mentally a lot stronger. And you're better for it, even if you're not enjoying it, even if Henry's out there regretting his choice to sign up for this one. You can see he is running way over his typical distance, the Newham and Essex Beagles man. So here's Curtis coming up to 2 laps to run. 14:40 on the clock, so it's going to probably be 17 minutes is going to slip away from him, but I tell you what, he's going to be inside 17:30. Definitely how much we will wait and see. He's done it the hard way, I tell you that, and he's got a lot more in his legs if he just paces this one better in future. But do you know what? He is a class above this field today, and rightly so. And looking at the amount of people he's going to lap, looking out for Macaulay, who's in 3rd at the moment, who is being hunted down by Lennon. Sal Lennon, I think, is going to catch Macaulay. It's just a question of will Curtis catch them as well.
A great start today for those fans of front runners who get out there and run hard from the first lap. 2 races down, we've both had runaway leaders and potentially winners in both races.
Yeah, top of the way. We certainly won't see this in the elite races a bit later on. It's going to be a lot more tactical, a lot more cagey. They'll be using the pacemakers as well, but it's so difficult to seed these races. You get all these times coming, everyone's in different shape. And at this sort of level, you can get some huge improvements, can't you? You can knock minutes off your 5K lifetime best, and no meet organizer can ever account for that.
Our leader now coming up to the... Is that the bell? I think it is the bell. Yep, that is the bell for the leader. He's found a second gear here as he picks off these back markers.
breezing by them, isn't he? In fact, he just looks like he's using them a little bit. As he comes into headwind, he's just keying off them, letting them just block the wind for a section or two, and then he just drifts out, pulls wide. 300 meters to run there for Curtis. Dominant display. Another one. Coombs set a 30-second lifetime best. How much is Curtis going to knock off of his lifetime best? Because he is absolutely hammered round here. And when we tell you, it's 3:12 for that opening kilometre. He's then basically run 4-minute Ks from here on out. We'll see what this final kilometre comes in at. But it is a fine run from him, and I hope he's enjoyed himself out there. I hope he's back next year, and this is what the London 5000 is about. It's giving people an appetite, isn't it? Giving them an opportunity to show their class over 12.5 laps, because it's a very, very different experience than the road.
And it'll be great for him if he can run a PB on his own. He'll know that if he finds a race where he's got a bit more of a pack around him, you'd hope there's a lot more time out there for him. So it's a nice PB, but certainly knows there's more in the tank when there's more runners around him.
Yeah, watch the clock. He's going to be just outside his lifetime best, unfortunately, but he rallies the crowd and he's enjoyed it nonetheless. And that is everything that this man deserves. 17:26 there. And although he won, that is probably a lesson in how to not run a 5K, that sort of aggressive pacing. But sometimes you've just got to be bold, haven't you? You've just got to ask the question, and I'm sure sub 16 is a target that he'll have in the coming months. Perhaps it might take a few years to get there, but at least he's experienced what that 3:12 opening kilometre looks like. Here comes Tumba, the Highgate man, hammering down the home straight just inside 18. Pete, your teammate, will he be happy with that?
I think he will be. He's got a smile on his face already as he gives Cow a hug, so I think he'll be pleased with that.
Yeah, and I tell you what, he pretty much was solo for a large part of the race, because Sal Lennon is going to be our first female in this one. She's sitting in third. Macaulay, Sal came past Macaulay the previous lap, penultimate lap, and he's just sat on her over this last 400. Who's going to come out on top? Cameraman just showing us this battle. It's the first sprint finish of the day that we're going to see, and Macaulay attempts Hare and Hound is going to take it over Sal Lennon there. Where's 317, unattached, not affiliated to a club, perhaps a new member for Highgate Harriers after this one. You'll have to recruit, Pete.
I'll have a word with the team manager.
Absolutely, and a whole host of sprint finishes coming across the line now. Athletes collapsing. It is warm up there, just over 20 degrees. So we see a few more come in. But this is club athletics at its very, very best, and that is a point. There are some athletes who are unattached, who have just been going about the business, enjoying this sport. Maybe they've only been running for a couple of years, and local athletic clubs, this is a huge opportunity for them to recruit new members and new faces, because you really are stronger together, aren't you? When you train in packs, in large packs, that is where you really start to see yourself develop.
Yeah, it's great to see. There's a lot of athletes I've seen at Highgate over the last 10 years or so who've come along with a PB, and within a year or two they're almost a minute quicker over 5K. You give them another year and they're another minute quicker. It's a great training environment. I think being part of a team, it just picks you up on those days where training your own just seems a bit too daunting or a little too difficult.
So we are, a few of them just finishing up their journey. We had so many, almost this whole race sub 20 minutes, a few of them just missing that milestone, but a fine performance nonetheless. That's Courtier to Mornington Chasers. He's outside his lifetime best. So many will PB, but not everyone will. You can't PB every week. And Stuart Cork of Tunbridge Wells is the last man home. Again, just outside 20 minutes in 30 seconds.
I'm not sure how much the athletes will be appreciating that fire burst today. I mean, we're sat a good 30 metres or so away from it, and we can still feel a little bit of heat coming from it. So on a warm day already, it might not be the nicest way to finish the races, but it certainly gives the crowd a bit of enjoyment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, just seeing a Belgrade vest down there. One of the South London rivals to Highgate. Newham and Essex Beagles are here as well. We mentioned Highgate, Shaftesbury Barnet, Thames Valley Harriers. Standard of athletic clubs in and around London extremely high, and they are absolutely booming.
As the day goes on, we'll see athletes come from even further afield. I think we've got some international athletes later on in some of the A races as well. So athletes really, spending the whole weekend coming to London to try and run fast at such a great event.
So the next race on the track is off in just a couple minutes' time. We're slightly delayed here. We'll make up that time, no questions. We've even allowed for sort of 20 minutes, half an hour break, a bit later on in the afternoon before those elite races, just for everyone to reset. But this is race 3. We are looking, so we had a winning time of 17:26 or so from Curtis there. This one being placed at 17:20 and 17:50. And I feel it'll be a similar scenario where we've got a few who are capable of way under 17 minutes who are going to have to compromise, who are going to have to do a lot of the work. I mean, Ryan Furness, for example, Clapham Chaser, has been well under 17 minutes. His lifetime best much closer to 16:30. But can he do it on the day?
Pacemakers for this race, the Wavelights for this race will be looking at 17:20 for the green lights, and there'll be some white lights slightly further back at 17:50, so a couple of seconds, or 2 to 2.5 seconds a lap slower.
And as these athletes just prepare final moments before the gun goes, Pete, how difficult is it to taper and just get it right going into a race? I know so many athletes struggle, don't they, with that taper. Often the word taper tantrums get thrown around. It's a difficult skill.
Yeah, I've certainly found myself. I've had races where I've run well and had 2 or 3 days off before a race, and I've had other races where I've just trained like normal and still run just as well. So I think it really is a difficult art to get right. I think just that last 24 hours before the race, as long as you're not eating anything new, as long as you're staying hydrated, as long as you keep that last 24 hours in optimal conditions, you'll run well.
Yeah, it's just a crucial balance between volume and intensity, which one you choose to reduce more, get that ratio right going into race day. So we've got a number of Highgate men in this one. You can see them on the outside. Black and white hoops, their home track.
Thanks, Matt. Glad you said hoops.
And also, this is a facility which is not just host to this amazing track, but also the National Cross Country Championships, the iconic Parliament Hill Fields, which scale up beyond the track here as race 3 is up and away at the London 5000 here. And actually, Pete, as this race gets underway, it almost looks like a Highgate Club Champs out there. How often do you guys get out there over the heath and run some hill reps, run some hard cross-country reps, or do you mainly just stick to the track here?
We're mainly on the track during the week, and then on the weekends we often go up to the Hampstead Heath Extension, which is a lesser-known part of the heath, and much fewer crowds than you get on the main heath.
Is that so you don't mix in and muck in with all of those having a picnic out on the field now?
Mainly to avoid tripping over any dogs and small children. Generally, as athletes are trying to run pretty quickly, it can be quite challenging on this main part of the heath.
Absolutely. Well, it's a Highgate runner out front at the moment. There's several of them in this one. So I should shout out Akira Wellstead, the Highgate Harrier, lifetime best of just over 17 minutes. He was at the UK Icodon yesterday, University Relay Championships along the Thames Path, representing UCL. Great result from them in that top 8, placing inside the top 8. So he's bounced back well. There's a 14k leg that he ran. And so here he is. And there he actually is wearing 417. Kira Wellstead, so their captain, looking smooth, slotting himself in.
I think we can now see the pacemaker in the similarly dark red or burgundy vest there, just making his way to the front of the pack, just behind our early leader.
Yeah, and you can see this race being a little more sensible. They are trusting the pacer and they're trusting the Wavelight. And this is Marie Bernard, who is the man out front, and he's just settled in. So I'm not sure quite what that aggressive first lap was about, but he's now happy to slot in behind the pacemaker alongside many, many others. Will Worthy and Serbio Keith are in that pack wearing the Oxford University Marathon singlet, the white vest. They, fresh off of that London Marathon, they bounced back well and got a bit of speed in their legs, and here they are testing themselves over 5K. We talked about that marathon transition into a 5K. Many have adopted that this year as the London Marathon becomes ever and ever popular. So coming up for 2 laps to run. We'll keep an eye. 2:40, which I predict they're going to operate at, is about 16, well, it's 3:20 kilometer pace. It's 16:40 over the 5K, and they are all in and around there, so they are still a little bit quicker. I wonder if they've adjusted those Wavelights from the 17:20 that it was set at.
As Matt said, there's certainly more of a pack in this race than the first two races, which had a clear lone leader out front. There's certainly more working together here earlier in the early stages.
Yeah, it's blustery, and you've got to just tuck yourself in, switch off for that first K. Really, in 5,000 meter running, you've got to preserve that mental energy. Give yourself something to work with late on in the race. Credit to Coombs and Curtis, our first couple of winners of the day in race 1 and 2, but they did do it all solo. They'd have a lot more in the tank.
So around, I think, 3:24 or so through that first kilometre, so 17-minute pace through that first 2.5 laps.
Well, and there's Daniel Grech in there, Medway Maidstone athlete wearing the red vest. Spoke to him beforehand, actually. He was very, very confident of the win, dare I say it, wasn't he? And so it's Grech with a silent H. And he came into this wanting about a 17:45, 17:30 time, and he's just settled in nicely. And he's doing all the right things for me at the moment, bar just letting a small gap open up to the pacer, and not the end of the world, because they've just all started to drift around him and sheltering him from the wind a little bit.
Yeah, still a few athletes running slightly wider to the outside lane 1, sometimes in lane 2 in that front pack. So as the race progresses, I expect they'll sort of form a longer train as the group sort of splits.
Certainly will. So through 3 laps, we'll catch them on that mile split to come. And Marie Bonnard is the man who was aggressive early on, and he's let the pack close up, and now he's off again. So he's surging a little bit. Just getting a bit complacent, perhaps. But he does look smoothing up, doesn't he? Yeah, just leading the way, sort of 10 meters adrift from the pacemaker. I do have to question, is that worth it? What are you getting from being 10 meters ahead of the pacemaker? You may as well, you're virtually running the same lap splits. Just tuck in, just relax. Look, if he goes on to win, we're going to eat our words, but we've watched many of these races play out, and strength in numbers, a little bit like you see in cycling with the peloton on that chase pack at this stage. Certainly strength in numbers, surely.
Yeah, personally, I'd prefer to be back in the pack at this point, but I mean, each athlete's different. I think some athletes like to be out at the front. They might be used to training on their own, and therefore they could be just, they like to get out there, get a bit of clear air, and just get going.
Yeah, and of course, they'll run to fill. They are about 5.5 minutes there at that first mile split, which is, yeah, very, very close to that 17:20. I mean, they're on the Wavelights, so the Wavelights are bang on. Actually, we wondered if they were going a little bit quick. So Will Worthy has just found himself at the front of that chase back, drifted around the pacemaker. He's looking to close that gap. And I think they sent Marie Bonnard just moving away from them, and they want to get onto his coattails. There's a few men in this field who are capable of low 17 minutes of potentially dipping under that mark. And so perhaps they see Marie Bonnard as the man to get them there versus the pacemaker.
Yeah, I think often the pacemaker can be happy to go a little bit quicker if they're able to. So athletes tend to find themselves overtaking the pacemaker rather than just having a word and say, do you mind just pushing on a little bit? Because the pacemaker himself looks very relaxed here. So I think he's well capable of running quicker. If they're able to, have a quick chat with him as they're going, and just say, do you mind just going a little bit quicker? I know the Wavelight's are there, but actually, we're all feeling good.
Yeah, they've done exactly that. They've given him a nudge, and that gap, which was growing to sort of 15, 20 metres, is now 5 or 10 metres. So Worthy up on the shoulder of the pacemaker, just moving round him actually as I speak. Marie Bernard still out front, but that is a gap which is near enough a metre or two at this stage as they approach the 2 kilometre mark. What are they going to be at? They've been running pretty much 3:30s bang on, which is 17.5 minute tempo. They're just inside 7 minutes. So they have picked it up this kilometre, and we've still got a pack through 2 kilometres, which is massive. We've got a race on our hands.
Yeah, shout out to Woody Nicole, who is the pacemaker in this, one of the Highgate youngsters. Apologies I didn't spot him earlier, actually. I think it was the fact I'm used to seeing him in a black and white hooped vest. But yeah, he's doing a great job here. You know, he's looking around him and reacting to the pack and just helping them push on as they push on ahead of these lights.
Well, what an opportunity for him, because he's now decked out head to toe in New Balance, who are the title sponsor of the London 5000. Any pacemaker will be rewarded that New Balance kit for their efforts. But he's taking a bit of a ride, because Will Worthy is confident enough up at the front, and had a bit of a chat with him and Toby O'Keefe beforehand, and they were keen to make this hard from the get-go, to keep the effort honest, to keep the pace honest. And I said, well, just give it a couple Ks, just relax a little bit, because you never know what can happen in 12.5 laps. I always think things can change in a 5,000, Pete, very, very quickly, can't they? Versus the road, you can almost see that fatigue building gradually on the road, whereas in the 5,000, one hard lap, and boy, oh boy, do you pay the price.
Yeah, I think on the track, people see with the clock and a reference point every 400 metres, people can get fixated on, you know, splitting exactly what they need to split each lap. Whereas on the road, you know, if it does feel a little bit difficult, you can just moderate your effort a little bit better, I think. And so you'll see athletes, you know, saying, oh, I want to run 80-second laps. And the second they run an 81, they think, oh, no, it's a bit slow. And then they might speed up to try and catch up. They run a 79, but then later on, you know, it suddenly becomes 81, 82, 83. And that's when you really miss out on those PBs, is later on if you've pushed too hard too early.
Yeah, so Will Worthy, the only one not benefiting from the pacemaker at this stage. Everyone else in behind are using him to their full advantage. He'll pull off at about 3-4 kilometres. He's got a bit more work to do, hasn't he, the pacemaker? Later on in the afternoon, as those races get quicker. 15 5,000 here today at the London 5000. It is staggering, the appetite to run 12.5 laps on the track. And I think that was the pacer just saying, one more lap to go for me. So Will Worthy leads. Toby O'Keefe a little bit further back, working his way through. Marie Bernard, the early leader, just starting to suffer. So there's a trio of Highgate runners, Pete. So there's a bit of bragging rights on the line for the black and white hoops. And I'm sure they've all been, I love this, I'm sure they've all been training together, haven't they? Tuesdays, Thursdays, and they'll know exactly how each other are moving, and they'll enjoy the rivalry that is about to blossom over the next 2 kilometres.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to test. Yeah, you might be with someone in training, but are they really running at 100%, or are they running at 90%? You know, it's a good sort of race of truth, really, getting on a 5,000 on the track.
Yeah, talk about how they balance life as well, because these guys are not professionals down there on the track, are they? They have full-time jobs, they have the 9 to 5, they might even have families, so they're juggling. Will Worthy here is a student at Oxford University. They're juggling a lot. They've got a lot on their plate whilst trying to just continue to get the best out of themselves over 5,000 metres.
Yeah, I think a lot of athletes just try and do what they can when they can. So sometimes it might be at the expense of sacrificing the volume, but they might get a bit more quality in. And you know, if they know they've only got 5 or 6 hours they can dedicate to running each week, they might just be running that bit harder. So as Matt said, it's really about balancing that as you balance your running with your everyday life.
Yeah, well, Will Worthy is no stranger to hard work. He absolutely loved that marathon build. It's a bit of a spur-in-the-moment decision for him to run the marathon at London this year. Oxford and Cambridge get 8 spots. That's the varsity match at the London Marathon, and he got the call-up and he loved it. He thrived with that endurance training, set a few PBs en route, and so he'll be happy, and I think many of these men will be happy with grinding these last few laps. They've all been there before. And it's Ryan Furness who's the man in second place, the Clapham Chaser, and he's actually the fastest on paper, the man who's been sub-17 the most in this field. Many of them are yet to break that barrier.
Yeah, and as the pacemakers just dropped out 150 metres ago or so, we're down to a lead pack of 6, and it really an interesting race from this point.
If these guys are to break 17 minutes, I think Worthy's going to need a little bit of help. Furness is going to need to pull round and just keep this pace going, because they're now starting to just queue up behind him, aren't they? You can see a few of them just working in twos, drifting out. They're just bunching up together now as they come down the home straight. A few just glancing over, letting a few come to. Oh, and there's our first, perhaps our first athlete to just step off the track there. That's a shame.
So we're down to a lead pack of 5 at this point. I think there's been a few changing of positions over the last 2 or 3 laps within that lead pack. So there'll be some athletes who are feeling a little bit fresher than others. They might see a gap open up. Some are able to close those gaps, some are not. So it's really going to be an interesting race over these last few laps.
Boy, oh boy, is it. Look, Adil Patel is the Highgate man who sits in just a couple spots. What is he? He's in 4th. In fact, is Patel, 17:15 last year over 5,000 metres. He's run well over the roads, but this is going to be a big lifetime best if these men can keep on these Wavelights. This is 17:20 tempo, as we know. They're going to need a big final kilometre to get close to that 17-minute barrier. And Furness finally just takes up the running. Worthy and Toby O'Keefe in behind him. And then you've got Patel, the Highgate man. So 2 Highgate runners, 2 Oxford University students, and a Clapham chaser all in the mix in this one. 5 of them right in it with a few laps to run.
Those gaps just starting to open up in that lead pack. As we said, as this is a really difficult part of the race, those gaps start opening, and you may want to close them, but your legs might not be able to close them.
No, that's it. And at this stage, you start to realise what sort of runner you are, and they know how much they've got left in the tank. They know how much they need to empty now, because the likes of Will Worthy, a little bit of a stronger athlete. Toby O'Keefe is certainly a man to watch in 3rd. He's got a great close on him, a great kick. I get to see these two throw punches at each other in training every week. They're great mates, teammates alike as well, but boy, can they be competitive. And O'Keefe does have a good close on him, so this is where they're going to have to start relying on that 1,500 metre speed, putting a little bit more power through the ground over these last couple laps. But Furness still leads. So coming up to the 4-kilometre mark, ladies and gentlemen, Furness from Worthy, from O'Keefe, and we started to see just a bit of a breakaway.
The athletes still look to be on those Wavelights, so I imagine if they've got anything left and they can close harder over this last kilometre, they'll get inside that 17:20.
Yeah, they've sat on those Wavelights. What a help, what a lift these Wavelights are for these men and women out there. Just something to key off. Otherwise, it's so easy. You lose concentration in a 5K, and that's a couple seconds done, you know, per lap even. So it's very, very easy to just slip off of your effort, because you still feel like you're working hard. 2 laps to run, 3 men in this. This is the first time we've had 2 runaway victories previously. This is fantastic. Furness from Worthy, from Toby O'Keefe there in 3rd place. And just hanging on, we've got Patel of Highgate, who's just dropped off a bit actually. So we might even have 4 men in the fold with 800 to go.
I know Matt's got a bit of inside information on the Oxford boys, but I can't really pick a winner from here. There's 4 of them. Don't really know how much they've got left. You'd say the Clapham Chasers man on the front is, you know, stretching it out with, 700 or so to run, but you don't know what the others have got left in the tank.
Yes, it's Sean Henry in 4th place, doing a great job, just hanging on in there. You've just got to stay in contact, haven't you, Pete, at this stage? You're exhausted, yes, but any small gap that opens becomes very, very difficult to close, especially as they come around the home straight into this nasty, biting headwind here on the heath at the moment. So Furness now gets, for the very first time, gets a yard or 2 on Worthy in 2nd place. Willie close. Toby O'Keefe in 3rd. I know he can rally. I think these men are going to get a sniff of the victory coming round at the bell lap, and it's just going to see who wants it more over this final quarter, this final 400 metres. So Ryan Furness, we're going to watch the clock approaching the final lap. The bell is going to sound. The flames are already going just to cook things up even more. Add a little bit more heat to the cauldron here at Hampstead Heath. So the bell sounds. Furness through 15:56 or so. They're going to have to go somewhere if they're going to break 17:20. That was the time on paper. O'Keefe just drifts round Worthy. This could be a huge victory for Toby O'Keefe as he comes up onto the shoulder of Furness. And hey, look, Pete, here at Oxford, we keep a win counter because boy, oh boy, the wins matter. That's what the sport's about. Yes, you want to run fast, you want to run some lifetime bests, but you want to claim some victories in the process. And Toby O'Keefe is doing that. Coming up to 200 metres to run. Worthy's going to give chase. Furness in second, but it is O'Keefe with a storming last lap. How about this?
Good to see, you know, your stuff, Matt, as a coach, and you told me he's got a good kick on him, and he's put what looks to be 30 metres, maybe more or so, into the rest of the field in this last 200 metres or so.
Hey, look, it took a while. He ran the London Marathon, obviously, back in April, and him and Will Worthy, who's in third, they did feel a little sluggish. They had to be patient. They had to let the speed come to them, but boy, they put the hard yards in, and Toby O'Keefe has got to enjoy this one. He's going to be just outside 17 minutes, but a superb victory for the Oxford University man. And there's more to come, I'll tell you that. Furness then in second place. He comes across, and Worthy for a valiant effort in fourth, and actually, it looked like it was. Who was that? Was it Patel or Henry in third place? Just pipping Worthy over that last lap. We'll get confirmation of those results over on Open Track. Live results on Open Track as well with all the start lists. And how many can we get under 18 minutes in this one? That's the question. Well, both O'Keefe and Will Worthy had those beautiful white Oxford strips made up especially for the London Marathon, Tracksmith vests. And they do say, don't they, Pete, look good, feel good.
Yeah, you do tend to run a PB when you feel good on the start line. But if you think you look good, you do tend to feel that little bit better. The athletes streaming across the line here now, as you can see that second pack, they've sort of almost come together a bit over that last lap, and
wow,
bodies flooding across the line here.
How about that? Wow, yeah, 10 men or so coming across just a few seconds apart. And it wasn't always like that. It was a large part of the race, so they're strung all over the place. But it's fascinating to see how much people can empty the tank over that last lap, isn't it? And often, once you gain that bit of momentum, I mean, the damage O'Keefe put into Furness and Worthy a bit further back was huge. He must have put 3 or 4 seconds on them over that last final 400 metres.
Yeah, it'd been interesting to see if one of the other athletes ahead of him had made a bigger move earlier. Maybe he might have run 4 or 5 seconds quicker over that last kilometre if he just eked out that big effort, because he clearly had a lot left in the tank in that last 400.
He did indeed. So we'll just have a short pause until that next race on the track in around about 4 or 5 minutes time. We'll see you soon.
This version feels really light and the plate's more stiff and aggressive. It's something I would want in a shoe.
The MDX spikes got that bounciness, it got the squishiness. The shoes helped me get to the top 10 in the world. I hope that best version of myself is the best ever.
lots of half a mile. So he's having a good second effort today. He's on the front foot
3 times more weight.
Yeah, but on the grass.
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
And here he is on the front.
Right.
Yeah. It's a heavy bike as well, isn't it? You know, it's 2 people plus a camera. It's not.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's not like you're just out on the bike.
Oi, sorry, man. That was so good. So, hey, there he is. How's that last rep properly? That's my dollars. Three races down then at the London 5,000 metres. Everybody, welcome if you're just joining us. We just bumped into previous race winner Toby O'Keefe with a massive last lap on the Oxford University student. But next up, race 4. And we are getting ever closer, Pete, to that sub 17 minutes. This one, we certainly predict will break that 17-minute mark.
Yep, we got the Wavelights this time at 16:30 and 16:45. So sort of 30 seconds or so quicker than the last race.
Yeah, and actually lots of men in here do have a lifetime best quicker than 17 minutes. So we'll run you through the field once they get going. But if you're wondering as well, this is a waterfall start. Those on the outside will break on the home stretch. They'll run that top bend in these outer 4 lanes before joining the large cohort on the inside.
Yep, you can see the officials just wandering down there, so they just keep an eye and make sure those athletes aren't cutting in too early. So there's some cones out on the track, and they know that once they're past those cones, they can cut back into the inside.
Well, there's the results from the previous race. 17:06 for O'Keefe, 10-second winning margin just over the last 400. Meanwhile, race 4 is underway in the background, and you'll always see a fast start in a 5,000. I don't know why, Pete, but everyone does want to rush and jostle for positions, don't they? They've got 12.5 laps to sort it all out, but that still doesn't hold them back from the opening 100.
Yeah, probably showing my age here, but I remember when Mo Farah used to start the 5,000, he used to be one of the last people off the start line and just sit in at the back for the first few laps and watch what everyone else is doing. There's not a huge rush to get to the front, but I know people, you know, with the adrenaline of the guns going, they just want to get out there and get going.
Yeah, they do. And you know, on that, I think you have got to set yourself up with something to do through the sort of 2nd, 3rd, 4th kilometre. And if you start a little bit further back, it just gives you the ability to work through the field, keep yourself engaged, keep yourself focused. Whereas if you just are quite static and passive and stay where you are, it's easy to switch off, isn't it? And just lose a little bit of focus, and then you find it harder and harder just to maintain that pace. So you need to set yourself up to negative split. It's certainly the best way to run a 5,000.
Yeah, I find myself often looking when I'm on the bend, because it's a good chance to be able to see the front of the pack if you're not right at the front. Obviously, when you're on the straight, all you can see is usually the guy right in front of you. So just using that bend, have a check of those gaps in front of you, and just make sure they're not growing too big.
Yeah, without a doubt. So these got slotting in nicely. I think that's Cal Mills up pacing, is it? I'm pretty sure it is. And he does most of his running around Battersea Park. We can't mention that here at Hampstead Heath, because this is really running heritage, isn't it? This is the place to be. Beautiful track, newly surfaced, well, a few years ago now, actually. Again, off the back of the incredibly successful night of 10Ks, and now we formed the London 5000, which was a huge success in year one, wasn't it, Pete? I mean, it was stunning to see. The likes of Phil Sessman, Abby Donnelly were your winners on that occasion. Look at the careers they've gone on to have.
Yeah, and if my memory serves me correctly, I think Alex Shee was one of the pacemakers as well. So really showing the real big stars of British athletics wanting to get involved with this event.
Yeah, and that's the result of having a sponsor like New Balance come on board. You are going to attract their athletes. They're going to hear about it, and they're going to be interested and excited and want to give back to the grassroots. Because not long ago, Alex Yee would have been in this position. He would have just been a normal club runner developing through the age groups. By God, did he have a good junior career. But he was a lot like these out here, and he too has done his fair share of laps on Highgate. He's had some phenomenal performances over 10,000 metres on this track. But it's Cal Mills, and I think that might be Adavina up front pacing. So they go 1-2, and interesting enough, they're side by side, which is acting as a little bit more of a windbreak for those in behind.
Yeah, it does mean Hannah's just having to work a touch harder than Cal on the inside as she goes around each bend. But they're coming up to a kilometre now, so we'll get a good indication of what sort of pace they're on.
Oh yes, if you're in lane 2, ladies and gentlemen, 7 metres further a lap. Let's have a quick look. So under that gantry they go, 3:12 or so. So that's fast. They're actually moving a little bit quicker than scheduled. They are ahead of those Wavelights, and they'll slowly just settle things down. But you never know, because they could well have had a few on the start lane just say, hey, look, we know the Wavelights are set for 16:30 and 16:45. But we did identify, in fact, you identified before, didn't you, Pete? But that's quite a small margin, 16:30 to 16:45, just a second or lap, really. So I'm not surprised to see the pacemakers move a little quicker than intended.
Yeah, what actually works quite well here is if you've got pacemakers who are able to maintain their own pace just using the clock, the pacemakers can help the guys at the front of the race, and then very much the Wavelights can help those people who might not be right at the front. Back in sort of positions 10 to 15, they've still got an idea of how quickly the race is going. So actually, if you've got your traditional pacemakers at the front and then your Wavelights sort of mid-pack, it actually works quite well that everyone gets a bit of that benefit.
Yeah, without a doubt, so this front pack is just starting to whittle itself down. What was a train of sort of 10 or so athletes is now becoming 6 or 7. This is the difficult part of the race. They're approaching that first mile, clipping off, completing the first third of this one. And a few looking very, very smooth. Dan Erasmus is in there, the Oxford University student. Ed Samuel as well.
I think we've got 7 athletes in that front pack behind the 2 pacemakers in the purple. So yeah, as Matt said, those 7 just moving away ever so slightly from the rest of the field, but even the people in sort of positions 8 to 10 are still ahead of those green lights.
Yeah, that'll be the aim for them, won't it, all race long? Can they stay ahead of those green lights? So Viner just pulling off to one side. Cal Mills taking them through that mile. It's just under 5:10, so this is fast. They are on 16 minutes 7. This is very, very impressive. It's going to be some big lifetime best, because a lot of these men have gone 16:30 before, low 16, but none sub 16 minutes. Are they just getting a little excited as Cal Mills continues to stretch this field out? But he is the kind of athlete who can stay with them and help them out until probably 4.5 kilometers even. So I wonder if he will choose to do that.
Yeah, if my memory serves, I think he's run well under 15 minutes. I think he's probably closer to 14 minutes himself. So this is well within his comfort zone.
Oh, absolutely. And I know he's coming back from a few injuries here and there, but he is looking very smooth and full of running. The only thing that might hold him back is he's definitely got a few more pacing gigs later on this evening. So this won't be the only race that he paces tonight.
So he's definitely earning that post-race pint then, Matt.
Oh, he definitely, certainly is. It won't be in the pear tree, it will be on the heath instead. So Cal Mills leading, 6 or 7 men in behind him. I saw Ben Rakow of Kent, the vet 35, and another athlete looking for 16:40, 16:30 sort of ballpark figure for them, but they are well under that in race 4 here at the London 5000. And so far, everyone has finished inside the predicted time. So we have seen athletes in the previous 3 races obliterate and be well ahead of the Wavelights, and long may that continue into the evening.
Yeah, and looking at that third race, we had a nice pack in that one. after our 2 early runaway leaders, and it looks like this 4th race is going a bit more the way of the 3rd race. A pack of 5 or so athletes. Sorry, my eyes are need to get sunglasses on, I think, which is a nice problem to have.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, there's 5 in this pack. And do you know what? Cal Mills just gets a yard or 2. He just checks his shoulder to say, come on, boys, come with me. Keep this gap to a minimum. And they need 5 or 6 to get the best out of themselves over this what is going to be final 2 kilometers soon. Haven't quite hit 3K yet. That's going to be the next split we get. They're all still there. They're all on the inside, single file. And this is probably coming up for the hardest few kilometers of the race. How would you approach this, Pete, when you are in a 5K, you are getting very, very close to the red line. You're flying awfully close to the sun at this stage, aren't you? And how do you approach it? What is the best tactic now, halfway through this one?
Halfway through, I'd say try and stay relaxed, but it's much easier to say sat up here in the commentary deck than it is out on the track. But I think you've just got to, take confidence from the sessions you will have done coming into the race. And for a lot of these guys, they've raced on the track before, they'll be familiar with this sort of pace, and just try and sort of convince yourself that these laps will go and the easier laps will come. I think through the middle, you just really want to sort of wish away the laps as much as you can, and get into those final 4 laps when you go, do you know what, I've got a mile to go, this is easy now.
A mile to go, being easy. I haven't heard that one before. But anyway, Cal Mills still lead. Alfred Moyson is the man in second. The under 18 looking very, very smooth. And do you know what intrigues me is we have that junior race over 3,000, but Moyson wants to come here. He wants to experience a 12.5 lap race on the track. Under 18s don't really get the opportunity to do that. So it's great to see him there. But because of parkrun, we are starting to see that more and more, aren't we? We're starting to see more athletes, young athletes, 15, 16 years of age, attack the 5K. When we were growing up, Pete, there was no such thing. You do cross country and then you rip it over 1,500. That was about it. That was all that was on offer. Whereas now, some are even doing 10Ks and even half marathons at the age of 15, 16. Is that a good thing?
I think it's good that athletes are getting to pick those long distances when they're younger, because you look at the people who go and win these major marathons are right at the front. They're not the sort of like 30-year-old guys who've had a track career and then moved to the roads. They're now very much guys in their early 20s, 22, 23, jumping into the marathon. So I think for some it's good to have that specialisation early, but generally I would say for 95%, 99% of the public, it's actually better probably to stick to that shorter stuff, enjoy as many sports as you can, and then move up to those longer distances as you grow older.
Yeah, absolutely. So Alfred is the man in second. Alfred Moyson in second, right on the heels of Cal Mills, looking very, very good. And he's got a big gap now. I say a big gap. And he's got a gap of sort of 5 or 6 meters behind him. It's Alcardi, who is the man in second. He wears Viv 202. He's a 16:37 performer. And he's got a few on his shoulder as well. So this pack just breaking up now. They're through 3 kilometers, 5 laps to run, 4.5, shall I say. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens as well when the pacemaker drops out. And right on cue, he drops out. The guys in second and third there probably now see this as their opportunity just to get back to that leader, as he sort of thinks, oh, hang on a second, the pacemaker's gone. And, if he just eases off a couple of 100 meters, it will give a chance for those guys in second and third to get back on.
And they've done that. They've pretty much done that for me. Look, we've got a meter between each of them. And we need to see this lead exchange over the next few laps if they are going to get close to that 16-minute barrier. They've been ahead of the Wavelights. I can see Dan Erasmus, the Oxford student, in 4th, and the Wavelights are catching him, and that will just wake them up, I think. If the Wavelights do begin to claw themselves back to these guys, it will wake them up. And look at this, as I say, that Alcardi is just drifted in front. He's going to just squeeze this pace now, and patience really paying off for the likes of Alcardi. Things just change so quickly, don't they, in the 5,000. One hard lap and you just never know how you're going to respond. You go over that threshold and it becomes very hard, very, very anaerobic from a long way out.
Yeah, and I think he's done the right thing here. Is when you've got a leader who's maybe got 4 or 5 meters, and you do close that gap. Sometimes it can be great just to go straight past and just really deliver that sort of hammer blow to the former leader and push on as he's doing here.
Well, there's a few as these men power down the back stretch. There's a few coming down the home stretch. Heads are starting to bob and rock to one side. Difficult to hold your form with in the final 2 kilometers of a 5K, but Al-Qadi storming away. This is definitely a big lift in pace from him. We'll keep an eye on this lap split. It's the first time he's hit the front, and he is really making an impact. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, welcome to the London 5000. Al-Qadi with 3 laps to run in race 4 leads the way. Billy Ryan in second place wearing bib 380, and 5 seconds separates these men on lifetime best. Al-Qadi has the advantage on paper. Will it end that way?
Be interesting to see how this race goes, Matt, because although he did give himself a lead of sort of 5 or so metres, it's not really grown much over the last lap, so it'll be interesting to see if the man in second has got anything over this last kilometre or so. Well,
this is it for me. Has Al-Qadi shown all his cards? Has he laid it? Big surge. He's broken the youngster, the under 18 in third, but he has not broken. And just looking now, has he stepped off to one side? Second place, stepped off to one side. That is absolutely staggering. Billy Ryan no longer in this one. That is a shock to us. And now Al-Qadi. Good thing is Al-Qadi won't know that, so he's going to continue to press. He's going to continue to try and do damage, chase down the clock. But I would say he's got this race won. Now that Ryan has stepped off, he has a big lead on second place.
Good to know that 4 races into my commentary career, I've already developed the commentator's curse there, as I just questioned how much he had left, and then he stepped off the track.
Oh yes, it's a real thing, trust me. Been there many a time. So Al-Qadi with 2 laps to run. He's just going to go under that start-finish line gantry. I think on the next lap, we get to see the flames as we hear the bell. But Mohsin in second place. He's just started to struggle. So Daniel Rasmus getting a new lease of life. The Wavelight's just coming up onto Rasmus' shoulder. He's in third. Those Wavelights set at 16:30. Apologies, they could be the white Wavelights out there on the track that we're seeing. None of it matters for this guy, though. What a fine run. Beautiful display of distance running from Al-Qadi, who leads.
And a very different finish to the previous race, really. You know, the previous race, it all happened on that last lap. Here, we've seen a man go with, 4 or 5 laps to go and just pull away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, this is a move that's paid off. He was perfect. He was hiding. You mentioned Mo Farah right at the start of this one. Pete, you know, how you just want to hide in the pack for as long as possible, conserve that mental energy. You don't want to make any moves. And then when the time's right, when you feel good enough and you're into that final mile, then you get after it, you chase, and that's exactly what Al-Qadi's done. And he just looks as good as ever, doesn't he? There's people running slower than him further back in this one who are really struggling. And often, the faster you are, the easier you make it look.
So he's really kept his cadence up here. I think we've seen some of the earlier races, you know, people set off quite hard and then perhaps slow a little bit through the middle. I think in this race, they've really kept the pace going the whole way through.
So he powers round the bottom bend. There'll be a familiar sight for him as he's done 12 laps previously, but he'll enter the backstretch for the final time. Beautiful sunshine here at Hampstead Heath. This is race 4 of the London 5000s. And you are seeing Hamad Al-Qadi storm to victory. And on paper, he wasn't the fastest, but he's going to come away as the victor here by some margin as well. He's been prepared, he's done the hard yards, he's done the speed work, he's got the endurance. And he's brought it all together here for a very, very special occasion, and nothing is better than claiming a victory on the track. It can be a humbling experience, I'm sure, for a few out there that he is lapping. It will be a little humbling, but he'll get a lift. He'll get another lift as he enters the home straight. And the famous Hampstead Heath bank continues to get busier and busier and busier as many park up for the afternoon and into the evening. Al-Qadi is going to be our winner of race 4. What a run from him. Watch the clock, Pete. Are we going to be under the predicted time of 16:30? Yes, we are. 16:23. So another man beats the Wavelights.
He's definitely left it all out there as he's now laying down on the track in lane 4. An athlete who's worked hard and been rewarded with a great time.
And then coming down is second place, a hard-fought second place. This is Daniel Rasmus of Oxford University. 16:43 for him. Fine performance.
And that's Jules Rennick come down in third, the Highgate man. So he was in fifth or sixth, I think, for a lot of that race. So he's clearly moved well over those last 3 or 4 laps.
Josh Knight as well from Marshall Milner Keynes, well inside his lifetime best of 17:30. He was just under 17 minutes. So I think we had a whole cluster of men, didn't we? Dip inside 17 minutes on that one, which is great to see. And a few just coming up a bit short of that marker. They'll have to wait till next year. But look at what 12.5 laps of the track can do to you.
Yeah, a lot of athletes currently laying down on the track. Scene very familiar to athletics watchers when they probably more akin to watching the end of a multi-event, as you've seen the big guys run 1,500 metres. But clearly these guys worked very hard today and have been rewarded with some great times.
Yeah, it's tough for a few of these because the race just would have been that little bit too fast. You know, the Wavelights were set at a rhythm which wasn't going to aid these guys. You know, they were going to have to judge their effort, but naturally they would have got sucked into a much quicker tempo through those opening kilometres, and they're paying the price a little bit for that. But sometimes it's the luck of the draw, isn't it? You always want to be seeded in a race that you're going to feature towards the pointy end of that race.
Yeah, and I think it's still relatively early in the season, so for a lot of these guys, even if they have regularly been running on the track over the years, this might only be their first or second 5,000 on the track this year. And I think it does take, you know, sort of 3 or 4 before you really get it right. You might have been running some 5Ks on the road, but on the track it just feels that bit different.
So as those men recover and they get scraped off the track and move to one side, over on the far side, race 5 awaits. Here's the timetable for you. This is where we currently stand. 5 o'clock, we will see that next race. And then you can see that women's A race right at the bottom of the timetable there. 8:30. Megan Keith will attack that British record. It was a late decision, but an 8:28 3K during the week, I think, got her excited. She knows what she's capable of. British Championships, surprisingly enough, are next weekend. And that will obviously be a championship race for her, a tactical affair. And I think when you're in shape, sometimes you just got to go for it. And Keith is turning up here tonight to get after it and see what she can do. And I know the organisers have scrambled around to try and get those pacemakers on board effectively to try and find females quick enough to take her through in the best part of 8:45, 8:40 at 3 kilometres. Mind-boggling stuff, to be honest. And Megan Keith wouldn't be out of place in probably the men's C or B race. Just to give you a bit of context, how fast she can cover 12.5 laps.
This version feels really light and the plate's more stiff and aggressive. It's something I would want in a shoe.
The MDX spikes got that bounciness, it got the squishiness. The shoes helped me get to the top 10 in the world. I hope that best version of myself is the best ever.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. London 5000, race 5 now. And this one, could this be the first sub 16-minute performance of the day? I think it's going to take a bold winner to do that. Many in this field have broken 16. Can they do it today? 21 degrees, slight breeze here at Hampstead Heath. Who is going to be the victor of this one? Lots of Highgate athletes in this. There's going to be some serious bragging rights Tuesday night when they all get back down the track. And that's that pecking order in those training groups, I think, is going to be shuffled around a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be keeping a running score between themselves of, as you say, been racing through the cross-country season, probably a few big road races in there. I'm sure most of the guys will have a quick head-to-head.
Yeah, this is a huge opportunity for those who maybe had to suffer through the cross-country season. 12K on the mud. Now they could get their own back. For those who are blessed with a little more speed, can do some damage over the endurance. Men and women here over 5,000 meters. So we'll go through the field once we get underway. They're patiently waiting on the far side. And 16 minutes, Pete, really is a bit of a milestone, isn't it, for top domestic sort of club running. Once you get in the 15s, you carry a little bit more status when it comes to 5,000 meter running, hey?
Yeah, 15:59 just sounds so much quicker than 16:01. It may just be 2 seconds, but the second you say, what's your PB? Oh, it starts 15. So I think someone goes, oh yeah, that's moving.
Off and running here at the London 5000. This is race 5, big waterfall start. 30 or so men in this one. They will break on the home stretch. Those in the outer lanes, there'll be lots of jostling. They'll be finding their feet, finding their position, and they'll all slot in together. And it looks like the outside have got off to a slightly quicker start. Perhaps they're eager to make sure they are up front behind the pacer. And we are going to see, so far the races have been, of course, pretty strung out up until this point. And as the evening goes on, the afternoon goes on here, these races are going to become a lot closer together as the depth just increases. The spread from the fastest and the slowest athlete in the field gets smaller and smaller.
And as Matt says, we've got probably only 15 or 20 metres from the front of the race to the very back of the race. They're probably 2 or 3 abreast in the middle of that pack.
Yeah, this will be quite a unique experience for a few of these men in this field to sort of have to chop their stride and get used to running behind someone. It is a skill, isn't it? It is a skill to be able to run behind people and just stay relaxed and not worry, not be too reactive when you've got people coming up on your outside, pushing past, cutting in again, in and out. You want to avoid that constant pace change, that constant surging. So for a few of these, they just need to stay relaxed through that opening lap there. And they're about 75 seconds, so they are moving. They are well under 16-minute tempo at the moment. The lights out there, green lights at 15:50, white lights at 16:10.
Having said earlier, you don't want to be too wide and perhaps you'll be running a bit further. Sometimes early on, it can be nicer just being on the outside of lane 1. And as Matt said, when the pace of the guys on the inside are sort of stopping and starting a bit, sometimes you can just sort of sail by quite smoothly on the outside of the lane and find yourself moving up without actually having to do anything.
Lewis Thurlborn out front. He is one of the men who has broken 16 before. I say out front, he's in behind the pacemaker in that black vest. 4:01 for him. 15:54 performer on paper, and everyone finding this quite comfortable. No gaps opening up. We haven't got any subgroups forming yet. It's exactly what we want to see. We want all 30 men just snaked round this track in contact with one another. But I always think after a K or so, then you start to really see the day that people are going to have. You can often tell, can't you? Body language. They've had a chance to settle down. What's that? 2:32 through 800 meters. So bang on 76s, which is right on pace. And really there is no excuse because the pacemaker's got Wavelights to key off. He has no excuse for running too quick or too slow out there.
Yep, and we've got Felix at the front here, another Highgate youngster doing a great job, looking rather relaxed on the front of this race.
Well, Pete, a number of Highgate athletes in this one. They have come straight in numbers. Do they get discounted entry, may I ask, or do they have to pay full price like everybody else here at the London 5000?
No comment.
Well, do you know what? Many of them are out there and they've been responsible for the success of this race. Not just this race, but the night of 10Ks which came before. And unfortunately, we haven't seen it for a couple of years, but by God are we grateful that the London 5000 has filled that gap, because we just love, don't we, seeing people lap this track. 12.5 laps on this occasion, and over 5,000, which is a distance which is a lot more relatable for many. Those of you at home will, of course, experience parkrun, I have no doubt.
As we're just approaching 3 laps in, there's a slight gap forming after the front sort of 15 or so runners, and then there's certainly a second pack of about 6 or 7 guys slightly further adrift.
So this race well and truly underway. Single file out there. You mentioned that pack is just slightly adrift. They've got their own race going on. You just have to hold on to that. I always think in a 5K, Pete, correct me if I'm wrong, you have to win the battle you're in. You know, once you sort of get to halfway, no matter where you are in the field, you've got to recognize who you're up against, who you're running with, and just try and beat those around you.
Yeah, early on you might want to share the pace with them, you know, make some friends, because very much it makes it easy if you only have to spend 400 metres or so on the front rather than spending 5 or 6 laps on the front. But yeah, as the race progresses, those friendships suddenly turn to rivalries, and it's every man for himself.
So your top 3 in behind the pacemaker, Lewis Delbourne at the moment, then it's Jason Yu and Barthélemy Bosson of Highgate. 16:12 his lifetime best, and they're just packing up. It looked like we've got a few subgroups forming, just like we saw in the previous race. This camera angle doesn't often tell the story. We have a fine view right at the start finish line. 5:03, 5:04 at 4 laps, basically at the mile there. So they are under that 16-minute tempo, right on 15:50 pace, if not a little quicker actually. So they're enjoying themselves. So a little bit of time in the bank, and often you'll see the slowest split of the race will be that second mile, really, when it'll be that 2nd and 3rd kilometres before everyone starts to rally again.
Yeah, as the race progresses, that's certainly where it gets harder, you know, from sort of laps 5 or 6 up to lap sort of 10 or so. The last mile or so was easy, none of it's easy, but certainly when you get to sort of 4 laps, 3 laps, 2 laps to go, you can just sort of convince yourself you're feeling better than you might actually be feeling. It's in those middle laps where you've got to be patient that it's really quite difficult.
Josh Davies is in there, right amongst all those Highgate vests, the Royal Sutton Coalfield Athletics Club athlete, and he is a man who chases that 16-minute barrier. It eludes him a little bit. A few just checking their watch out there. Would you wear a watch for a track 5K, Pete?
Personally, I don't. Sort of, I suppose I'm believing in those marginal gains of just the weight saving, but just more on the start and not having to worry about starting your watch and just getting out there. Because, you know, the start is usually quite congested and everyone's sort of scrapping for the front, so I just usually find I don't want to be messing around trying to start my watch at the same time. But I know a lot of people who prefer having the watch, often using heart rate monitors as well, just to give themselves a bit of feedback as they're going around.
Well, yeah, do you think that feedback is beneficial? Heart rate data in a 5K track race like this? For me, you have just got to focus on what's in front of you and beat those around you.
I think the data's good when you're having a good day. You know, when you're running well and your heart rate's lower than you expect is good. And equally, when you're having a bad day, you suddenly look at your heart rate and it makes it worse. So I think it's it can be to your it can be to your advantage and sometimes not so.
Yeah, well, shouts for Boss there. In behind the pacemaker, that's clearly his nickname in these parts, is Matt Brown in the Abingdon colours, the tall, rangy athlete in behind a few Highgate vests just going across our picture in this chase pack. So we've got 2 packs forming, and I wonder how this one will play out. I think there's a few athletes a little bit cagey out there waiting for others to make that move. Pacemaker's doing a fine job up front. He's continuing to press, and you can see this pace is just starting to bite, isn't it? We're over halfway for these men. Oh, and we see a few just step off to one side. And you never know what's going through an athlete's head, but you can't help. When we watch on here, we're like, why would they have pulled off? They are very much in this race. They're in that front pack. Clearly, their legs, their lungs are screaming at them.
Yeah, I'll be honest, as the race progresses, I often tell myself I'd be easier to step off. It's very much, if you're just racing the clock and it's not going your day, it is easy to step off, but I think you certainly regret it once you do.
Yeah, you sort of have that 10, 15 seconds, and the minute that passes, you're right, you do just tell you, why did I do it? You know, that was a soft, that was an easy way out. But you learn, you live and you learn. And for many, they might have another race lined up in a week that they're saving their legs for. So 6 in this front pack at the moment. Let's have a look at the story a little bit further down the field. There we are. There's Matt Brown, I mentioned, just covering a few moves. Moving up on a few other athletes out there. Ronan Deasy, Sam Kelly, Barney Johnson, Matt Telfrey. These are the men who are right amongst it and very familiar. They've had numerous cracks of the whip. They've had numerous attempts at breaking 60 minutes, a lot of these guys, and it's yet to be done. Could this be the day?
I think we can see now that lead pack is just, I think, 4 runners and the 5th man being the pacemaker at the front. So yeah, just thinning out at the front as the pace stays on.
Yeah, pacemaker really is doing a fine job. He's using those Wavelights to the best of his ability, and he's breaking the wind. That all-important headwind is a bit naughty down this home straight, as it just sets them off course a little bit. But at this stage, for me, I'm looking at who's just worked their way through, who's been patient, who's just tucked themselves in the pack. And for me, that certainly is the Royal Sutton Coldfield athlete, Josh Davies. He's been very, very quiet. He's there in the blue, but look out for that Marshall Milton Keynes man. What a big move that is from Kian Nicholson. He looks fluid, doesn't he? Relaxed arm carriage. It often tells the story.
3K there in about 9:29, so they're operating around 15:50 pace, or 3:10 a kilometre, so they're well inside that 16 minutes.
Yeah, they are well inside 16, and those further back are just hanging on to the thought of running 16. Those white Wavelights at 16:10, a few of them are hovering, loitering at that, and they'll want a negative split this. They'll want to close hard that final kilometre, but all change in this front group. Then Pacer starting to pull off to one side, and we just have 3 here who are going to battle it out over these final few laps. And Kian Nicholson, for me, looks very, very smooth, Pete. And it's Marshall Milton Keynes in second, up against the Highgate man who leads. Do you reckon, as a Highgate runner, you feel obliged to almost put on a bit of a show for your friends and family?
I'd certainly say you want to have a good run, and you know, if you don't have a good run, there's certainly many people to remind you about it. But yeah, I think you definitely want to go out there, and it feels like, you know, on home turf, you want to try and win if you can.
Well, he's doing his absolute best to do that. Boss, as he's nicknamed here in these parts, he's still skipping along there, leading the 2 men in behind him, but Nicholson just checks back as if to say, who's still with me? When shall I strike? And there is a group just building. As they come under this finish line gantry, you can see. And so 4 or 5 of them just working together. That's great to see. Our early leader there, 4:01, Lewis Stolborn, was hungry to get after it. Back to the front of the action then, down the back stretch, and they are clinging on to those Wavelights, and this is where Nicholson now makes his move. And rightly so. I think you can't wait too long. You can't sit behind and let the laps go by. And this is where Wavelights have changed the game for me, because many years ago, without the Wavelights, Nicholson probably decides to wait there for another couple of laps, doesn't he? He bides his time and he lets the pace drop a little bit because he knows, I'm going to save a little bit more for those last few laps. But with the Wavelights there, the temptation to keep on the pace is there, and you end up squeezing from a little further out, as we're seeing.
Yeah, and I think they're just behind the green lights, if I can make those out. But I think, you know, as they're going to probably close quite hard over these last 3 laps, they'll have no problem of getting ahead of those green lights and back under that 15:50 pace.
So Nicholson leads from Boss in second place, and I mentioned Davies is the man in third who looks set to go past Boss. They just come past us under this finish line gantry, closing in on the final stages of this 5,000 here today. This is race 5 of 15, 10 more of these to come. Oh, we can't wait. A couple 3,000s actually in there, so 8 more 5,000s. Matt Brown, the tall figure, amongst those Highgate vests. But Nicholson has a commanding lead now. This is a big margin that's opening up. He's got a lovely tailwind on the backstretch, which you've got to use. You sometimes have to be cute. You have to be very aware of the conditions, and he is, as he heads into that crosswind, headwind on this top bend.
I think that was 4K in around about 12:42, 43, so dropped off ever so slightly in that kilometre, but I suppose that's to be expected as the pacemaker drops out, and as we said, that 4th kilometre is usually the hardest.
Well, the 16:21 lifetime best. He's heading to obliterate that. All he needs is a 3:18 final kilometre or 3:17 final kilometre, and he'll be inside that mark. The lights are just slipping away from him. He'll have lap runners to hawk at, to hunt down now. But would you look at this? Look at Josh Davies in second. This race is not over. It is fine margins, isn't it? It's all about judgment from this stage. 2 laps to run, and Davies definitely is closing that gap on Nicholson out front.
A quick shout out to Louis Shingles, who's just being passed here by our leader. He may be in the Highgate vest, but he currently resides in North Wales, so he's made the long journey down here for this race to be a part of this atmosphere.
That is what these meetings are about. That's what these races do. They bring people from all over the UK down to one central location here in London. And it is the iconic Hampstead Heath in the shadow of the famed cross-country circuit that happens just to our left. So now Nicholson from Davies, and this is contact with 600 metres to run, Pete.
Yeah, he's rallied here well, Davies, and he's very much getting up on that shoulder of our leader. It'll be interesting to see how this last 500 goes.
Look, Davies is going to have the momentum. Nicholson's going to have the stuffing knocked out of him if Davies comes past with a lap to run. It was a bold move from Nicholson, and I mentioned about the temptation to go with the Wavelights, to perhaps run a little quicker than you would like on those closing few laps because you're worried about slipping, the pace dropping. But Davies was patient. He waited, he bided his time, and now he surges past Nicholson, and that is a nail in the coffin for Nicholson, and he's going to have a job holding on for second place, looking at his form, his body language at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's 3:81 here, Julian Summit, who's come from further back in the field now. He's up into third, and he might be catching our previous leader. So he's moving well over these last few laps.
Hey, look, Summit's a man who's broken 16 minutes before, and he's going to be very familiar with what it takes, and he would have learned a few lessons in the road to breaking 16, and he is showcasing them here today over this final lap. But one man who is just dominant at the moment is Josh Davies. He came here with one task, and that was to break 16 minutes, and look how he's closed up on those Wavelights. He knew not to squeeze it too early. He didn't cover the move of Nicholson. He waited and waited, and then striked when the time was right over this last 600 metres. There's a lap ago, he took the lead, ladies and gentlemen, and now he is going to win race 5 convincingly. Josh Davies of Sutton Coldfield Athletic Club. Watch the clock, he's going to be well under 16 minutes. A lifetime best is going to be there, and 15:50, well, pretty much bang on the Wavelights. Nicholson seems unfazed by the fact he's lost that one because he's also broken 16 minutes.
Be really interesting to see back on those splits how quickly Julian Summit run those last 2 or 3 laps, because he was probably the fastest man in the field over that last kilometre.
Yeah, he was, and maybe he did misjudge it a little bit. He'll look back and reflect. Live results, ladies and gentlemen, on open track, and you can even look at the splits as well. There's lap splits on open track for these side, and there's Cal Gordon. I mean, special shout out to Cal Gordon. That is the meet director right there in the high vis. What a meet that he put on last year, and by God are we grateful that it's back for year 2.
Great to see a lot of very big finishes from all these guys in this field. They're very much giving it their 100%, and as the last race, we are seeing people collapsing down across that finish line, hopefully pleased with their time from today.
There's Luke Willett of Ealing South of Middlesex, just coming across the line there as well. Professional speed golfer, puts his 5k talents to good use on the golf course as well.
Don't know about you, Matt. I think I'd be all right at the running, but not so much at the golf.
I've got no patience with golf. But he certainly does. 420, look out for him. I don't want to speak out of line here, but I think he is the world champion speed golfer, or certainly close to it. There is such a thing, and Luke Willett is the man to go to. So we are, final finisher of race 5 coming across the line. As we continue to build towards the business end of the London 5000. Those elite races, elite women off at 8:30, elite men off at 9 o'clock. They'll be chasing European marks, they'll be chasing Commonwealth standards, and they might even be chasing British records. You heard that right. Megan Keith is in town, ladies and gentlemen, and will be going after that British record after that fantastic 8:28 on Wednesday night out in Oslo. She decided, I need to capitalize on this shape and get myself to London ASAP.
This version feels really light and the plate's more stiff and aggressive. It's something I would want in a shoe.
The MDX spikes got that bounciness, it got the squishiness. The shoes helped me get to the top 10 in the world. I hope that best version of myself is the best ever.
Yeah, both of you guys. Have you not seen the snap perfect guy over there? So P 1530 up 1530 going to 3
Well, the next race on the track is race 6. We have 7 open races, if you like, before we get to those elite races and those junior 3000s. Here we go. So then off and away, race 6. We're coming up for about halfway through. We've been on air for a couple of hours now. If you missed any action and you want to go back and watch the earlier races, please do. You can rewind on the stream here. Courtesy of Sports Shoes and New Balance, the headline title sponsors. And without them, we probably wouldn't have the London 5000, at least not to the level it is and the stature that we have here at Hampstead Heath, the famed Hampstead Heath, and the iconic location where the Highgate Harriers get to train week in, week out. A beautiful spot in North London, and it really is a hub of endurance running across the city. So Pete, everyone files in. There's 31 of them in this one as they just settle down and find themselves on those Wavelights, tuck in behind the pacemaker. 15:30 and 15:40 are the times the Wavelights will be set at.
Glad, Matt, we've both got one guy we can both cheer on, Henry Coop, who's in this as a Oxford and a Highgate man. So special shout out to Henry.
Yeah, tall, rangy figure. Certainly enjoys his running, going from strength to strength. And he'll be looking at that 15:30 as a very exciting mark. He comes in pretty good shape, lifetime best of 15:37. So certainly someone who will be attacking that 15:30 a bit ahead of this race, providing all goes well for him. It is so difficult, isn't it, to get it right on the day. A lot of things have to come together in the 5000 to get it right. And you were talking off air before we started, Pete, actually about that range that many athletes have. Yes, okay, at their best, they might run a lifetime best, but still they could be in that sort of shape and run 10, 15 seconds slower.
Yeah, I think the range can be as much as 20 seconds, maybe even 25 seconds. You know, if you have a good race in perfect conditions, you know, you could maybe run a PB, and then a week later you're still in the same shape and suddenly run 20 seconds slower and think, you know, what went wrong. But as we said, you know, today it's a bit blustery here. You know, you might misjudge the early first kilometre or two, and all of a sudden, you know, that unravels quite quickly later in the race.
Yeah, often on the road it's a little easier to pace, and you often have a little help later on in the race. You get to 4 kilometers and things aren't as broken up, because on the road it's just plain and simply more participants in the race. More people around you. You can be in a train of 50 people as opposed to 2 or 3, and so you tend to get carried through the crucial part of the race on the road, and that's what makes track 5,000 meter running a whole different experience.
Yeah, we're just over 2 laps in here, and we do just have one big pack, which is what we like to see, and hopefully the guys can work off each other and run some quick times today.
Yeah, as the races go on into the afternoon, that's what we expect. That gap between the fastest athlete in the field and the slowest athlete in the field tends to shrink. And for me, Pete, this is the core of club distance running. It is everyone between 14:30 and 15:30. This is where we just have an absolute onslaught of men, don't we, in and around that rhythm. You think up and down the country, how many clubs have athletes who are right on the cusp of 15 minutes? It's just thousands of them. And this is a very small percentage of men who can operate at that level here today at the London 5000, and we'll see them over the next couple of races as well.
Yep, and as we're approaching 3 laps in, we'll try and get a split and see what sort of pace they're running at the moment. So that looks to be around about 340, 341. So what's that? That's sort of 73.5, 74s. So 74s would get you 15:25. So by my loose maths, they're a little bit inside that 15:30 pace, but as we've seen from earlier races, the first kilometre tends to be a bit quicker. They'll settle down and then hopefully rally again later on.
They certainly will do that once that pacer pulls off to one side, perhaps. So coming up to 3.5 laps, as you mentioned, still one large pack at the moment. We should shout out a few in this. Aidan Lennon, Southampton athletes. I'm just looking to see if I can spot him. He is much quicker than the 15:30 he put down on paper to get into this one. And he's run a very, very swift, low 30-minute 10K. But this is the beauty of racing. You're not always at your best, and sometimes you just have to rip the band-aid off, enter a slightly slower heat, and just get out there and experience 5K on the track again before you go and really crack the whip and shoot for a PB.
Yeah, and it's just worth mentioning Will Green here, who's currently tucked in perfectly behind the pacemaker. He is an M50, which means he's 50 to 54 in that bracket, and he's very much mixing it here with much younger guys, and he's a very, very talented 50-plus athlete.
Yeah, when you look at the vets, they just have heaps of experience, aren't they? They rarely misjudge a race because they're just so used to, he's got 20, 30 years of racing in his legs. He knows what he's capable of. He'll know the sessions he's got to do to get in shape, and he'll know the ones that predict what he can go and run. So looking at him in the serpentine colours, here he is. This is a bold move coming up on the outside. Now hits the front. This is aggressive from here. I talk about that judgment. This is bold, because this should be well under PB tempo if he's to keep it going.
Yeah, and if you can see the lights on the live stream, there are some blue lights just ahead of the green lights. The blue lights are, I think, designed for the pacemakers, so they can sit on those blue lights, and the main pack will be on those green lights. So that will be, you can see those blue lights. I appreciate it. It's lovely and sunny here, so it's more difficult to pick them out.
Yeah, and the only man to follow him, Green, out front, is Ben Stockill of Western Tempo, that orange vest, and that is a newly formed club. Only in the last sort of 5 or 6 years have we seen Western Tempo athletes come really to the fore in the top of the ranks in distance running, and noticeably they're probably most famous athlete, Jacob Can. Phenomenal runner, ran here last year, 13:29 man over 5,000, just outside the medals at the British Championships. The GB International over cross country, and Dave Newport is the man responsible for Western Tempo. He's done a brilliant job. They do base themselves in and around the Cheltenham area. Men and women group up. It's a bit of a spin-off club from Cheltenham Harriers, which Dave Newport was associated with for a long time. And so anyone in that orange vest has an affiliation with him, and they really are a club that are starting to challenge, dare I say it, Pete, the likes of Highgate at the road relays.
Yep, they've very much been up there in recent years. Obviously, when you've got Jacob Can in your team, you've always got a chance. And it's good to see his club mates. I don't know if he has travelled up, but if he has travelled up from Cheltenham, it's a long old way. And clearly, as we said earlier, this race attracting talent from across the UK.
Yeah, this is this move that Green and Stockill have made to go beyond the pacemaker is a little bit of a headache for a few others in this race, because it's asking questions of the rest of them a little bit further back. And do you know what, Pete? It looks like it's forcing many of them to just run a bit quicker than they'd like. I think there's a fair few men in this field that would rather start 15:40, 15:45 tempo and work down to 15:30 rather than coming it from the other way, which is shoot for 15:20 and fade to 15:40.
Yeah, we've got our two leaders, then the pacemaker with a couple more tucked in behind, and then there's a much bigger pack of what looks to be 8 or 9 runners with, you know, another 5 or 6 just off of that. So, you know, it could be that the winner of this race ends up coming from one of those packs, depending on how well these early leaders can hold this.
Yeah, we saw this a little bit earlier on in the afternoon. I've never understood it, really. They've gone ahead of the pacemaker only to act as a pacemaker. And they could just be a little bit more patient, sit there. And this is why I just think the Wavelights sometimes are just not very helpful, because it's forced them to go, oh, I can see the Wavelights are moving away. I'm going to try and sit on them and hang on to them. But you're 8 minutes into the 5K. You've just got to relax. You know, so often those who are patient are repaid and they're able to rally. We've seen the last couple of races. We saw Davies in that previous race, the moves he's made. And now look what's happening. Pacemaker's now just drifting up onto their shoulder and he's going to go round them. And I just can't help but think the likes of Green had just wasted energy over the last 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how deep this pacemaker goes into this race, because we are 7 laps in. Most pacemakers have been going to at least 3K, possibly up to 4K. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get back onto the front and whether these guys will let him back onto the front.
Yeah, they seem pretty persistent, don't they? They seem like they want to lead the way for as long as possible, do it the hard way, but the pace is now just round them. Green slots in behind, Stockill there, and we've only got 2 other men really in this pack. You see those famous City of Norwich guys. Ed Whiting is another man who's just broken 15:30 before his lifetime best, just inside that milestone of 15:20. So it looks like we have 3 athletes in this one, and now the pacemaker steps off. So that is a bit of a shame for Green. He probably would have welcomed the pace of drifting round, and now he steps off. Henry Coop coming through. You can see there in the shades, in the Highgate colours, looking very smooth. So things starting to bunch up, Pete, a bit further back.
Yeah, we've got our front 3 that are just clear, then another 4, and then, yeah, very much a big pack of runners. And, you know, as we saw in the previous race, if you're feeling good over those last 3 laps, you can come from a long way back and catch those early leaders.
So Will Green, the oldest in the field. There's a few under 18s in here. We mentioned before how we're starting to see it more and more, aren't we? These under 18s, 15, 16-year-olds attack 5,000s. Common distance for them at their age is 3,000 meters. But thanks to Parkrun, I think it's enticing them into the longer distances earlier on in their athletic career. Nothing wrong with that. So Green leads from Stockill there, from Whiting in 3rd.
Looks like now they're just slipping behind those green lights. So those green lights set at 15:30, so it's roughly 74 and a halves, and they're just dropping off those, as we might expect when the pacemaker drops. It, you know, ends up being a lap or 2 of people going, oh, you know, can I push on now? Is it a little bit early? And that hesitation can sometimes see you just drop off those lights a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just starting to see for the first time a few athletes just looking to close up that gap. Sort of Swindon Harrier vest in 4th place. You can see it just come around that bend, just bridging that gap between them. But still Green out front. Stockill's done a fine job in sitting in 2nd place, but this gap is starting to open up now. And credit to Green, because he was brave early on to go to the front and move ahead of the pacemaker and keep that pace on. I felt he should have just been a little more patient, but that move, the way he's grinded down, and he took Stockill with him, in all fairness. So Stockill had to suffer through the same quicker laps in that early part of the race, so he too is starting to pay the price. Green leads then, coming to the business end of the 6th race here at the London 5000.
Yeah, sometimes, Matt, I think it may look a little bit strange going ahead of the pacemaker, but sometimes if you feel good, you might just want to get out there and get a bit of fresh air, because you know, it's difficult to see from our position, but you might have people clipping your heels from behind, or you might be tripping over the pacemaker yourself. So sometimes it does just feel a little bit more fluent, I suppose, if you're getting out and just get that fresh air.
Stockill now talking to pacemakers, effectively acting as one for that chase group. Isaac McAdam is the man from the Swindon Harriers who is just bridging that gap. He's on the back of Whiting of the city of Norwich, and he looks very, very good. He looks good enough to start to bridge that gap to Green. He hasn't got long. He might run out of room. He might run out of track as we just approach what is going to be the final kilometre. So keep an eye on the clock. This is going to be the 4 kilometre split. You could see the lights just edging away of Green. They're set at 15:30, 12:25-ish, Pete, at 4K.
Yeah, I think if he can close well over these last 500 or 600 metres, I mean, for now, it'll be keep it steady, keep the pace going. And yeah, when you get into that last 500 or 600, if he can rally, you know, I could see him running a 3:05 and getting under that 15:30 mark.
He's certainly going to have to rally. For me, McAdam is now coming up on the front of that chase group and looking very good. Eyes on Green though. He's all out on his own. He won't be collecting any water at this stage, not with 2 laps to go in the 5K. You can see his head just starting to rock. The chase group, that's a lap runner they're about to take there. Pete, correct me if I'm wrong, but that is a big move. If that is not a lap runner, come out of nowhere up on the shoulder. We're just following the scenes that you are as well. It could well be Sam Clayton. He has on paper, he does have the ability to win this one. So I think Sam Clayton is very much in this. He's used McAdam to pull it back to the group, and then he slingshot round the Swindon Harrier to close that gap. And now look at this. It's a huge couple of laps from Clayton. He's going to be up on the shoulder of Green before you know it.
I think as we've seen in previous races, you know, it could be quite tight for those first 4 kilometres or so, and this last kilometre you can see huge gaps developing and equally huge gaps being closed. So it'll be interesting to see as we approach the last 500 metres here how this one plays out.
Oh, he's in shot, isn't he? And it's going to be a long run for home for Green. I wonder if he even knows his friends, his family out there on the course, perhaps just giving him their heads up. But Clayton is getting all the feedback he needs in second. He can see Green is rocking the shoulders. There's the first look back from him. Lap to run then. Clayton in contact as they come under the gantry. They pass the flames here at the famous Highgate. You are here watching the London 5000, and we are in the closing stages of race 6.
Yeah, I think it was 14:18 at the bell there for our leader, so they should go well under 15:30 with a fast last lap here.
Oh, he's going to do that. I mean, I told you, I spoke about patience in the early part of this race. Clayton had more than any of us. Green was attacking, he was aggressive early, and Clayton's going to pull these lights back in. That's now what he's hunting, that's what he's focusing on. He's at the head of the field, there's no one else in front of him, bar a few lap runners to target. There's a slight headwind he'll have to cut through over on the top bend, but what a kick, what a finish. So much so we almost confused him for a lap runner because he has come out of nowhere in this one. So 100 metres to run for Sam Clayton. His lifetime best of 50:30 is under threat. He's going to be under that. He's ahead of the Wavelight. He's pulling away from Green in second, who, do you know what, has stuck in his task to bet 50. It's a fine run from him. He won't win, but he might get a lifetime best. Watch the clock. Clayton is our victor in this one. 15:25. Boy, did he look good doing it.
Yeah, and a big finish now. Big battle here for third. Who's going to get it? Oh, it's the Highgate man.
Well, that Highgate vest has been amongst the podium on many an occasion here today. And look, McAdam actually, Isaac McAdam of Swindon just fading back. He helped Clayton. Clayton owes him a beer after because he did bridge that gap at a crucial time in the race. How many sub-16? We're going to get a little flurry of men just inside that milestone. 15:59 for Henry Cooper and others there. So some good battles a bit further back as well, Pete.
Yes, there's a huge battle coming down the home straight here as the three of them are all. Who's your money on, Matt?
Oh, it's going to be, you might recognise that man in yellow. That's the Dental athlete, as so is his name on Instagram at least. Showing his class, showing he's got wheels.
Well, maybe I'm showing my age here, but I don't recognise him just yet.
Pete, you need to get on Instagram. You're clearly not following the influencer scene, the Runfluencer world, I should say. Wow, well, can you believe it? One more open race to come before we have those elite races. We've got the elite women's C race, B race, and A race. They'll feed into that. There's a few results from earlier on. This was race 5. Josh Davies, 15:48. Wouldn't have been out of place in race 6 there. And it was all changed, wasn't it? You mentioned Sammett's close for second, 15:52. Nicholson led for, well, the best part of that closing kilometre, only to be taken with 300 metres to run.
This version feels really light and the plate's more stiff and aggressive. It's something I would want in a shoe.
MDX spikes got that bounciness, it got the squishiness. The shoes helped me get to the top 10 in the world. I hope that best version of myself is the best ever.
I can. Yeah. No way. Yeah, in a week. In a week. Is that it? Yeah, fuck it, I did it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the London 5000. This is Matt Seddon, joined alongside Highgate Harrier member Pete Chambers. And this is race 7 in, off and underway. And they were waterfall start, ease themselves round that top bend. I say ease, Pete, things are hotting up. We're getting fast out here. We're getting closer and closer to 15 minutes, which is a bit of a symbol of top flight domestic racing. Everyone knows how hard that is. Stringing 3-minute Ks back to back. That's the crucial speed, isn't it? And for all these men, I mean, the pace, the Wavelight's going to be right on 15. So will we see someone break that mark? No one yet to have done it in this field, so it would be a first for many of them. Pacemaker Cal Mills straight to the front. We've seen him once before today. He's doing a good job out there at the moment through this opening 200 meters. But Pete, talk about the impact of this event on just the distance running scene here in the UK. We saw how the night of 10Ks really lifted and sparked and inspired so many to take on the brutal challenge of 25 laps of the track, but we've started to see that trickle down into 5K racing as well.
Yeah, I think we've got some great events. I mean, we've got Comeback 5000 at the end of May. It's always a good one. We've got London 5000. Shout out to Ben Node, who does the Wimbledon 5000 in early August as well. And they're just great opportunities to get out there and for the fans to enjoy it as well. I think the idea, like, probably 10, 12 years ago, the idea of fans getting on the track, the officials will tell you that's not allowed, it's not part of the rules, but they've changed them and they've just allowed the fans to get closer and really enjoy it. And I found when I've raced in those sort of races, you just get so much more from the crowd that it really helps you, especially later on when you're struggling.
Yeah, and in its event which sets itself up to invite your friends and family, and that is what you lot at Highgate, Ben Pochi, Ben Node, and now Cal Gordon, who is taking that baton forward here by setting up the London 5000. You've echoed, you've shown people how races should be put on. And do you know what, to be fair to you, there has been racers who have tried to copy, tried to emulate what you guys do here at Highgate, and they haven't had the same success. And I think one of the reasons for that is just the location here in London. I mean, Hampstead Heath is an iconic, historic place for distance running, and the stature of Highgate Harriers, you mentioned before, you've got over 700 members alone, so all you got to do is churn out your club here and it soon fills up.
Yeah, there are a lot of Highgate people out today, a lot of them wearing those high-vis vests. You'll see them dotting backwards and forwards onto the infield, helping the athletes out, doing all sorts. So yeah, it's a real big club effort. There'll be some officials out there as well. A lot of them are Highgate officials too. And yeah, it is a real club effort to put on these kind of events, but you do need your inspirational leaders like Ben Bocci and Cal Gordon to really sort of bring out the people.
Yeah, coming up of completion of the opening kilometre in this one. We all know what 15 minutes equals. It's 3-minute kilometres. And Cal Mills still leads, as we expect he would, the pacemaker. But that's Dan Taylor, by the way, 3:97, who is in second place, just tucked in behind him, just looking very, very patient and smooth. In the Havering vest at the moment. It's more Beth colours. You talk about athletes travelling all over the country. There is the Morpeth athlete in third place. You can see those hoops. Matt Walton, 15:13 performer, seems keen to get right on it today.
Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly sure Morpeth is north of Durham, so it is a very long way, pretty much getting up close to the border with Scotland, so it's a long way to come if he has travelled down for the race today.
But worth it, and that's what he would have told himself when he probably fronted up a fair bit of cash for that train ticket. Obviously the race entry as well, because not only does he get a chance to compete here, get after a lifetime best, but he also gets to sit back and enjoy some of the elite action, which will come a little later on in the day. And I think that's what attracts so many as well. It's not just about them, but they can be a fan of the sport once they're finished.
Yeah, we've got a lead pack here, around about 7 athletes tucked in behind the pacemaker, and then a second pack with the Highgate boys leading in front of that second pack.
James Stewart, apologies, is the man in second from Havering AC. 15:07 his lifetime best. In behind him is Walton of Morpeth, as we mentioned. And you're right, we've got 5 or 6 there who are happy enough to run with this. What's the mile split going to be? They were bang on 3-minute kilometres. They should be 4:48. Pete, you're probably still working miles, do you? What are they working at down at Highgate? Is it kilometres or miles? The age-old debate, eh?
I'm a miles man, but I know there's a lot of people working kilometres. I think if you've got a tough race, it's nicer to work in kilometres because you can tick them off much quicker. You know, just mentally you can just count them down, what feels like faster. But yeah, got a bit of both.
Yeah, and I think these men will be working in laps, really, won't they? For the most part, they'll know what lap splits they've got to hit. At the moment, it's just a case of sitting on those Wavelights. Interested to see, that's Rafe Mann, who's just drifting himself out. He wears 324. He's the only one who's sort of content enough to sit in lane 2 there, and you end up, or at the outside of lane 1, I should say, and 0.5, and he's just on the shoulder. He can't quite find a bit of space to tuck in, and so he is getting the full brunt of the wind down the home stretch. As we see this, those images tell us a good story of how this race is playing out.
So we're getting down up towards the 2 kilometre mark here, so we'll just keep an eye out for the split. So easy one for the maths, this one. It should be 6 minutes if they're at that 15-minute tempo, and they look to be pretty much bang on 6 minutes.
Yeah, easy done. I mentioned before, with the Wavelights, the addition of Wavelights does make life easy for the pacer. They haven't got to think too much. They haven't got to know their rhythm. They can trust the lights. But they do just act as that windbreak, don't they? That just support, and they just put everyone at ease. You know, no one's looking at one another, seeing who's going to take this race up. They could just relax. They can buy the time. They can sit in behind the pacer and switch off mentally. So Cal Mills just checking his shoulder. Is he about to move to one side, or was he just getting clipped from behind there? So still, the likes of James Stewart right in behind him. Matthew Walton, Rafe Mann's in there as well. And Max Utley is a man we haven't really mentioned. Wears 4:09, just starting to drift back in this group. But he is a youngster, still just an under 18, which is phenomenal running. The fact he's right up on 15-minute tempo as an under 18, huge milestone.
So yeah, we've got a front pack of, still looks to be about 8 athletes, I think, if I'm counting correctly. And then a second pack, I think that's Seb Gary on the front of that second pack for Highgate.
So lapping perfectly, and I wonder if the winner's going to come from this front pack or if it's going to come from a little further back. We've seen some huge moves. I mean, that of Clayton on the previous race was just phenomenal, and he came out of nowhere, and he was just patient enough. The difficult part these men are going to have is as soon as Mills drops out, they're on their own. And I mentioned the lights just keep you pressing. They tempt you into just running hard through that 4th kilometre. And those who are able to switch off and relax that 4th kilometre often come with a vicious close. And that's what we saw from Clayton. So I wonder where the winner is going to come from. Here's a gap opening then. You can see Stewart and Walton just hanging on to Mills. Stewart does look to be working hard, and as I say that, Walton, you just see looking up, get up on his shoulder, move around, cover that gap, make the most of Mills for as long as possible. Rafe Mann moving up as well. There's a Gateshead vest in there too. All to run for. So Pete, psychologically, when these gaps open up at this stage in the race, you've been here. How do you cope? What will be going through these men's head?
I always try and think back to what I started the race aiming to do. You know, the gaps might be opening up, but if you're still running those lap splits as you planned, you just have to tell yourself, you know, look, I'm doing a good job. This is what I came here to do. And just try and focus on that. And especially with those Wavelights, if they are at the pace you're aiming for, just focus on that. And this probably contradicts what we said earlier about racing other people, but, you know, just try and lock in on what you can control, which is yourself and your output.
Yeah, I think it's what's so difficult about track racing is in the road it's easy to block out the noise, but on the track you're at the mercy of the guys out front, the men and the women around you. You're at their mercy, and you sort of end up running to the beat of their drum. So Walton leads. He's got a decent lead at the moment, but I tell you what, they're starting to close in behind, aren't they? And Andrew Mulhill, Gateshead Harrier, looks very, very good. Body language relaxed.
Yeah, I think our leader was just about 9:01, maybe 9:02, so it slowed ever so slightly in that 3rd kilometre there with about 3:01, 3:02.
Hey, Frederick Roden. There's a man probably unknown to many. He's in 2nd place, out there on his own. Knows that this is the moment. He's got to gap up onto Walton, otherwise he's going to run away into the beautiful Hampstead Heath sun as he comes down the home stretch. But big, bold move from Roden. Didn't want to hang around, didn't want to let the likes of Stewart and Mann help him out and work together as a group. Mulhill as well of Gateshead back in 5th place. So we have 2 men clear, and then we have a group of 5 or 6. Look out for your club mates, perhaps even your training partners as they come through shot. They're over the 200-meter mark. Meanwhile, Walton is just coming under the finish line. Actually 10-15 there. Still, the Wavelight's just slipping away. Look at Roden's move. He's eating him up. Rafe Mann now in 3rd.
So we're just under 4 laps to go. This really is where it's difficult to keep on that pace that you might have been setting early on. I think you can see the Wavelight's just getting away from our leader, but he's doing a pretty good job of sticking to that 15-minute tempo.
Yeah, I tell you what, a few of these men are getting a lesson in what hard work is out there if they don't know already, because there are a few suffering who have been sucked into that early pace. Walton just looking so smooth, and that gap is not closing, is it? And this is Rafe Mann, by the way, just coming through picture. And Stewart, the early leader. Mulhall of Gateshead coming through in their colours. The white vest with the red block, if you like, on the top of it. But Walton just easing through that headwind once again. And now he'll just be counting down the laps. He's really got to push. For me, you can't show any signs of weakness at this stage in the race. You have to almost bluff it, because if he shows any signs of weakness, Roden's going to be onto him. You know, that's going to be the lift that Roden needs, the motivation he needs. So you just need to keep that gap to this and start to put the man in 2nd off the idea of closing up.
I wonder here if we'll get anyone emerging from this pack for the big last kilometre. We've had it in the last couple of races. Someone, you know, sitting there and just sort of biding their time, then really finishing hard as the other bodies in front of them tire. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone can push on from this sort of group of 5 or 6 back in sort of like 3rd place.
Still a lot of running left, as we know. This is going to be the 4-kilometre split. We've seen gaps of this margin close before. Matthew Walton of Morpeth, 12:05, so sub 15 is on the cards. No one in this field has broken that elusive barrier yet. Could this be the day today? Roden's lifetime best of 15:24 is heavily under threat. He's the man in 2nd. Look at this packed cluster of men really working together. Further back as well, it's all changed. Rafe Mann is in 3rd. He too started to give chase to Roden. So they're coming out of 2 laps to run. Walton of Morpeth is just being hunted. Predator and prey out there on the track.
Is the gap closing? I think it isn't closing. It's not getting any bigger. It's probably no more than 15 or 20 metres. You can see him.
Oh, this is closing. This is closing for me. And it's going to be now about, is Walton just coming off the gas a little bit because he knows that I'm going to be caught. That's inevitable. How do I respond? Because I tell you what, if Roden gets up onto him and Walton responds, slots in behind him and just is patient and waits and strikes again with 100, 150, 200 to go, he can still win this. It is not over. If Roden does get onto him and make contact, this race is not over. It's how you respond. And Pete, so often in distance running, you do have to have a good poker face, don't you? You have to be able to bluff, put the other man off.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone going to be feeling this good at this point in the race. You know, if you've only got less than 2 laps to go, you're never going to feel fresh. But as I said, sometimes you do have to just bluff your opposition and hope that they just lose hope.
Well, Roden certainly won't be losing hope. He's got nothing but hope. He's clinged on to that over the last couple laps. And look at the margin now. That definitely is contact. What's going to happen? How is this going to play out? This is going to be the bell lap. They are just under 14 minutes as they go under. So 15 minutes is going to be a tall order. It would take a 60-second lap to close. Here's Rafe Mann. Stewart, the long-time leader, in behind Cal Mills, and the Highgate Harry as well drifting around. This is a great move from him in 3rd. And now here's the duel at the head of the race. Roden decides that 300 metres is the moment to strike as he passes that hammer cage. And this is what he said Walton needs to do. He needs to just hang on, tuck him behind Pete.
Yeah, he's reacted well to the move and he's just stayed right behind him. So it'll be interesting to see over this last 200 metres if he can get back past him.
If you're Roden, this is exactly what you didn't want to happen. you had in your head, you visualize, you would ease past Walton and you would get a gap, you would get 5 yards, then 10 yards, then 20 yards. But that hasn't happened at all. And Walton has hung on to him. This is phenomenal running. And at this stage, you're kind of willing Walton on to win this because he led for so long. It's cruel of him to lose out. And this is the London 5000. This is what we come to see time and time again. Matthew Walton of Morpeth Harriers, ladies and gentlemen. An incredible distance program up there is going to win. 15:08 on the clock. And Roden, after the hard work, led for just a couple hundred meters, comes across the line in second.
That was a great battle over those last 3 or 4 laps, wasn't it? It was a real Willie, won't he, Willie catch him up. So, another one for the fans. We've had a couple of early runaway leaders, we've had some, late emergers from the pack, and there we just had a sort of head-to-head at the front for those last 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, Raithman, Stewart, they had a good duel as well, those who were in that front pack for a long, long time. 15-20 odd for them today. So, unfortunately, that's the first race that hasn't run quicker than schedule. We hope it's just a blip in the program, Pete. But credit to all of those men. I mean, none of them have broken 15 coming in, and they got very, very close here today.
Something I would want in a shoe.
The MDX spikes got that bounciness, it got the squishiness. The shoes helped me get to the top 10 in the world. I hope that best version of myself is the best ever.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the London 5000, and many of you haven't gone anywhere, so if you have, I hope you're sitting comfortably. The next race on the track is the women's C race, and we're looking for sub 19. And Pete, joined by Pete Chambers here, Highgate Harriers member, low 14-minute runner of 5,000 himself. I mean, it's terrific to see that we do have these female-only races because we know the implications it can have on qualifying marks and actually legal marks for World Athletics. A lot of mixed races just do not count, unfortunately, for women. So good that here at the London 5000 they have adopted these female-only races.
And I think it's good for the sport as well that there are separate women's races. I think it's it can be quite daunting if you're amongst a big load of men trying to push you out the way at the start. It's good to have a women's only race, and they can as Matt said, they can achieve standards and times, and their PBs sort of officially count.
Yeah, it's crucial on the track, really, for them, and they can be competitive. They can shoot for that win. So then, we'll have a look at a few of them in here. I mean, it was labelled there on screen as a sub 19-minute race. I can tell you what, they're going to be much faster than that. Wavelight's at 17:35 and 18 minutes. The green light's at 17:35. White light's at 18 minutes. And many of these women are right on the cusp of 17:30. Emma Gordon of Belgrade is certainly going to be one to watch. Comes into this with a 17:46 best. Laura Goodson, Eloise Davies, Maya Hodgson, Jacqueline Penn, Morley. They're all athletes who have broken that 18-minute mark. Ailith Bell as well of Leeds City. Sub 18 minutes, just inside that mark with a lifetime best of 17:59.
Got a slightly smaller field for this one, so 22 athletes down on paper. We'll yet to see how many start, but we'll have sort of around that 20 or so in the field.
So Peters, these women, oh well, actually we'll just recap the results there. Matt Walton, mentioned him, what a run, rallied on that last lap, didn't just fold when Roden came past him, pushed on for the win. 15:07 from him, Roden 15:08. And Seb Gary there, 15:13. Rafe Mann having to settle for fourth.
And as Matt said earlier, the results are up on Open Track as we speak. So if you've got friends or family in these races and you didn't quite catch them on the live stream, if you head over to Open Track, you can see how they got on.
Live results and splits as well for the running nerds amongst us. Well, off they go then. This is the women's 5,000 meter C race in just one start. Not a waterfall start on this one. Hannah Vine is going to pace them early on, and this is an aggressive move already, isn't it? We're going to see some big gaps open up in just lap one. So will these athletes pay the price for getting out so hot? But a little easier for these women just to negotiate that top end, actually. And next could well be Emma Gordon. I sort of identified her pre-race as certainly one to watch. Wears bib 107. Abigail Horn as well in Victories Kent, 17:54. Her lifetime best. They cruise themselves around this opening 200 meters, and that is Maya Hodgson, actually, the Cambridge and Coleridge athlete, looking very smooth. Decided she wants to go right in behind the pacemaker, and look, despite 17:44 lifetime best, sometimes, Pete, when you're in shape, you're hungry and you're ready to get after it, and you can, a 5K is a distance where you can really knock serious chunks off a mark if you get the right race.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, for a lot of athletes today, it might be their first 5,000 of the year. So if you've had a good winter, you can come into a race like this and take huge chunks off your PB, especially if you've got confidence from racing well over the road of 5Ks and 10Ks. You can get on the track and suddenly, you know, take 30, 40 seconds off in just one race.
Absolutely. So it's Hodgson who's just relinquishing second place now as a few of the athletes just drift by, and that's Emma Gordon, who's just started to show herself as one of the prominent figures in this race, and certainly an athlete to watch, and they are absolutely motoring. Viner, the pace has got her work cut out. The lights still haven't even caught up with these women. You could just see them to the back of shot there. Blue and green lights. The blue lights, by the way, are meant to be for the pacemaker. That's for them to sit on. Everyone else should just tuck in on those green ones, but eager as ever in this women's C race.
So you've got a lead group here, around 6 athletes tucked in behind the pacemaker, and then a further 4 just the drift of that.
Well, as they approach 800 metres in this one, now's a good time just to thank Sports Shoes and New Balance, the title sponsors here at the London 5000, OTE as well. And over on the far side, Last Rep Coffee are present. The company founded by Zach Setter, Jake Whiteman, and Alex Yee as a partner as well. You can even get Alex Yee exclusive coffee. Can't promise it will make you run as fast as those guys who founded the company, but it sure does taste good if you're looking for your next batch of beans. So Gordon, this is strange to me. I mean, Gordon has just decided to pull round Viner. There you can see after 800 meters, you just can't help. 12.5 laps ahead of you. Do you need to do this? I mean, the lights are set at 17:35. Is it necessary? Let's see how this one plays out.
So as they enter the home straight here, we're coming up to the kilometre mark, so we'll get a good idea of what sort of pace they're going at. So 3:30 a kilometre would get you 17:30. So we'll see how they get on.
Yeah, and that's a speed a lot of these women would have repped at time and time again, but we've just seen this so often today, and I wonder why. You've had athletes who, they have a pacemaker in front of them. The pacemaker has a role to just, not only just make sure your splits are even, but to calm everyone down and to block the wind. But we've seen this in almost, this is our 8th race of the day, and I think we've seen this 5 or 6 occasions. Athletes have decided, I don't really want to be behind the pacemaker, and I'm going to go in front of them, but only to just keep the same speed going.
Yeah, as I mentioned in earlier races, I think if you're feeling good enough and the pacemaker's also feeling fresh, you just have a quick word with them and say, I know this is the pace, but can you just push it on a little bit? There would have been very, very brief chats, I think, on the start line just about what the pace is going at. And there is an opportunity there to say, actually, do you know what, I don't want 75s, I want 74s, So there is an opportunity for that. But I think, some athletes just get into the race and do just feel good that they just want to be out there and feel the wind, but, feel the adrenaline of leading the race.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise for me because, look, 2 laps later, Viner goes back by her. So perhaps Gordon just learning a little bit of a lesson here. We must, we must highlight, though, the courage, the bravery to do it, and we accept the eagerness. Training's clearly been going very, very well, and she's keen to get after it. But just a month or so ago, a couple months back, wasn't it, the comeback 5,000, another brilliant 5,000 here in the London running culture over at Battersea Park. And she ran 17:51 on that occasion, so looking for a big improvement here and keen to push things along.
Yeah, and Hannah's checking over her shoulder here, so clearly she's probably feeling quite relaxed still herself as the pacemaker, and she just seems to be putting her foot down a little bit.
Yeah, so Gordon's starting to pull away. The athlete in second is Abigail Horn of Invicta East Kent, and she's been a lot more gradual and subtle about making her move and stamping her authority on this race. So she's being patient there. She's sort of stuck in no man's land at the moment, just isolated on her own, looking to bridge that gap to Gordon, who continues to just come up on the shoulder of Viner. And I wonder, it's not often athletes actually get to work with paces on a one-to-one basis like we're seeing with Gordon here. So often you might find yourself in a race and you're just further back in the middle of the pack. You haven't ever had to worry or run with a pacemaker. So Gordon clearly learning a new racecraft here today.
Yeah, I've done a bit of pacemaking myself, but not often been pacemaker. So I think it's helpful if you know the athlete who is pacemaking you, because you know what they're capable of, and then if it does start to slip, you know that you can ask them to push it on if they need to. But hopefully, Hannah's, she's regularly checking over her shoulder. She knows where the lights are. She's actually quite well ahead of them at the moment, but she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, Maya Hodgson leads that chase group. Looks very, very smooth, and interestingly, that chase group are sticking on the Wavelight. So Gordon has forced Viner to pick things up, to start to turn the screw a little bit, and they've pulled away from the Wavelight. And you can just see, it's at a yard or two just opening between Viner and Gordon. And I wonder how long Viner's going to stay in this one for. An athlete who is a regular here, a long-standing member of Highgate Harriers, isn't she, Viner? Alongside Chris Rainsford as well.
We're approaching the 2 kilometre mark here. I think I may have just missed it, but it looks to be around sort of 6:56, 6:57, so a touch quicker than that first kilometre.
Yeah, and that makes sense as they edge clear from those Wavelights, and now stuck all on her own is Abigail Horn. She would have wanted a smoother race in this. She would have wanted a little bit of company. Going into this, she probably would have expected, I'm right on the lights. Why am I on my own? How is there people behind me? And Gordon off up at the front here. So this one just blowing itself wide open. The unexpected is happening, and this is distance races. What have you got to do? You've got to problem solve on the spot for the most part, haven't you?
Yeah, they're doing a good job here because they've not just suddenly put in one quick lap and pulled well away from the lights. They're slowly edging themselves away, so that they're only running maybe half a second to a second quicker per lap. But obviously over the laps that adds up, and they're pulling away from the pack.
Jacqueline Penn Morley from North Shields Polytechnic Club. Up to her best 17:43 now is the athlete who just moved past Maya Hodgson as they went under there. But no change up at the front. Gordon still looking very, very good, and fair enough to her. She went past Viner early on as if to say, come on, I want this race quicker. I'm in great shape. take me to a lifetime best, take me to a time that I could only dream of a few months ago. Well, now you've got the opportunity. You're all out on your own. How this one's going to play out in the final few kilometers is going to be extremely interesting to us. And Abigail Horn, I think, is going to have a little bit of company now in second place as that pack continues to bridge the gap to her. So you could have a world where there is strength in numbers. There's 5 or 6 working their way back to Gordon up front. Well, soak it up, ladies and gentlemen. This is the London 5000. This is race 8 of 15 here. We're going to be running late into the evening. That elite women's race off at 8:30. Elite men at 8:55. That is going to be the climax of this world-class distance racing that we're going to see this evening. But Pete, look how this one's playing out, and so often we see it, don't we? Athletes make that bold move only to get reeled in again. And what goes through your head when you sort of pull away from others only to get reeled in a couple laps later? That is quite a negative experience. It's tough to come back from, isn't it?
Yeah, it can be. I think it's worse when it's a surprise. You know, if you know that you are slipping back a little bit, I think with the Wavelight you can tell. You know, it's a good sort of reference point. You just have to stay relaxed, I think, and if you can respond as they come onto your shoulder. I mean, it's easier said than done, right? They're catching you because they're moving quicker than you, so for you to sit on them, you're going to have to accelerate. But I think it's kind of worth the short-term pain. If you stick on them for a lap, suddenly they think, oh, okay, this person's, you know, feeling all right, and they might stick with me for a bit longer. You know, if they go straight past you, then they just think, oh, great, you know, I've dropped someone.
Yeah, so Gordon's moving very well. Let's see what she comes through 3 kilometers, and that's going to be the next bit. We look a little bit further down the field there, and you could just see how strung out this race is actually. I mean, I'm glad that those women in behind chasing do have a little bit of company. They are working together. Credit to Maya Hodgson, who was heading up that chase group for so long. She's battling hard. She's hanging in there. Laura Goodson as well of Belgrave will know the likes of Gordon very, very well. And they do train with large numbers over at Belgrave, much like here at Highgate, don't they? You talk about, you know, sort of 20, 30 deep in these large groups, just lapping up the track. Talk about how that's changed a little bit, Pete, as this women's race just continues to tick by. Gordon still leads. We're seeing some small changes further back, but think about the sport 10 years ago. You would come down the track and there'd be maybe 5 or 6 of you hardcore athletes looking to really work together. Now you can turn up and there could be 20 or 30 of you right in around each other, operating at extremely fast tempos.
Yeah, it's great. It comes back to something you said earlier about balancing life, and I think that's handy because, you know, if you know you've got 30 or 40 people you can train with, it means on any given day there's always going to be 15 or 20 of them, and that depth just means that, you know, no matter how you're feeling, you can come along, have a good session, and hopefully have a good time with your mates as well.
Well, that's what it's about. This sport's becoming more sociable than ever. And what is it Kipchoge says? If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, you need company. Go together. And that's a bit of a metaphor. If you want to go far in this sport, I think you do need company. You need a setup. You need a support team. At the moment, an athlete with none of that is Emma Gordon. I'm sure she's had superb support in the build-up to this race. The lights are just catching her as she approaches the finish line, and will this lot catch her in? That's about an 80-meter lead. We'll look at the seconds, the gap there in time between them, but they've got 5 or 6 of them who are going to work together. Still out front, though, is Abigail Horn of that chase group, but slowly being worked back to by Laura Goodson here, who now leads that chase group.
Yep, our leader here just ahead of those green lights, so just ahead of that 17:30 tempo. Of course, where she was further ahead a little bit earlier, probably lapping a little bit slower than those wave lights, but let's see if she can rally here and get that and stick with that pace.
Yeah, looking very, very smooth is Gordon. And I must say, to sort of make those bold moves that she made early on in this race, to go round Viner, she was clearly confident. I thought it was a little bit aggressive, didn't need to be done so early, but she clearly knows that she is head and shoulders above this field. She may have even looked at it on paper and thought, I can do this today. 17:35 is what those wave lights are set to. She's right on it, and now, Pete, she's going to have runners to target over the last couple laps. She's going to be encroaching on some lap runners.
Yeah, they'll serve as good markers, although she'll know that she's moving faster than them, so she should be catching them. It's still just it just helps you tick off the laps without having to focus too much on yourself. You just say, right, pick the next one off, the next one off, the next one off, and just turn it into a sort of a chasing game.
Well, this is a brilliant run from her. I have a PB down at 17:51 on the track at least. I know these days it's hard to keep track of everyone's PBs because there's so many road races out there. They can go and run faster times. Well, there you go. There goes Abigail Horn through under the start-finish line gantry. And do excuse me, that's Billy McCloskey there in third place in this one, leading that chase. Maya Hodgson, a Cambridge College athlete, seems to have hung on, seems to have recovered a little bit, gathered herself, and now looks full of running going into these closing few stages.
So our leader here coming up to the 4 kilometre mark. Just can't quite get a split there, but I think in and around that 14 minutes, so around that 3:30 tempo to get 17:30 overall. So if she can rally a little bit here, she'll get under that 17:30.
Yeah, that's going to be her target. For these, they've got a real race on their hands. Horn is just doing a phenomenal job at keeping this lot at bay. They've tried. Each and every one of them has headed up that chase group. They've tried to get back onto Horn. They haven't had much luck so far. Hodgson is the one who's going to pull round. But here comes Emma Gordon, ladies and gentlemen. Looking smooth than ever, just skipping over the ground at the moment. And credit to her, she's done this the hard way, and she'll look on paper and perhaps wish she was in that faster section, but this is a statement victory if she holds on. That gap just continues to grow.
It'll be a very interesting battle for second in this race. I think there's about 5 athletes who, within only about 15 metres of each other, maybe 20 metres. So it'll be interesting to see who's got more over these last couple of laps.
Yeah, it's Abigail Horn, followed by Maya Hodgson, a Cambridge College athlete, university student. Fantastic career she's had out there. Cambridge University women really have dominated that buck scene for the last few years, claiming top spot a couple years ago. But here comes Emma Gordon then, just superb running from her. Now she really is enjoying just moving past these lap runners. That's what she's holding on to at this stage. That's what's keeping her going. It's the dangling carrot that distance runners need time and time again. She will, of course, have those lap splits in her mind. She'll have 17:35 as the goal. Whatever she runs, Pete, I think she's on for a big, big lifetime best. Here she comes, coming up to the bell lap. We can see from our position those lights are just a yard or two up the road. She'll hang on to them. Can she work back to them? They're set at an even tempo. She can negative split. She can close this last lap quicker. 16:14 at the bell. Oh, it's going to be agonizingly close if she can run under 17:35, which is what those lights are set to. Keeps having to drift wide. Well, here's the race for second, third and fourth, a little bit further back. Meanwhile, we'll focus on Gordon up front, enters the backstretch for the final time. She just looks supreme. She's been flawless from the get-go. And it is not easy to execute a 5K in the manner she's done today. It's warm, it's blustery. She's led so much of this race. Out of the 12.5 laps up until this point, I think she's led at least 10 of them. Viner helped her out for a couple, but she even pulled round the pacemaker early on. She came here in extreme shape. She knew what she was capable of. We didn't. She's fooled us, Pete. She's done a phenomenal job out there. She's now caught up with the lights. She's going to move past them as well. This is a great close. And this is certainly an athlete to watch. The minute you start approaching 17 minutes as a female, you really do head to the top of the domestic ranks at least. What a run for the Belgrave athlete. She'll take this one, 17:34, and the battle for second is on. Just coming down is Caitlin Johnson of Highgate with a fine finish. She's moved past Maya Hodgson on that last lap. Accelerated on. Hodgson there in third, 17:52, and we're going to get 5 inside 18 minutes. Great running. There's McCloskey. who did her fair share of hard yards just outside 18, and you can see perhaps a little frustrated with that. Oh, it's tough, isn't it? You go through 12.5 laps and you miss that milestone by a matter of seconds.
Yeah, I find when that's happened to me, you look back at it and you think, oh, you know, could I have been a bit braver early on, or was I too brave early on? You know, could I have got on the inside earlier? You know, you start sort of questioning it, but then I think you've always got to look ahead to the next race and think, you know, that's you know, I know I'm fit enough. I just need to execute that tiny bit better on the day to shave those few seconds off.
Yeah, that's what it's about. Sometimes you don't even need to execute much better. You just need the conditions to perhaps play into your hands. And to be credit to all of those women in that race, it was strung out. There was a lot of solo grinding for many of them. They all did their fair share of hard running. And in a 5,000, really, you want to be able to just completely switch off for at least 3 kilometers, get on the rail, and that just allows your perceived effort to be much lower. Even Gordon, she's got another 10, 15 seconds in her locker the way she ran now.
This version feels really light and the plate's more stiff and aggressive. It's something I would want in a shoe.
The MDX spikes got that bounciness, it got the squishiness. The shoes helped me get to the top 10 in the world. I hope that best version of myself is the best ever.
There's no breaks.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we await race 9 here off in about 3 minutes, and we're just talking what a fantastic atmosphere we have. This is the back stretch. Obviously this is right by the 5,000 meter start over at the 200 meter point, but this bank here at Hampstead Heath, famous, and it is starting to really fill up, Pete, and we are about 2.5 hours out from those elite races. And you mentioned the World Cup actually, and it's great to see so many people here despite the World Cup. I know we haven't had the games kick off yet, but this really is the place to be on a Saturday night.
Yeah, I mean, England haven't kicked off yet, so to me that's when the World Cup starts. But I will be rushing home tonight to watch Brazil-Morocco. But yeah, it's been a great day of racing so far. Still great conditions, I would say. Perhaps still a little bit blustery here, but let's hope that wind can settle down a little bit later on and we'll see some really fast times from the elite races.
Yeah, talking of the elites, we're starting to see them just check in behind us where we're positioned, right over by the start-finish line. And you can just see them relaxing. It's fascinating to see how they prepare, isn't it, in the mindset and the approach they have to racing. So cool, calm and collected, conserving every ounce of energy. So then, this one, we've got a bunch of men. This could be our first sub 15-minute race of the day. A bunch of these men on the start line are well under 15 minutes, more like 14:45, 14:50 runners. So can they do it here? The fastest in the field, Finn Dyer of Belgrave Harriers, 14:16, his lifetime best.
The wave lights for this race are being set at 14:35 for the green lights and 14:50 for the white lights. So that's about 70 seconds a lap for the 14:35 pace and 71-ish for the 14:50.
Yeah, that's perfect. Wearing 187 there. That's James Rennie, former Cambridge University student. Running for Reading AC, 14:38, his lifetime best. Very, very strong 5,000 meter runner. And now living and working in and around London. Ultra Farnham district. And we've got a wide variety of club athletes now in this one. We saw in those early races a real core of Highgate Harriers. Now we're starting to see that spread, athletes travelling far and wide to come down here, chase a lifetime best. So race 9 off and away here at the London 5,000. You'll see the pacer get out very, very hard. They need to make sure they get to the head of this field. So far, the pacers haven't had much luck. They've tried to do their job, and the athletes have said no thank you, and moved around them time and time again and took up the early running and left it to their own devices, really. So here we are then. Pacemaker, will he have some better luck in this one? Some of the key men, I mentioned James Rennie. Tom Crockett, for me, is a man definitely to watch out for. He's had a great Bucks career, and he's a very, very sensible, canny racer. Pete, as I said again, look, we see it time and time again, don't we, really? We've got another athlete who decides to drift himself ahead of the pacer.
Yeah, the pacer just making his way to the front now. Perfectly positioned on the blue lights, the pacer. So he's doing his job. The rest of the guys just need to sit on him, and hopefully he takes them through to 3 kilometres, and then they can race those last 2 kilometres.
Yeah, I think that was Cahal Kennedy, who seems to have started with a little bit of intent, willing enough to get on those wave lights, and now he'll have a nice windbreak, which is going to be very important out there because it is blustery. You can see the flags when they go past the 200 meter start point there. It is blustery, it is blowing. They've got a nasty headwind on this top bend. They could do with a little bit of shelter just to draft off. So single file from the get-go in this one, as you'd expect. You've got to be patient, haven't you? I know, look, 14:35 is about 10 seconds quicker than anyone in this field has ran, bar Finn Dyer, that 14:16 of his. But that was a little while ago now, a couple of seasons back in 2024, and he hasn't touched that for a little while. Often you get that with the 5K, don't you? These athletes will have a bit of a freak performance, but actually their average settles in much lower than that sort of one-off performance, Dave, where everything's just clicked. Maybe the weather's been perfect, and they can often run 10-15 seconds quicker than where they usually come in at.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of these guys, they'll be used to really flying on the roads over 5K, and suddenly stepping onto the track I'd say these days the road does seem to be slightly quicker. So if you can equal your road PB on the track, you've had a very good run. So I think a lot of guys still just learning that conversion between the road and the track.
Yeah, and often that's down to the racecraft. On the road, you don't have to think. You follow the man in front. It's far more rhythmic. Whereas the track, you do have to contend with surges. You're at the mercy of others. You have to make decisions a lot more. If someone pulls around you, what do? Do you go with it? If someone puts in a fast lap, how good are you at judging your effort? How good are you at being aware that the pace is moving up and down? You obviously contend with the elements a little bit more. You know, you have a headwind every 400, as opposed to sometimes you can get races where you have a tailwind for the best part of a K or two. So there's a lot more factors on the track, and as well the impact. As something we haven't really mentioned yet, Pete, is the impact, the toll that the track puts on your body.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, you're actually running 2.5 kilometers round a bend. And you know, you get on a road race and you pretty much run in a straight line. You might have 3 or 4 turns a lap, but you know, most of it is running in a straight line. Whereas, you know, you can see when sprinters do a 200, that it's definitely slower to run around a curve. And I think that can take its toll as the race progresses, is that continual turning on the track.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it as well. Many athletes have to make sure they've got the calf conditioning, glutes, hamstrings, enough to just hold out in spikes. You know, we all know the benefits of super shoes, and that's why we're seeing times on the road catch up with that of track times. So, not much change in this one. They're well through 3 laps at this stage. They are approaching, the next split we'll get is the mile marker. It's still Cathal Kennedy who is riding behind the pacemaker, looking as smooth as ever. They're single file. No gaps are opening just yet. This is a massive positive for a lot of these men. Can they stay with it for as long as possible?
Yeah, they do look to be 2 or 3 seconds off those green lights, so they are operating slightly outside that 14:35 pace. But as Matt said earlier, there's no one in this race apart from Finidai who has run under that time previously. So perhaps, you know, actually settling in around a 14:40 or 14:45 pace may actually suit more of the athletes in this race.
Yeah, the guy just behind the likes of well, just what is he, third place? The man behind Kennedy, I should say. That is Unai Ibarra. At this stage is a 14:43 performer, but they're enjoying this tempo, aren't they? They are soaking it up. They are 10 seconds inside their lifetime best, a lot of these men. So many of them could have not believed it. In fact, this whole race, the reason why there's no gaps is this whole field only, but if you take out Finn Dyer's sort of 14:16 anomaly time there, they're within 20 seconds of each other, and that's pretty impressive over 5 kilometers. And in fact, Finn Dyer, I mentioned, he hasn't run that time for a while. He is to the rear of this field in the Belgrave colours. Rob Dawley, tall Cambridge University student as well, just looking to work his way up. James Rennie on the outside in the Reading colours, can't quite find that inside line yet. We'll tuck in on the bend, we'll lean in on those next to him.
There looks to be a slight gap opening up from the front 7 or so athletes here, with Jack McVan in the white cap and the Highgate vest. And that is, I can't quite grab his number, but the man in the blue vest has just gone past and closed that gap. So you can see a gap opening up now for the front 8 runners back to the rest of the pack.
Yeah, we expected to see some sort of separation. We're getting it as the pace is going to drift to one side. This is 2 kilometers run. Let's keep an eye on the time. Well, 2 kilometers now, so 5:54, so pretty much bang on. They would have liked the pacer to go a little longer, I think, but Cathal Kennedy is the man in front. Ibarra is in second place there. James Rennie bridges the gap further back in those chase groups. Josh Dutton, a Salford man, good lifetime best of his, 14:38 as well. Jake Evans, Tom Crockett, I expect to see him feature a little bit more in the orange of Western Tempo. He's a smooth, relaxed operator. Never forget when he led out that Bucks Cross Country Championships a couple years back in Leeds. Had a big lead for a while, actually, before he was hawked and hunted down by the likes of Will Barnico and Tomar Tarragano. You could just see him move up there. So then Kennedy from Ibarra.
Gap's starting to open up in this field, Matt. There's, what, 6 athletes, I think, clear. Then there's a 2, then there's another 2, then there's 5. You know, it's really starting to break up as we're approaching halfway.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see many of these men look to go past Kennedy at this stage. They'll want to just sit there, wait, let Kennedy do most of the work, and as soon as the pace slows quite drastically. If it slows a little bit, they won't mind. If it slows drastically, then I think Ibarra is going to get impatient and go by. But Kennedy is where he was right at the very start, which is at the head of this race, in front of the pacemaker even. And as I say that, Ibarra just decides, and this is what the Wavelights do, and I wonder if this is good for them, because he's just sensing that they're slowing. He can see they're slowing because he's got the Wavelights for feedback, and now he's just hanging on to them, forcing the issue. We know those white lights are 1450 tempo, so many of them are just outside PB territory now.
He looks to have opened up a small gap there of maybe 7 or 8 metres. It'll be interesting to see if anyone from the pack can actually go with this and close him down.
Yeah, Sonny Maund is the man in yellow who is now just ahead of Gahal Kennedy. So Ibarra leads, he's got 5 or so metres. It was a gap that opened up rather quickly. It was a small surge, and he isn't really extending that too much. As Maund leads Crockett, who is a very, very strong tactical runner. He'll know exactly what he's capable of here today. He's being patient, he's in the orange, he's sitting in second, he's just going to move past Maund, as you can, yep, there you go, right on cue. And the next split's going to be 3 kilometres. They're going to be right on about 15-minute tempo, so I think we're going to have a grand finale. It's going to be a big last.
One man we've not mentioned so far, Matt, is Josh Burgess in the red and yellow of Lewis. He's reacted to a few of the moves, and he just looks like he's, at the moment, he's going with the right moves, I think. So we're approaching the 3 kilometre mark. Let's see what the time is at 3 kilometres.
Hey, it's a good spot, Pete. You know, you've been out there, you've been on the track. You've even competed against many of these men, but Burgess does look good. He is just moving up very, very gradually. And there you are, there's the chase packs. These men just in behind are right on 15-minute tempo, battling hard towards that milestone. So there's Ibarra. Unai Ibarra on those white lights. They are 14.50, and I expect he's just going to let those lights keep him company now, which is good news for Crockett in second place, because that's an opportunity for Crockett just to work his way back. He knows Ibarra is not getting quicker. He just needs to knock off a second or so a lap for the next kilometre, and they could well be in touching distance going into that final K. So he's pumping the arms hard. I mean, you've always got to look at the body language, haven't you? Beautiful side-on shots, metronomic here from Unai Ibarra. Onto the home stretch. This is where the crowd are forming. We mentioned before, every race that goes by, there's another few patches of grass that are taken up by spectators. Picnics are plenty on that bank. Perfect conditions for it. It's London in its absolute finest colours, and these lot have the luxury of watching on a 5,000 metre racing, being inspired by the graft and the grit of these men down below them. So Unai Ibarra goes through with a few laps to run. Crockett, Tom Crockett is in second place. Western Tempo, mentioned them before. Dave Newport, what a phenomenal job he's done with that club. He founded it, and now he takes it to the heights where they are competing for national titles when it comes to road relays championships.
One man to watch out for here, Matt, is Jacob Brockman, I think it is, in the Thames vest. He was back in sort of 10th or 12th earlier, and he's now made his way up into, I think he's up into 5th. So it'll be interesting to see if we get a repeat of one of the earlier races where, you know, someone comes out that pack and just closes really hard over those last 3 laps.
Well, do you know what's fascinating is there's still a lot of running to go, and they're all capable. You know, on paper, all of these men, Brockman has an incredible lifetime best, 14.40, 14.42, so they can all win this. Then the pace they're currently running, they are about 15 minutes. In fact, that 15-minute mark is starting to slip away from them, these guys. So any one of these top 5 or 6 men is capable of winning this. Tom Crockett in second, though, for me, has the most experience. He's been there. He's competed for Bucks titles over the years. He's got an incredibly fast 3,000 metres as well, down on 8:10, in and around that sort of realm. So he's got the capability. He's clearly not quite at his best today, hence why he's in second place, and you'd expect him as being a few faster heats with his lifetime best, but he's challenging, and he's not quite closing on Ibarra at the moment, despite challenging and working hard.
Yeah, and back in third or so, we've got Burgess, we've got Hobden, and we've got Brockman, who, if the 3 of them can work together here, if they've each got a little bit left in the tank, they could work together and close those front 2.
Yeah, The gap smaller there, but there's the early leader, Kahal Kennedy, still sticking in his star. 12, just outside 12 minutes actually. So that pack, 15 minutes could well be attainable for them if they close hard. So a lot is changing. You mentioned Brockman, James Rennie's moving up as well, so it's all changed. But here, Pete, get an eye on this for the very first time. Then Tom Crockett, I think he is going to be in contact through kilometres. They've got 2 laps to run in this men's race. This is the 9th race of 15 today, and Obara, who made a bold move after a couple kilometres, has now been reeled in by Crockett. How many times do we see this? And there could well be more men who are going to feature over these last couple laps, because we've got Burgess, we've got Brockman, who are also working their way back to the front too. Crockett goes by, and that's a crucial move, and it could well be fatal for Obara. We've seen in the races previous, actually, it was Matthew Walton, wasn't it, who rallied, who was able just to bide his time for a couple laps. It's difficult, Pete. When you get in that position of Crockett's, you just have to go by, you have to surge, you just have to get the yards, because it's a nail in the coffin. If you ease by, if you give them the opportunity, the option to sit on you, then you're in a bad position again. Then really you're up against it. You want to be the hunter versus the hunted, and he hasn't pushed on enough for me, Crockett.
Yeah, Ibarra did. I think he just took a glance over his shoulder, which doesn't necessarily fill you with confidence if you're hoping he's going to come back to the leader. But who knows, as we enter the bell here, I mean, anyone from about 4 could probably still win this.
Right at 30.46 at the bell from Crockett. Ibarra there in second. We've got Brockman and Burgess, and those two have a huge race on their hands. There's a right out dust up for the minor places. Crockett continuing to surge on. I think he's judged it well. He's definitely got the strength. He's got the cross-country pedigree in a background and the CV to win this one and see this out as well. Dave Newport, his coach, actually not here today. I know he's got a busy weekend, so often travels, tours up and down the country supporting his athletes. He's the man who founded Western Tempo. But Pete, you did call Brockman. You said he looked very, very good from a long way out. He's worked himself back into all the way up into second place, I should say. And will he get on the shoulder of Crockett? It would be cruel, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think he's probably got enough here. He's got, what, maybe 10 or 15 metres? I mean, the momentum's with Brockman, but I feel, you know, it's only 100 metres to go.
Thomas Crockett in of Western Tempo. Spent time on the university racing scene, then went out to the US as well. He's just about going to hang on. He's going to dip inside 15. And how about that for a celebration? Catch me if you can. Burgess in second, Brockman in third. And Ibarra, the long-time leader, there in fourth.
I think Ibarra rewarded with a sub-15 just, I think, there. So he did well after making a lot of the early running. He hung in there.
A lot of men just outside that 15-minute mark, which is a real shame. Conditions, despite being beautiful for spectators, if we're being picky, it's just a touch blustery, isn't it? Won't be a problem for those elites once the sun goes down and we're at about 8:30, 9 o'clock. But just for these men here, it hasn't been the kindest.
Yeah, I suppose we're approaching mid-June, so, I mean, the sun may still be up at 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Pete, you're right. I'm still in springtime zone. The summer is just rattling on by. Can you believe it? British Championships next weekend. Before blinking, it'll be the Europeans as well.
And the Commonwealths.
How dare I forget the Commonwealths. We've got a few athletes chasing those marks later on. More on that to come. So a small break now before we move to that next race. 7:10, and that'll be the women's B5000.
This version feels really light and the plate's more stiff and aggressive. It's something I would want in a shoe.
MDX spikes got that bounciness, it got the squishiness. The shoes helped me get to the top 10 in the world. I hope that best version of myself is the best ever.
Yeah. The white.
To be fair, the text, the teacher seems pretty good, so it's actually nice for the back.
Probably like.
depends on the situations. I used to always get where I don't like it. But
Again, during this break, guys, you can make use of our dressing benches that we have here on site tonight. We start with the full-start saloon, that's service wine, cocktail, on the back straight bar, up the water guys, supervised, taking down all of the evening. Back straight we have three guys went down, and on the third stand we have the little guys, the cheese stand on the club, we also got free coffee down the back straight for the last red coffee. All you got to do is put them to follow. And SportsShoes and New Balance 10 and VOC. And if anyone wasn't sure about whether the 2-star is worth testing, I guarantee that it is. I have multiple answers. I've been told that. I'm told that I have one here. Next up on track at 7:10, we have the women's B race. This is the beginning of our final portion of the London 5000 2026. We have our 2 B races for the women's and men's. Then we have the under 20 women's 2000 followed by the under 20 men's 2000. The women's A race, and then we finish the men's
Oh, she's showing you in advance? Yes, it's just felt all like this one. Like vibrant going down here. Stuff like left go. Going forward. Really?
a couple of minutes away from getting underway for the women's B race. 18 stars.
And you turned around.
16 versus what you bring up the
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the London 5000. We have had just a short little interval here between those open races and these elite races. You can see on the timetable there, we've got the women's B up next, and then we'll have the men's B race. Then we'll have those two under 20 races where athletes will chase after those World Junior standards, which we know is at Hayward Field here. What an opportunity they have. They're 9:15 and 8:02 respectively. Very, very fast indeed. Anyone actually here, Pete, who will do these junior races will get to be head to toe in New Balance gear. What an opportunity they have. One of the perks of New Balance and Sports Shoes sponsoring this event, of course. But we'll turn our attention to this women's 5,000. We're looking for 16:30 in about 17 minutes. Some have broken that 17-minute barrier in this race, but many still just sitting on that sort of 17:05, 17:10 mark. So interested to see how this one plays out. So then they are called to their marks. We are at the iconic Hampstead Heath Parliament Hill Field. And we know in the winter it plays host to the National Cross Country time and time again. You may recognize this from the 9 to 10K PBs. It's pretty much that here today, just half the distance. It's the London 5000. So you can see some of London's best clubs represented in this one. Belgrave, Thames Hare and Hounds, Highgate. And away they go then. It's a couple Thames Hare and Hounds vests. That's look to try and get themselves to the fore early on. Lizzie Apsley is an athlete always in good shape. She has a lifetime best of 16:33, one of the fastest in the field. And Katrina Brown of Aldershot Farnham District, 16:36, her lifetime best as well. So on paper, those two look to be the heavy favourites. But when it comes to track racing, you have to go to the form book. It's almost irrelevant what your best is, isn't it, Pete? It's more about what you can do on the day.
Yeah, and I think we've had some surprises from the earlier races in terms of people coming from further back and having a really good run and pacing themselves and judging it well. Because as we've said, the conditions here aren't perfect at the moment. So if you judge your race very well, you can end up coming through later on and getting a really good performance.
Yeah, I think it's a real shame. We were set to have 20 or so athletes in this one. We've only looked to have a little less than that, perhaps closer to 12. So it's inevitable, isn't it? You always get a few dropouts. I mean, this event sold out in seconds. It had many rounds of entries that were open to the public in races. These women would have got that elite entry and would have been looked after as the elites they are. This is the women's B race. For those of you at home, we are building towards those A races. Megan Keith to come, Melissa Courtney Bryant. We can't wait to see what they can do. Interestingly, a week out from the British Championships. But for now, these women in this race will be targeting the British Championships. Perhaps not this year, but it's something that they'll steadily work towards. And all of them pretty much working professionals, Pete. Some university students, but most of them are working full-time jobs and balancing running to a very, very high level alongside.
Yeah, I think I counted 14 starters in this race after the pacemakers. 14 out of 19 that were due to start is a good turnout. And I think, as Matt said, it is about balancing life and the running and just making sure you can do both. Nicely strung out here early on as well. Nice long train. Hopefully these the ladies considered and run some quick times.
Yeah, do you know what? A lot of the ladies in this field, interesting enough, they've accomplished so many distances, and they've run over a wide variety of distances. Some have stepped down all the way to 800. Some are up there marathon running. They're bouncing off of a London build or a Seville build, Barcelona, and they're now transitioning to some faster running on the track. So they are not afraid to get stuck into whatever distance comes their way on whatever surface as well. Many of them would have had a winter on the country where they would have competed consistently pretty much every month, especially in the Met League, in the Surrey League, one of the fiercest cross leagues up and down the country. But on those Wavelights early on, then this is going to be approaching their opening kilometre. We're looking for 16:30 tempo. That's just inside 3:20 kilometre pace. Let's see what they do.
Yeah, I think it's around 3:18 a kilometre should get you 16:30. So we'll just see how they're faring so far.
Yeah, a few packs forming early on. The wind, the sun just dropping here. We're now in the shade after baking earlier on in the day, but the wind's still quite persistent, not easing. We thought it would just start to ease down. Hopefully it does for those elite races to come.
So we've got 4 ladies tucked in behind the pacemaker. Then I think that's number 119, I think it is. He's just on the road, and then another pack of around 7 or so. So yeah, it's breaking up early on, but there's still, you know, 2 quite distinct packs.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Georgia Malaire looks very, very good. She's in the bright coloured strip in the New Balance colours, works for Sports Shoes. Balances a very, very active job up and down the country, hosting events much like this, and I'm sure she would have been involved in the organisation to some capacity in the build-up. Now it's her time to shine. It's her moment. 16:27 performer, 2:36 marathon. That's when I talk about the range. It was a couple years ago, but yes, an incredible athlete. And it's good to see her back down on the track. Often you get that, don't you, Pete? Athletes will focus on the marathon for a period of time. They'll almost max out what they're capable of. And then they'll go back and they'll realize, do you know what? In order to take myself closer to 2:30, to improve that 5-10 minutes, I'm going to need to get sharper. I'm going to need to get faster. And it seems like Georgia is certainly doing that.
Yeah, and I think once you've got that strength from doing the marathon, you know, you can move down and you're more confident in what your body can and can't take, I think. So you sort of learn from the marathon and then apply that training load management, I suppose, to the shorter stuff.
Yeah, Abigail Gilbert is the other athlete, never broken 17 minutes, but she is on this train of just 3 women in behind the pacemaker. Lizzie Apsley is the fastest on paper. Well, her and Georgia Malaire actually are the fastest on paper, just 5 seconds between them. Malaire has the advantage, the quicker of the 2. And they are right on those lights. They're through the mile 5:20. That's 16:40 tempo, or well, in fact, it's 16:30 tempo. Let's trust the lights out there. Why do I even try and predict their time when it's obvious to us at home? Great to see a pack just forming here. Molly Bryan, Victoria Park, Tower Hamlets, works for Run Limited. So a lot of these athletes will have jobs in the running sphere. If you like, I mentioned Georgia Malaire working with Sports Shoes, Molly Bryan for Run Limited. And they'll be very familiar with putting on events and hosting crowds and athletes of this caliber and this level. And that's what they do for a living. But today is their time to enjoy. So Pace are doing a fine job, as you'd expect. At the moment, with the power of the Wavelights, they are just merely blocking a bit of wind, making it easier for those in behind mentally, giving them the opportunity just to switch off. But the Wavelights really are doing the work for them. And we were just talking, actually, weren't we? Bram Som is in the building, and it was all the rage. I mean, when was the first time we saw Wavelight? 2020, it was COVID, wasn't it? Pretty much COVID. And these Wavelights were released. We saw the 5K records, the 10K records. They were just slashed. And we've seen the impact of them ever since on the circuit. And it's definitely resulted in more consistent performances, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting that what seems like quite a simple idea, how it's taken so long to come to the sport. I think you look at the technology improvements in, you know, shoes, and there's the nutrition, you've got your bicarb, you've got you've got all that kind of stuff. And then someone's had such a simple idea, why don't we just put lights and athletes follow those rather than having to follow a pacemaker? But I think sometimes some of the best ideas are the simple ideas. So it's great, and yeah, it certainly helps out in these races, especially once the pacemaker's dropped out. It just gives you another reference point.
Absolutely spot on. Some of the purists may disagree. They may look at the Wavelights and say, you're slowly ruining our sport. We're losing the art, the craft of racing, knowing when to surge, how to drop at those pure head-to-head duels we sometimes miss. But on that, we certainly have one at the moment. Malaire from Lizzie Apsley, representing Thames Hare and Hounds. That's the best she's got on. And former Oxford University shooter doing a fine job. And like I said, 5 seconds between them on paper. Georgia Malaya certainly has the better endurance, a terrific marathon performance of 2:36 is her lifetime best. A small gap opening to the pacer who's just sticking on those lights. Then the first sign that we are starting to see that these women are starting to struggle a little bit. That pace is starting to bite, and Abigail Gilbert finds herself completely on her own.
And as we look down the field here, Matt, I can't see more than 3 athletes together at any point throughout this field. So it really is breaking up. And with the wind, that's going to make it more challenging to stay on pace.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Katrina Brown, who may well have paced this quite well. She's 16:36 performer and just looks to be quite steady. She is completely isolated back in 5th place, but she will have the likes of Gilbert up ahead to work towards. So pacer checks her shoulder. Keen to just stay on those lights, get these women as far into this race as possible. Georgia Miller looking good. She'll have the Sports Shoes team, many of her colleagues over on the far side, cheering her on down the back straight. It's a tunnel of noise forming over there. I mentioned that there's barely a patch of grass free and available on the bank here at the London 5000 in its 2nd year. And what a year it was last year, wasn't it? Phil Sessman, the victor on that occasion. Abby Donnelly, look at the careers they've gone on to have, and talk about marathoners stepping down, working into a track season. We see it time and time again, don't we?
Yeah, and it's a really impressive quality of fields today throughout the races. I mean, even in the elite races, we've got some very, very quick elites out today, despite the British champs being just 1 week away, and most athletes thinking, do you know what, you just want to keep your powder dry and probably have a good training session and just be ready for the champs next week. We've still got some really elite athletes in the last 2 races.
Yeah, I think the temptation to race is just almost too much for many. There are a lot of opportunities to run 5,000 on the road, on the track, but in many ways, there's not many opportunities of this quality. And I think that is why the London 5000 almost has the monopoly. It attracts the entrants it does. Well over 400 entrants here today. 15 races over 12.5 laps. We can't wait, and we're just getting started. Georgia Malaire from Lizzie Apsley. 3 kilometres in, Pete.
And that is 10:02, 10:03 at 3 kilometres, so just outside a sort of 16:40 tempo. So the ladies working well here at the front together. They can see those green lights just up ahead of them. It'll be interesting to see how this pans out over the next 5 laps.
Well, it looks like Apsley's just wanting to go by Malaire, but in the same time, it's hard work because Malaire's not going to slow down. She's going to make it as hard as possible for Apsley to move by. But boy, she powers by actually and steals quickly a yard or two, and that's how you do it. Because if you're going to go in front, you don't want to carry the person behind you with you. You also want them to be effectively solo running. You want them to be grinding, them to suffer a headwind. And if they're close enough, they're going to be able to draft. And that's exactly what you want to avoid. Talking of that, you just see Abigail Gilbert completely on her own, but still doing a fine job and hasn't really dropped in place at this stage.
And it's worth giving a shout out to the pacemaker who took them through to the 3K mark in that 16:40 tempo. I mean, for a lady to pacemake that comfortably, she might have been tempted to race. So it's a big thing that, we've got people out there who are happy to pacemake rather than race themselves.
You see, this is where, Pete, what will be going through Apsley's head right now, because she's made the move, she's decided to go in front and push the pace, but now Malaire's just gone with her. And is there an element of regret and it starts to set in after that? Because now you're like, I am leading this race, 4 laps to run. It's probably exactly where I don't want to be. I want to be the person in second. I want to be the person on the shoulder. I want to see what's going on ahead of me, and I want to be the person to strike when I feel like it.
I think it depends whether she's gone all in. If she's gone to the front and said, I'm just going to run as hard as I can over the last 4 laps, and you're not dropping the person behind you, then it can be a little bit frustrating. But, if you've just said, I'm going to go to the front and test my opponent, actually, she might have gone to the front and she's only still running at like a 90 or 95% effort. She's not put the 100% in yet. So it just depends on how, whether she's gone all in at this stage.
Well, we'll soon find out when they come around for that 4 kilometre split if they're slowing. The body language for me of Georgia Malaire in second place shows that perhaps they are. She again now creeps up on the shoulder of Apsley, who continues to lead into what is a quite nasty headwind on that top bend. So if you're Georgia, you just continue to bide your time, and when you strike at this stage, you're into the final mile. For me, you've got one move from here on out, and you need to make it count. You don't want multiple attacks. You don't want to find yourself in a wrestling match, in a boxing match over the next few laps. You just want to strike and strike hard, get a gap, and really just kill off your opposition when you do. So 3 to run. And it is about a 100-meter lead. Lloyd on the announcing here, trackside doing a great job recognizing that. Those women behind still doing a fine job there. On for around about 17 minutes. If they're 20 or so seconds back, we know that the two out front are approaching 16:40 tempo, despite those lights just moving ever further away.
Interesting round that bend. I can see Malaya look like she's running just on the shoulder rather than tucked in behind. So it probably means she's feeling like, you know, do I go for it now or do I just sit for a little bit longer?
Yeah, for me, she just needs to relax. You know, she might feel good. 13:28 there, so actually it was another 3:28, 3:30 kilometer for them, so pretty strong running, so absolutely has made a difference. She has kept this pace moving, she's kept it honest. But Georgia Malaya, yeah, just too close for me, letting absolutely know that she's there, and you just want to bide your time, sit off them a little bit, think they're out there on their own, let them slow, and then you can just swerve around them when the time is right, the opportunity's there, but choosing to move in a headwind. Here we go, so stride for stride, our two leaders. Coming up for 2 to run. Then Pete, well, if you're New Balance, if you're sports shoes, you really want Georgia Malaya to win this, don't you? She's decked out head to toe in their gear, and absolutely there in second place. The Thames Hare and Hounds athlete, such a tough runner, such a gutsy runner. Always on the circuit, always willing to give 110%. Great cross-country runner as well, very, very strong season, and we are starting, look, they are chopping and changing, and this is the boxing match I spoke about that you don't want to happen, and Malaya goes to the front, only for Apsley to respond, Pete.
I'm not sure you don't want it to happen, Matt. I think it's good. It's good for the fans watching at home. You know, you want to see athletes going back and forth. You don't really, you know, we talked about earlier about having just a runaway winner. It's actually quite interesting having a battle over these last few laps. It looks like there's a slight gap opening up, but it's only a couple of strides.
Yeah, well, the Leeds City athlete there makes her move round the lap runner. It's clever. Can you just get a yard or two? And she's done that, driving the arms. You can see the turnovers there. Absolutely will hang on it. She'll be tough to shake, trust me. So many a performance where she's come back from this position time and time again. But Georgia Malaya, the marathoner, 2:36 marathon, fine lifetime best from her. She knows that she's got to make it hard. She's got to press from further out. 1 lap to run then, Pete. They're 15:33 on the clock. They are going to break 17. Just by how much is the question.
Yeah, that gap is opening up, Matt. It looks to be, from where we're sat, 10, maybe 12 metres, but it's not insurmountable.
No, but for me, it's more about the momentum, what is going through the athlete's head, and Georgia Malaya's got the confidence. She'll know. There was a period where she could hear Apsley's feet behind her, her breathing, and now she won't be able to. She'll have a nice tailwind down the back straight. You've got to work that. You've got to get as big of a gap as possible. Make it as hard for Apsley to get back to her into that nasty headwind on the home stretch. You can see the flags are blowing. So 200 to run, 16:14 on the clock. Lizzie Apsley in second. They are light years ahead of the rest, more like 150 metres, almost 200 metres ahead of the athlete in third place, which is still Gilbert, I think, doing a fine run. But how about it then? Georgia Malaya of Leeds City AC coming down here. The athlete who by day works for Sports Shoes, hosting events much like this, securing partnerships of the London 5000 as well. And now she is going to get to win. What a victory for her. And watch the clock as well, because that is going to be one of her fastest 5,000, 16:52. Apsley's going to dip inside 17 as well. And we'll keep an eye. That's a lap runner coming down the straight. We'll keep an eye on third place. For a large part of the race, it was Abigail Gilbert. But it could well be. And that is Angela Jebb, actually. So she's moved past Gilbert, worked her way up into third place. Fine run from her. It's going to be just outside 17:20. 17:22 from Jebb. 6 seconds shy of her lifetime best.
And it looks like Florence Wiggins there, just dipping under 17:30 as well.
Well, Pete, the sun is behind a few clouds now, and it's cooling down, isn't it? The wind still not dropping, but it is certainly cooling down. And if you're elite, if you're Megan Keith and you're just rocking up, you're going to be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, I think the 20, 21 degrees or so we had earlier wouldn't have scared the elites. But yeah, I agree. The second the sun goes down, and you hope the wind will die down as well, it just feels a little bit calmer and better racing conditions.
Yeah, typically those 5,000 meter records over the ages, over the years, have been set in about 12, 13, 14 degrees in temperature, so cool enough that you just don't have any problem regulating your temperature. Of course, you don't want any breeze out there either, and it's going to take a pacing masterclass to take Megan Keith to one of the fastest times on British soil later.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that I think Emma Gordon, who won the women's C race, may have, with the same time, she might have ended up in the 5th place or so, I think, in that B race. So it's a real sort of crossover between the two races.
Yeah, that's a point, Pete, and I wonder if Cal, and the organisers here at Highgate, you're obviously heavily involved yourself. I wonder if you look at that, the women's C race and the women's B race, and you merge them. It's very difficult, though, when you get the large entries, and then you get a few athletes who don't turn up, and there was probably about five missing in that race. It was 4 missing in that race, wasn't there? 5 or 6 in the previous race, and probably could have merged those two fields and just had a bit more depth out there on the track.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because, as you say, with these races, the entries weren't too far in advance with this one, but for some races, when you're entering 3 or 4 months in advance, you enter with the best of intentions, but then you're not fit, or you're not healthy, or you're away, or life gets in the way, and I think that sometimes can end up sort of diluting the fields a little bit. You might have 20 down on paper, and suddenly you've only got 10 on the start line.
Yeah, well, that is the difficulty, because, like I said, there was so much opportunity to race over 5,000 meters, but athletes are smart and they do look and they see where the best opportunity is, where are the conditions going to be best, where's the crowd going to be best, when am I going to be in my best shape. So you tend to, at the start of the season, cover all your bases, right? And you enter as many races as possible to give you the option. But what it does do is it's a shame for the meet directors when people do pull out last minute. There were the results on screen. Live results over on Open Track, ladies and gentlemen. So do head over there. And also splits as well, Pete. You can really dig into the numbers. You've got lap splits, 200 meter splits. Fascinating stuff. You can see where it all goes right or it all goes wrong. This is what we have left. This is what is ahead of us for the rest of the evening. Take your pick, Pete. What are you most looking forward to?
I'd like to see how close Megan Keith can get to that 14:28 British record. It'll be interesting to see. As Matt said, if the wind dies down, she'll have more of a chance, because I suspect she's going to be solo for a lot of it, but that's the one I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and can you blame us? I mean, that would be special. Time and time again, we've seen those records chased at the night of 10Ks here. But time and time again, we've also come up short. So whether Megan Keith can pull it off today, I mean, it would be, if she goes and runs inside 14:28 here tonight, what do we think she could go and do in a Diamond League? But also what that could do for this event, how it could grow the stature. We've got a few internationals here tonight in those elite races. But boy, oh boy, would we love to see this meet turn into a bronze label, silver label, or even a gold label track and field meeting. I wonder if that is on the cards or some of the discussions that are floating around Highgate at the moment.
You'll know better than I do, Matt. Does that mean we'll get paid for commentary?
Good point, Pete. Good point. I mean, on that, there is just an absolute mass of volunteers, aren't they, out here at the moment? An army of them that Cal Gordon and yourself and others have just pulled together, and people who are just absolute hardcore athletics fans are putting this on for the greater good. And many of them athletes like yourself who are denying themselves of the opportunity to go and race over 5,000 at what is an incredible event to help out and to give back to the sport.
Yeah, there'll be guys here still at sort of midnight tonight, I think, because obviously there's a lot of infrastructure here at the race, and all the vehicles have got to be removed safely and all that sort of stuff. So although the racing might be done by 9:30, that's not when the day ends for the volunteers, unfortunately.
No, easy to forget that when we sign off. So then this next race on the track is the men's B race. Now we have a host of men who are right around 14:15, 14:30, that sort of mark. And Pete, this is a race you wouldn't mind being in, isn't it?
think I'm not quite fit enough at the moment, but yes, if I was fit, this would certainly be a race that I'd be looking to take part in.
Absolutely, names to look out for. Jack Shaler, who's having a fantastic season, triathlete, now turns really top flight domestic distance runner. Mid 14-minute runner. Tom Butler, Shashi Barnett Harriers, low 14-minute, 14:10 is lifetime best. Cal Charleston has a few regional cross-country medals to his name. The Aldershot Farnham District man, Dylan Evans. Surprised to see Dylan Evans in this one, just given his pedigree and what he is capable over the cross. He's had some formidable races, hasn't he? But clearly perhaps just coming back from a little bit of an injury or illness.
Yeah, and talking about pedigree on the cross, we've got Highgate's bronze medalist from National Cross Country 2025, Flurry Grierson, who is pacemaking this one. So you'll see him on your screen on the left-hand side in the purple and the fluorescent yellow of New Balance.
Yeah, he's hard to miss. He's a bit of a maverick, old Flurry, isn't he? And formidable cross-country run. If I'm right in saying, does he have an orienteering background?
Yeah, started in orienteering, and then I think when he came to London, I think got more involved in sort of club running in the traditional sense, and has gone from strength to strength over the last, 3 years or 4 years or so with the club.
Well, that's the power of joining a club. He's hit a jackpot joining Highgate, hasn't he? One of the best endurance setups in the country. But for any of you out there watching, and we were speaking of some of those in the earlier races as well, their running journey is just starting. The best thing to do is get down a local club, build that relationship with a coach who's going to understand you, get to know you, and carry you through your career. So then, this is race 11 of 15. And this is the men's B5000. After this, straight into that A race. So off and running then in this men's B race here at the London 5000 at the beautiful, scenic, iconic Hampstead Heath, and they are the Parliament Hill fields, where many of those wearing those Highgate vests in there will train on a weekly and even on a daily basis. And it's Saturday evening. We're a week out from the British Championships, but many of these will have the British Championships as a target, as a goal for the future. Hey, in the next couple of years, can they go and run that 13:50, that mark? Can they break 14 minutes? We might even see them do it tonight. Wavelight's at 14:10, Pete.
Yeah, 14:10, so that's 68-second laps or 250 kilometres.
Yeah, and actually I'm really pleased to see it's quite a sensible pacing. Sometimes you go to a distance running carnival like this and the pacing just seems overly optimistic, very ambitious. You know, make no mistake about it. If you're going to run a fast 5,000, if you're going to go out there and run a PB, you pretty much want your final kilometre to be your quickest, right?
Yeah, I think if you've held a little bit back, you can really rally in that last kilometre. You know, you might be a second or two slower through the middle in some of the other kilometres, but you can easily make up 5 or 6 seconds on that last kilometre.
Yeah, conditions still a little bit blustery over on that top bend on the far side. So Flurry Grierson obviously leads as the pacer. Tom Butler's a little bit further back. Jamie D's in there as well. Dylan Evans was right mid-pack in the yellow. That's Jack Shaler. Harry Brodie right to the rear of the field, just going to be patient.
I know how these guys feel, just tucking in behind Flurry and letting him take the wind at Parliament Hill. It's a regular Tuesday occurrence for me, and he's right on pace on those blue lights.
Do you not lead your fair share of reps, Pete?
That's if I can get to the front, yes.
Well, the youngster Cosmo Benyon is very, very eager to get on this. He's a under-20 athlete from Cambridge and Coleridge, and he really is having a phenomenal breakout career. And you know, we look at that again. I'm intrigued to see his reasoning behind attacking this 5,000 here today versus the 3,000 meter races that are coming up next for the under-20s. A lot of them are going to try and go sub 8:10, maybe even quicker, maybe attack that World Junior qualifying mark, 8:05, something in that region. And but he's opted for 12.5 laps, and it's something we're seeing more and more, isn't it, Pete? Athletes, especially younger athletes, wanting to step up sooner rather than later.
Yes, often I'm on the start line at the age of 31 feeling like the old guy. It does feel like it's a bit of a young man's game these days, but it's good to see the youngsters coming through and not scared of stepping up early. I mean, when I was under 17 or an under 20, often 3,000 was sort of the limit, and you didn't really think of 5,000s, but it's good to see the guys stepping up early and mixing it with the men.
Yeah, and I mean, Benyon, if he maintains this is going to be a big step up for him and a big lifetime best. He's got the very experienced Tom Butler in second place in behind him. Jamie D, I mean, he's been there and done it. As Jamie D has been a formidable runner. He's got some great times to his name. He's not in the shape he once was, but he is getting back, working full time, and there is an adjustment period. For a lot of these athletes, they've had careers at university, in the NCAA, and then they come back and they get involved in the club again. But it does take them a little while to sort of be able to train to an incredibly high level in and around that 9 to 5.
Yeah, and Jamie's quite fortunate that his brother Liam's also pretty fast, so the two of them can. They've always got someone to train with, and I'm sure they push themselves. I mean, I've never trained with my brother, but I can imagine training with your brother, you're probably, pushing each other on even more than your normal training mates.
Yeah, had a career out at Iona College in the NCAAs. Hey, Jamie D, and talking of the NCAA, we've got Leo Freeland and Marshall Milder Keynes. Now, he is a bit of a dark horse for this one. He gets closer and closer to 14 minutes over his last few attempts. He's a 14:15 runner. He's a Wingate College man, and he just looks smooth. You can see the tall figure as they come around this bend now. Right, we're on Flurry. Back to fly. Cosmo Benyon is just letting a gap open up. Here you are. That tells the story. Benyon, is he just moving to one side to say, please, one of you come through. I'm struggling to hang on to the heels of Flurry Grierson. And Tom Butler is going to try and cover that move. Tough choice, isn't it? Sometimes as an athlete you feel obliged, if someone pulls to one side, to sort of step up and go, okay, I'll do my fair share of the work. But Butler didn't have to do that, Pete.
Yeah, I know Tom quite well. I've raced him a few times over the years, and he's a very honest athlete. He'll come through and do the work, and very nice man.
Yeah, he will, and he'll know on paper in the back of his mind he's one of the fastest. He has run that 14:10. I can't believe how consistent he is as well. I mean, year in, year out, he runs 14:10. He's yet to have that real powerful breakthrough that I think he's capable of, that and he's after. But this is a common sight to see Tom Butler really get after it in the fashion he is at the moment.
And Tom and Flurry will know each other well. They're often racing each other at the Met Leagues right at the very front. So they, as I said earlier, if you know the pacemaker in front of you, it's a little bit easier to know to sit on them because you feel, you're confident in what they can do.
Yeah, it's Chris Fielding who is also in there. He's in the New Balance strip. So you've got Butler, you've got Fielding, and then you've got Freeland. They're your top three. I think Jamie D is still in the mix. Is it Callum Charleston? Do you know what? He's had a very quiet start, but somehow he's found himself in this top pack. And he is a canny runner, Charleston. And Joe, he's one of these athletes that when he races, he makes sure he's in shape and he shows a good account of himself. So he's right on the back of these 5 or 6 men out there.
I think we mentioned it earlier, talking about Farah, sitting back early and then sort of moving through as the race progresses. I think Callum's currently in, 5th of the guys racing, in position 6 after the pacemaker. And this is probably the highest he's been so far in the race. So, yeah, just slowly moving through, never having to accelerate too hard, just see those gaps and to just close them. Although, just as I say that, there is a small gap that opens up from the front 4 to the next 2.
Yeah, Hugo Hewitt just from Crawley there, just struggling to hang on to Freeland and the coattails. So this race really moving along. The next split we're going to get, it will be the 3-kilometre split. We've just been enjoying what we're watching, to be honest. We haven't been too focused on splits. But look, they're on the Wavelights, which suggests they're on 14:10 tempo. It really is that easy for you at home. If they are sitting on those green lights, they are heading for a 14:10 if they keep this pace going. And credit to Flurry, who is doing a great job of blocking the wind. There's Jamie D. There's Jack Shaler in behind him, working his way through. And there's Dylan Evans. Good to see him back racing. I'm sure he'll be building nicely ahead of a cross-country season and continuing that rivalry with, of course, Highgate Harriers.
It's good to see a Highgate and a Shaftesbury man right at the very front here. Flurry's doing very well here, just perfectly on those lights. You can see the blue lights and then the green lights, so he's perfectly on those 68s. I know he was planning to race himself, but I think he's been suffering with a bit of an injury over the last few weeks, so he said, you know what, I'll step in and pacemake, and I'm sure the guys afterwards will be grateful for that.
Oh, he's looking smooth as ever. It was, what, about 18 months ago? He carved himself around Parliament Hill for that bronze medal at the National Cross Country Championships, one of the muddiest nationals we've seen in decades. The former orienteer turns, well, almost a running professional, really. So Tom Butler is there, still in second place. Chris Fielding, Leo Freeland, they are your top three, and Charleston has moved round into fourth place. It's going to be a tough middle kilometre for him, to be honest, if he's to make any inroads on those top three who will have each other. Jamie D and Jack Shaler working through. Dylan Evans just dropping off for those two in front of him, the Shaftesbury Barnet man. And then you've got the two Bedford and County men. And Harry Brodie. A couple of AFD runners in there as well. So there's the picture for you at the moment. You can see the crowd really filling up over on that back stretch. This is the London 5000. This is the men's B race. You had to have a PB inside 14:30 to be a part of this, at least on paper. So Butler from Fielding, from Freeland. 8:30 was it pretty much at 3K, Pete, and that is bang on 14:10 tempo, and this is what we need to see. If they are to get that 14:10, if they're all to run a lifetime best here, we need to see them help each other out, because I'm not sure Butler can do many more laps at the front. The lights are just starting to edge clear.
Yeah, you beat me to it, Matt. I can see them just slipping off those green lights, and as long as you've got them in sight and they feel like, you know, you're only a second or two off, I think you still got, you still believe in it. If they then do get 3 or 4 seconds clear, it can you can lose track of them and then lose time quite quickly.
Well, look, on paper, Jamie D, Dylan Evans were the only two men to have broken 14 minutes. However, the two Shaftesbury men not at their best. And the next three fastest were Tom Butler, Chris Fielding and Leo Freeland. And they are the ones at the head of this race. They are the ones throwing punches at each other, surging away. And it's Fielding who leads. Freeland now in second place. Look, Butler's going to be tough to shake. He will not go anywhere. He knows what is ahead of him if he can just hang on to these guys. But it's a brave move from Fielding, because he's gone to the front, but he hasn't managed to get them back on track.
Yeah, he's just looked over his shoulder there and he just moved wide slightly on the bend to sort of usher the other two through. So let's see if they work together here.
Tell you what, Jamie D, 13:56 performer at his best, is looking smooth. He's just pulled round Charleston. Jack Shaler is hanging on to him, who could well be on for a massive lifetime best as well. 14:29, doesn't often race on the track actually. He's a bit of a newcomer to it. He was a road specialist, coming across from triathlon, then really developed over the country, put in some great performances this winter on many occasions inside the top 20 on a national level, and now here he is over 5,000 looking to rewrite his lifetime best. So it's Fielding, it's Butler and it's Freeland, and this seems to be getting a little cagey because those lights are well clear now.
Yeah, as I mentioned, once they go just that bit out, the sort of immediate eye line, they tend to just suddenly pull away quite quickly. Tom Butler there trying to wave the other guys through. I think at this point, if you've got enough to go to the front, then you're quite lucky.
Look, it's all eyes on winning this one for me, and Leo Freeland is a man who has not had a step out in front, and so he is probably the danger. He's probably the strongest of the three, and I think the time is slipping away from them, so they need to focus on winning. That's what Butler will do. He'll try and grind it down. He'll try and accelerate lap after lap after lap. Lure these men into a bit of a trap. Take the sting out of their legs. Tom Butler from Freeland, from Fielding. Jamie D, look at that. Jamie D and Jack Shaler a little further back. Now they're on the white lights, which are bang on 14:30. So if they do catch them, that gives us an indication if they are heading for about that 14:20, 14:25.
Yeah, I think that was around 11:28 for our leaders there. I believe it's 4 kilometres. So, the green lights may be out of sight here, but they could still be looking around that sort of 14, 15 mark, I think, if they rally in the last couple of laps.
Well, Leo Freeland, one of those athletes who came through the club system like I saw, Marshall Milner Keynes, then took a stint in the NCA. He's the tall figure there, 167 on his bib. 8:22 performer this year over 3,000. 3:46 1500 meter runner just a few weeks back. And when you look at this field, he's the fastest over 3 3/4 laps, and it's turning in to a 1500 meter dust up now against Tom Butler of Shaftesbury Barnet in front of him.
Tom Butler seems to be winding up down the back straight here. He seems to have gapped Fielding in third, so it looks like it might be between the front two.
Certainly. when you get dropped in that manner, this close to the end, one can only presume you are out of it. So it's now a 2-horse race. Leo Freeland, interestingly, coming up on the shoulder of Butler, pressurizing him, forcing him to just turn the screw, forcing him to spend a little bit more time out front. Almost controlling him, isn't he? From behind, pulling those strings. In second place, and Freeland, is he just coming up alongside him? Butler won't like that. He won't let him get to the inside that easy. Look, Butler puts his head down again, continues to surge. This is what he does. This is distance racing at its best. The Wavelights are out the picture. We don't care about the time now. It's just who's going to win this. And Butler is forcing Freeland wide round this bottom bend. Look at this.
Yeah, Tom's a very tenacious runner. He will not will not let Freeland past him, and they are side by side down the back straight with about 2:50 to run.
Oh, psychologically, this is an absolute killer. If you're Leo Freeland, you're thinking to yourself, right, I've visualized this, I'm going to go on by him, I'm going to attack him, and that's going to be the end of it. But it's not the case. Tom Butler does not go down easy to Shashi Barnett Harrier. He's full stride. Freeland just looks to have a little more power than him at the moment. Seems to look a bit smoother. Butler will come back. We've seen it time and time again here in a night of 10Ks, let alone the 5Ks here. So Tom Butler coming on the inside. The crowd are up on their feet for the first time here at the London 5000. This is what we come for, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Butler of Shashi Barnett Harriers, 14:11. And Freeland will be frustrated. And if he knew what he was up against, he would have waited.
That was a huge 61-second last lap from Tom there, I think. So it'd be interesting to see how quickly he closed that last 200, because they were shifting.
Honestly, I mean, I think I've said it before on commentary, but he's nicknamed the Dipper, and it's because he hardly ever gets out-kicked as Tom Butler. There he is, congratulated by his mates. We love to see it. He's a London boy himself. Grew up not too far from here, so that victory would have meant an awful lot to him. So hats off to the man. Dylan Evans coming across the line, his teammate for Shashi Barnett. Callum Charleston faded back there as well.
Two or three there, just dipping under 15 minutes, I think. And here comes Sam Jinks of Highgate Harriers.
This version feels really light and the plate's more stiff and aggressive. It's something I would want in a shoe.
The MDX spikes got that bounciness, it got the squishiness. The shoes helped me get to the top 10 in the world. I hope that best version of myself is the best ever.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we are stepping down in distance. It's the under 20 3,000 meters here, and all eyes, Jess. I mean, this is pressure, isn't it? Sonny Allen on the line. Well, away they go, ladies and gentlemen. I mentioned this is the 3,000. It's Sonny Allen of Highgate Harriers on our home track, and I am joined rather fittingly by Jess Bailey, who is an athlete who's been here before. You've chased those youth standards, you've chased World Junior marks, European youth marks, Jess. What does it feel like to just go gun to tape, all-out time trial? That's effectively what Sonny Allen is looking to do here.
It's only 5 of them, so it's a very small pack really, which I think is already splitting into two. Already splitting into two. We've got actually 2 distinct groups, but I think having the lights and having something set up specifically to get those times helps so much. You have a lot of races that end up being tactical, but having these earlier in the season will really help them out.
Yeah, now we're looking for about 9:20 tempo. That's what we're after, Jess. That's what Sonny Allen has requested, and I think that's a wise decision because that's going to allow her to just slowly pull it back in that final K. You don't want to fly too close to the sun, don't you, early on in the 3,000? You are ever so close to that red line. And so she's giving herself something to do over that last kilometre, but I think that's the best way to approach it, would you say?
Yeah, I think so. I think negative splitting is such a lovely way to run a race. When you're maybe doing an 8 or a 15, not so much, but a 3K, 5K, and obviously as the distance get longer, the more you'd want to do that. But I think it just leaves you to feel good mentally and physically in that last kilometre. If you feel like you're building and you feel like you're chasing, I think even if it's not physical and it's all in your head, I think it really helps you get the best out of yourself.
Yeah, well, Sonny Allen, a formidable cross-country campaign, one of the very best, and we're excited to see what she can do. That national cross-country, I'm sure, will be back at Parliament Hill before we know it, and she'll be looking at that and looking for another title there. But do you know what? Credit to the other women in this one. They are going with her. We've had a few last-minute dropouts, but we got Holly Cross in here, Abby Stewart as well. Katie Fine not in this one. Biega, Eleanor Foster of North Dedham. So we've got a number of under 18s, under 20s in here, and there is the consolation of a European youth mark for a few of these. I mean, Sonny Allen already has it, but that is 9:35 over 3,000, so we could have the whole field in and around that as well.
I think all these girls' times are roughly within 20 seconds, which, to be fair, is a fair spread, but a lot of them actually have almost identical PBs. So I think you know that going into it as an athlete, you know who you're going to be running with. And actually, although we've kind of got 2 packs, I think the distance between them is pretty much staying the same. So even everyone in this race right now can work together. Yeah,
well, if these athletes know what they're doing, they know that it's going to come down to probably a head-to-head when we look at those selections. Even we see it at the elite level for the World Championships in the Olympic Games, but even down to the under-20s, Jess, it does matter how you've matched up against your opposition through this season as well as on the trial itself.
100%. They obviously prioritise the trial, and the head-to-head's most important on that day, but they look at it at every single race across the season. And I think there's something much more valuable in racing your competition and getting to know on that exact day in the same conditions where are you at. Whereas, you know, when you're comparing times from different meets, different weekends, it's much harder to know where you are for the selectors.
Sonny Allen is absolutely flying. 3:02 for that opening kilometre. They are pulling away from the Wavelights. Pacemaker Juliette Hodder doing a terrific job, based in and around London herself, does a lot of her training on Battersea Park, and she is pulling Sonny Allen round here today. This is going to be a mile in, so she's pretty much got her to halfway. She's maxed out as Hodder, and now over to the young 18-year-old all on her own. She wears bib number 1. That is what the crowd want, but by God, it would be special to see her inside that World Junior qualifying mark.
I mean, 3:02, that's 9:06 pace. That would be an absolutely huge PB for Sonny Allen, and she's in PB shape. We know that. She's run 4:22 over 1,500 metres this season already twice, so she's definitely going strong. She's run a 16:22 5K already this year, so she's getting stronger. You know she's building into the season, and especially with juniors, I think it's not unusual to have a sudden big jump that maybe isn't expected to everyone else, but you know in your own training that's where you're at.
Yeah, and I wonder if Allen is an athlete who is a bit of a specialist over 3,000 meters, because the 16:22 5,000, I mean, that doesn't really convert to a 9:10 3K, if you like. That 9:10 3K would be a lot higher up the rankings. But interestingly, look at the battle a bit further behind. Eleanor Foster now edging clear of Holly Cross by some margin. As eyes on, that's Abby Stewart as well, wearing bib number 5. So they're all pretty much 10-15 meters apart. That is a difficult final kilometre that they're going to have to cope with. It's a psychological battle out there. Sonny Allen continuing to look very, very strong. Now, is Foster just starting to come back. Just something I should mention is all of them decked out head to toe in New Balance gear. Any in this race had the option. They had the luxury of being supported by New Balance for this one. What an opportunity for those under 20s to receive free spikes and free elite kit. But interestingly, Sunny Allen wanted to make sure she was wearing her Highgate colours if she was going to win here on home soil.
Yeah, I think obviously I'm biased. I think the New Balance looks great, but I have a lot of respect for representing your home club here. I think it makes it difficult to watch because it's very hard to tell them apart, but I think obviously once you know the athletes, it's all right.
Well then, I think Foster is beginning to look pretty strong, and she will gain a lot of confidence if Allen does start to come back. The lights have just caught up with Sunny Allen. She was ahead of them. She's on the green lights, and that'll be a little bit of a blessing. She knows now that she's just got to stay strong. She's got the lights for company. Can she use them to her advantage? But Foster is slowly clawing her back. We've still got 3 laps to run. The next split we're going to see is that 2-kilometer split over on the far side.
And she's looking really strong, Eleanor. Her eyes are locked on the back of Sonny Allen's head. She's also going in strong form this season. She's already PB'd in 9:34 in BMC. She's the Devon County champion this year, so her season's going strong, and she's really driving her arms down that back straight.
She's travelled up to London with one goal in mind, and that will be to hunt down that World Junior qualifying mark. She's already run a 9:34, the European Youth Standard. Ticked off. Can she get more than she's bargained for? Sunny Allen is certainly starting to fade. It was an ambitious start, and I wonder if the occasion just overwhelmed her a little bit. Spoke to Cal Gordon, the meet director, and I sort of said, what pace is she looking for? And it was that we want to start a little bit slower. We want to operate at that 9:20, you know, that 3:07, 3:08 for that first kilometre and build through this race. Well, she's done the opposite. She's learning the hard way. I think she's going to hang on, Jess.
Look, she's banked so many seconds in that first kilometre. I think she can afford to, and obviously there's different ways to run it. Some athletes do prefer that. They prefer to kind of get the time in the bank and then hold on for as long as they can. And look, she's fading behind the lights. Look, she still looks really, really strong.
Yeah, make no mistake about it, to run inside 9:15 at the age of 17 is an incredible achievement. I mean, those World Junior standards are extremely difficult, and there's very, very few senior athletes who break 9:15 in their whole career, let alone at the age of 17. So Allen, interestingly, that gap, Foster for a period was definitely closing, it looked like, but they both seem to be slowing together as the lights slip away from them. That's our reference point. 600 meters to go. Sunny Allen, ladies and gentlemen, is going to take what we think is this women's under 23,000 in front of our home crowd. They're up on their feet on the famous Hampstead Heath bank. Jess, you must be looking forward to the day that you can get back out there on the track and race round in this iconic venue, no?
Absolutely, and I think an event like this, you've got everyone's in lane 3, lane 4. Having the people that close to you cheering you on, I think must make a massive difference. Sometimes you go to some of the smaller races, maybe on a weekday, and there's nobody really there, and it's hard to get yourself that adrenaline, that excitement about the race. But here, and there's fire. She's running past fire. Like, that must be pretty exciting. You can hear the music, you can hear the energy, and I think the gap's closing though between the two. 1 lap to go.
Yeah, fire on the track for the English scores medalist. She's got a fantastic CV. She's got the European youth mark under her belt. The World Junior standard was what she came for today. It's what the race was set up at. It was that 9:15 mark. It's just slipping away. This is some of the hardest laps she's ever run, I think. She is sticking at her task. I know her coach, her supporters, her team are all out there cheering her on. Jess, this is quite dangerous. I mean, Foster is rallying. Foster is closing that gap now.
In the last 200 metres, she has made honestly half the gap, I think. She's going 200 metres to go, and I think it might just be a little too much, a little too late, but Sonny Allen is swimming right now, and Eleanor is, 3 metres away?
Oh, the stride length is going. The head is starting to rock as well. Once Foster knows that she's got contact, the cadence is there from Foster. Oh, it's going to be inevitable. Eleanor Foster is going to spoil the party here. It's going to be a hard lesson for Sunny Allen, ladies and gentlemen. But the athlete from North Devon, it's well worth the trip up. This is a huge scalp from her. Sunny Allen's not going to go down quietly. 80 metres to run. Sunny Allen of Highgate, Eleanor Foster of North Devon. What a race. Foster's just going to edge clear. Oh my goodness, 9:30. And that was one of the hardest 9:30s I've ever seen. I mean, a 3:02 opening kilometre. It's not far off their 1500 lifetime best for some of those. But Foster, what a victory, Jess.
That was incredible running. I mean, the gap Sonia must have had halfway into that race. If you were Eleanor, I think it'd be so easy to switch off and go, oh, the race is run. I think I have a lot of respect for her to even just keep fighting. Maybe she didn't think she'd actually get to the win, but to at least try and close that gap and fight for every second, that's incredible running.
Abby Stewart dipping inside, 10 minutes unofficially. We'll wait and see. But you're right, and especially when you've got an athlete like Sunny Allen, who's accomplished what she has over the last 12 months. It's difficult to believe, isn't it? But there's a story for you. Always keep the faith out there, and I wonder how that will now impact Eleanor Foster's career, the lift that she'll get from that victory.
No, I think especially if you're Eleanor, you can get an awful lot of confidence from that, and I just hope it wouldn't knock Sotney's too much either. I think that is a very, very hard way to run a 3K, and actually to run a 3:02 when your PB is much behind that, and obviously she maybe didn't get the time she wanted, but to hold on and still run a really decent race, and actually her form didn't start going until 200 metres to go. I think that does show form. It shows you're in a strong place. Just maybe need to go to a race and run it a little bit differently, and actually the day's going to be there.
Without a doubt. Well, there's the results on screen, ladies and gentlemen. Eleanor Foster with the win in second and a half. She put it to Sunny Allen in 50 metres there. Allen still on the track in front of us. It'll take a while, I think, before she comes round.
It's not a PB for Holly Cross, but that's a good 10 seconds faster than she ran last year. So I think for her, that's probably a really, really strong performance as well. It's her first 3K of the year, and hopefully, set her up well.
Athletes coming from all over the country for this one. And then up next, you can see the men just preparing themselves, all chatting amongst official. Always an interesting moment, that, isn't it? When you're sort of face to face against your competitors. You know, you all know what's about to happen. You're going to do 7.5 laps on the on the absolute red line, and you sort of have to just go through the pleasantries with one another and acknowledge one another, don't you? And make that awkward conversation.
Sometimes that's when I recognise people. I wouldn't know who they are until then. They get on the start line and I'm trying to work out who's who. Look at their club vest, look at their race number and figure out, right, that's the person I said I was going to stick on, now I know.
Well, here's the lineup. We'll familiarise ourselves with it. Oscar Schofield is certainly the man to watch. We'll confirmation that he is here in a moment. Can't quite see behind the graphic. But you could argue Schofield could be one of the favourites. We have many. We've got a lot of under-20s in this, so the World Junior time is going to be what they're after as opposed to the European Youth Standard. But there are a few under-18s, and the European Youth Standard of 8:24. There's a couple of lads who are going to be very, very close to that. Alfie Jeffrey, St Edmund Pacers, 8:28, his lifetime best. And Teddy Murphy at Decorum and Tring AC, 8:35. So he'd have to go have to have quite the step up to really challenge that Euro standard. But for them as well, this is to sharp they're ahead of English schools. Can they get their qualification mark? Because we all know for many of the under-18s, that is the pinnacle of their season. So this race due off in about 6 or 7 minutes time. So enjoy watching them just make their final preparations. A few of them still just putting on their spikes, leaving it rather last minute. And we'll just have a slight pause before we get underway. Sun has set here, or at least it's gone behind the clouds at Parliament Hill Fields. And it really is cooling down, is it not, Jess?
I think in the last hour, there's been quite a big change. I think the wind has died down as well. Maybe it's where we're sat, but conditions for the A races, I think, are pretty perfect.
Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on that yellow flag all evening, and that is starting to just drop there at the 200-metre mark. Jess, I wonder if you noticed, actually, the back stretch is full of New Balance. That's the New Balance hospitality over there, the activation over on the far side. And there's a few posters of you. How do you feel when you see posters of yourself on the infield?
Oh, I can't look at it, and I don't really know why it's I was, pretty shocked when I saw that. I was like, I'd rather they turn it round, but it made us laugh. It's a nice corner over there. They've got some free last rep coffee, so I've had a worrying amount of cappuccinos today, but can't complain.
Yeah, last rep coffee, founded by Jake Wyman, New Balance star, of course, world champion and recent world silver medalist over the 1500 meters, and Zach said, and two friends who have founded that company, Coffee with a Story. So if you're looking for a fresh roast, head over to Last Rep. And you've been fortunate enough to try some, Jess. So will you be purchasing?
I don't drink coffee, unfortunately, until today. Caffeine and my personality does not mix. So unfortunately, maybe one day. If I can find it decaf, I'll do that for sure.
It's game over. Once you have one, that's it. You know,
I won't sleep.
Yeah, you're in for the long run now.
That's good. It's going to be a late night. We're here for a while.
No, we are, and considering we've just got this short pause before this men's 3000, we know after this, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, because the rumours are flying round Hampstead Heath here that Megan Keith is going to go after that British record. Do you have any insight, Jess?
Couldn't possibly say. Hopefully that's what we see. I know they've got some really strong pacemakers on the case. I think 3 of them, I believe, all trying to get her at least to 2K, maybe even 3. And I think if she can get that far, then there's not a lot long to go, really.
Yeah, it's so difficult, isn't it? I know when Megan made that impulsive decision after that Oslo 3000, 8:28, what a terrific run that was. And for me, it was the way she competed, the way she handled herself among some of the very best in the world, and looked just so powerful, so fast, and like she belonged over 7.5 laps at that speed. Often we've seen Megan as a 10,000 meter runner, haven't we? You know, someone who doesn't necessarily cope with a fast last lap, with a fast last kilometre, but by God, is that changing?
No, it's incredible, and I think she's an athlete who I always have a massive amount of respect for the way she runs. She gives her all, she grits it out, and yeah, it's incredible. And I think it's going to be a privilege to see her tonight.
It really will, but for now, we focus on these 11 men in front of us. Callum Hendry goes in 1, Andrew Bird in 2, Martin Fail, the Exeter Harrier, 8:20, his lifetime best, goes in 3, Teddy Murphy, Andrew McWilliam, Harrison Fraser, Killian Gleeson, Alfie Jeffrey. He's the closest to that European youth standard of 8:24, just 4 seconds adrift. Harris Austin, Oscar Schofield, and Raphael Gayer of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. So that is your lineup. And I wonder if we're going to see the same onslaught, the same unforgiving tempo to start. And this is just a huge opportunity, isn't it, for these junior stars? I mean, they would have been used to racing sort of league matches. They've probably had a flavour of a few BMCs, but nothing like this.
No, I think it's an opportunity they don't want to waste. I think even trying to find a 3,000 metre that's the right level, that's single gender, that hits all those criteria to be a valid qualification mark that the GB will accept is actually really, really hard to find, especially one that works for you. And when the conditions are great, the event's here, you've got pacemakers, you've got lights, it's the day to give it a go.
Certainly is. I'm just looking to see if I can see Oscar Schofield. I can't, so he is probably the one scratch from this field, Oscar Schofield of M11. And as you can see, many of these athletes taking up the opportunity to sport that New Balance gear, head to toe in New Balance, the title sponsor here at the London 5000. So you're under 20 men's 3000. So where they're going, ladies and gentlemen, keep an eye on the lights. Those standards, that World Junior standard, 8:02. I mean, that is just incredible running, and to do that as just a junior. But it's been done before. We've had a few represent out there over 3,000, but we seem to be more of a mid-distance nation at the moment, especially through the youth ranks. Yeah, we have some phenomenal 800 and 1,500 metre stars, and we're yet to really convert that to the top end of 3,000 and 5,000 metre running. It's a tough transition, isn't it, Jeff? Just building up enough of an endurance base to hold what is 64-second tempo.
I mean, no, I can't. I struggle sometimes because I'm so familiar with the women's times, and I come into the men's, and it's just something I actually can't appreciate, that you can do laps that fast for that long. I think it's genuinely incredible.
Well, I think many people listening would say that about your 5K. 15:07 is quite sickening, really, what you do for 12.5 laps. But they've settled in nicely, these men, and they're going to get the benefit of a little bit more of a train as opposed to what we just saw from the head-to-head with Sonny Allen and Eleanor Foster. These men are going to benefit with a bit of company, at least for the first few kilometres.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a much more competitive race. We've got a chain of maybe 6 men at the front and another 3-4 at the back. They're all dressed in, again, almost the same New Balance kit, but very good for the brand. But no, it's going to help them out. I think there's very, very similar times in this field, and sometimes I think when you're not thinking so much about the time, when you get to actually compete, I think you can get more out of yourself. And I get they're here for a time trial, they're here to get a time, but if they can use each other and maybe even forget about the lights, they could potentially run better.
Without a doubt, I think they have to use the lights early on. That's just going to give them a gauge, and then it's going to be about the head-to-head, the rivalry. You've got to learn to beat one another, because if you are going to go to the World Juniors or the European Youths, you've got to be in a position where you can race. You'll have to make it out a qualifying round, perhaps for some as well, and go through the all-important trial. So they're on pace, just about. The green lights are 8:02. That is what we were after. Pacemaker doing a phenomenal job. And you mentioned they're all in New Balance gear. They are, except for Martin Ford. They're of Exeter Harriers, 8:20 his lifetime best. He's the tall figure in the yellow vest.
Yeah, I don't know whether they watched the women's race, but they definitely appear very comfortable, a lot more settled, and if anything, just off the back of those lights, which I don't think is a bad idea at all, especially when you're going for a time for a lot of these men that's quite ambitious.
Yeah, and they've travelled from all over the country down here with the support of New Balance, who has covered their expenses and then rewarded them with spikes and a 4 elite kit as well. Andrew Bird from Inverness Harriers is at the receiving end of some brilliant hospitality this weekend, being treated like the professionals they are, and we hope they go on and have a long storied career in this sport. So they're just under, well, they were right around actually 242, 243 through that opening kilometre. They're all still there, no change, and I think it's just going to be who can hang on for the longest.
I think it's great when you got a race like this. I mean, look at them, they're all pretty much as close as they could be together, and actually any one of them could go on and take the lead if they wanted to.
Yeah, the crowd are enjoying it. They're slowly realising what they're watching. They are understanding Lloyd's Kempson on the announcing live here at Hampstead Heath, educating them on these are just under 20s. These aren't seniors. They are just starting out their athletic journey, and what a phenomenal job they are doing. So Bird now just drifts himself into the front. Interesting, looked like McWilliam just pulled to one side in Africa from last Wade AC, and they start to drift around the pacemaker. Jess, they're going to have to work together. They're going to keep on this sort of tempo.
I think they are, though. They've maybe split it in 2 packs, but yeah, they're looking really, really strong. I think it's interesting. You see the difference between under 15s and under 20s isn't many years, but actually these guys, you could mistake them for senior athletes. They're running smooth, their form's great, whereas, you know, just 3 years ago it's probably looked very, very different.
Yeah, and they've got the confidence to attack these marks. You know, these times don't scare these men at all, and this is great running for a Bird who gets himself back on the lights. They're approaching the mile. We all know that 64s would get them through in about 4:16, that sort of region. They're going to be just outside 65s even, so they are on about 8:05, 8:06 tempo going into that final half of the race, and there's going to be 3 of them to do battle.
Yeah, it's very strong running from him. He's recently PB'd in the Belgium in the 5,000 metres of 14:16, which is insane to me. He came second at the National Cross Country Championship, so a strong year for him. And that's Scottish. He's another one who's travelled a very long way to be here. That must be a very long travel day. I hope it wasn't today.
It's a phenomenal setup they have over in Scotland, the way they just harness their youth and assist them and support them in developing seniors. They have a really good system up there. Mark Pollard, one of the great coaches and involved in Scottish athletics, among many, many others as well. We could be here all day listing some of the great Scottish coaches who have started these young athletes' careers. But Bird up at the front, and he does look relaxed. We're not seeing the form breakdown at all, Jess, from any of these 3 men up at the front.
Yeah, I think that's Callum Hendry sat in second, also another Scottish athlete. So, you know, I appreciate it's not the biggest of countries, so surely they know each other well. They must compete against each other a lot, and it might be nice having someone familiar who they know how they race. They know each other much better than we do, and he's just coming up outside his shoulder now.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I was surprised when I looked at this field that we didn't see more under 20s go for this, because these lads have travelled down for Scotland to have a ding-dong in London, and there's a lot of Englishmen who have avoided this race for one reason or another, and shame on them, because I'll tell you what, Callum Hendry looks phenomenal. 8:15 is lifetime best. They're going to be close to it. They're going to approach 2 to run then.
In fact, all 3 athletes are Scottish. I'd completely missed that.
Jess, you are forgiven. They're all wearing the same New Balance strip. But boy, we could well be seeing the future. I mean, we've seen what Josh Kerr, Jake Wyman and Neil Gawley have done, and before that, Chris O'Hare. Is this the next trio of dominant British distance runners? We sure hope so. They are fluid movers, all 3 of them.
We've got a 4th athlete too. I can't see who it is, but the pack's only getting bigger, and I don't think that happens a lot in the second half of a race.
May well be Raphael Gaia, who is just moving himself up. Yeah, bib number 19, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. Can he make contact? 5 athletes. I think Raphael Gaia saw him in 5th place is just starting to close that gap. It is getting tactical. It's going to be a big last lap for these men. Alfie Jeffrey, the under 18, so he's the one who's made contact, Jess, and that is brilliant to see because 8:24 is that European youth mark. So wearing bib number 24 is Alfie Jeffrey. He's the youngest of these 4 men, and he's the one who is the closest to getting a European youth standard. The others are way off the World Junior standard now, and it is going to be about racing.
He's only 4 seconds outside of it currently. His PB is 8:28 from only a few weeks ago, and he has done this race perfectly. He must have built through. We didn't even notice him sneak to the front.
Look at this move. He's just hit the front of this one, and he's decided to take it to these athletes who are 1 or 2 years his senior. So Alfie Jeffrey from St Edmunds Pacers, stretching out down the back stretch, and boy, oh boy, does he look like a distance runner, doesn't he? The way he just skips over the ground. There's no movement in the upper body. So the juniors queue up behind him, Jess. We're just over 200 to run. We are 7:45 on the clock. And guess who makes a move? Callum Hendry. He led for a good while. He's going to be tracked by his countryman Andrew McWilliam, and it's going to come down to a final sprint. We saw a finish of the ages in that women's race between Foster and Allen. And I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, Callum Hendry is going to take this. He looks so strong, so powerful down this last 50. 8:10 is just going to drift away from him, but can he run a lifetime best? Watch the clock. Hendry across 8:15. We'll keep an eye on Jeffrey, but it's almost irrelevant because he certainly has that European youth mark to his name. Stoked. Absolutely stoked for the youngster. Alfie Jeffrey.
I don't think you often see that many athletes come through at the same time in a race. And especially when halfway through, there was 3 of them completely on their own. I mean, I sat here watching it. I feel like I completely missed it.
Oh man, look at that moment there he's just having with dad, coach, whoever it may be, but you know, they are delighted. He knows what this means. You know, so often there's very few who can hit those standards. Just coming down then.
It's a huge PB for Alfie Jeffrey, that, and he only raced it a few weeks ago. And it just shows what you can do when you get the right conditions, the right atmosphere, and a race that strong.
It's about giving these youngsters an opportunity, and credit to Cal Gordon organising this meet, Highgate Harris and everyone involved. They wanted to put on the London 5000 for the 2nd year in a row, but they also wanted to give a huge opportunity to the future, and they've done that here today. And I'll tell you what, Jeffrey has come out on top, not in the race as such, but with what that time meant for him.
No, it's an awesome start. Well, maybe not a start to his season. It's an awesome point in his season that I'm sure will carry him through to the summer to hopefully some big things.
Yeah, we mentioned what this race means for someone like Eleanor Foster, taking down Sunny Allen on her home track in fine fashion as well. But as well, what that means to Jeffrey, what that does for his career, you know, making those junior teams, they really can catapult and just change your career, can't they? They open doors that you didn't think were there 6 months ago, even probably 2 months ago for someone like Jeffrey.
I mean, it opened doors. It helps you both athletically. It helps you get even maybe like getting a job, getting a career. It's an amazing thing to say, and I think just the experience to race at a championship, maybe not even the race itself, more the travel, getting there, how you look after yourself when you're there, all these things you learn and you don't know you're learning. I think that's the bigger thing for these athletes, to have that exposure before hopefully if they go on to be seniors, they do it for real.
Well, so there you are, and Hendry was the victor on this occasion, 8:15.23. Jeffrey there, the youngster, 8:17. McWilliam, Bird, Geyer, Murphy, Martin Fawley, Fraser as well. Harrison Fraser of Tonbridge AC, 8:32. So still an extremely deep, and these guys will go have a dust up in English schools in a month's time. Many of them operating around that 8:30 level. Do you know who would have had a good time in that? Megan Keith. 8:28 on Wednesday night. So, and there you can see John Pepin there, 8:58. Good run from him. And a couple athletes not lining up. So people are just finding their position on the bank, as you could see, as they are all well aware what's next. At 8:30, 8 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen, the women's elite 5,000 meters here at the London 5000.
Something I would want in a shoe.
MDX spikes. Got that bounciness, it got the squishiness. The shoes helped me get to the top 10 in the world. I hope that best version of myself is the best ever.
When you offer me like those category questions, I always take that. Every account. I'm not hungry. I normally eat my like pizza and I'll be full.
Ladies and gentlemen, you probably don't know what you are about to watch. This is match set and this is the London 5000. But as of Wednesday, the field was set to include the likes of Verity Ockenden, Melissa Courtney-Bryant, Emily Haggart-Kearney, and there was one athlete who was not on that list, and that was Megan Keith. But after her terrific run on Wednesday night, where she ran 8:28 for 3000 in Oslo, one of the fastest times we've ever seen from a Briton, she got on the phone and she said, look, I am in shape. I need an opportunity to go and attack this British record. And Megan Keith is going to try and do just that here at the iconic venue of Parliament Hill Fields, the home of Highgate Harriers, the home of the night of the 10K PBs. Megan is very, very familiar with that. She's enjoyed 25 laps of this track before. Can she enjoy 12 and a half here today? I am joined alongside me, Jess Bailey. She definitely knows a thing or two about 5,000 meter racing. And Jess, is it possible?
I think anything's possible with Megan Keith. Not to be too much of a fan, big Megan Keith fan, but I also think behind that we've got an incredibly competitive race with very, very good depth. You know, I think they'll get distracted by how amazing Megan is at the front, but actually we've got many, many really talented athletes in this race.
We really do. Got a couple internationals in here as well. Hannah Klein, more than capable of featuring alongside Melissa Courtney-Bryant. More on that to come. The women's 5,000. So away we go, ladies and gentlemen, over on the far side, those Wavelights. Jess, you know better than me. You've been over by the new balance activation. I think you've been involved in it. What are they going to be paced at? What are these lights set at tonight for Megan Keith?
The lights I don't know. The pacemakers, apparently it's just under 72s. It's 71 point something, which I think is crazy to be able to pace to the point of a second, but I think they'll manage it, which is very impressive.
So if that's the case, we're looking for a bit of a negative split for Megan Keith. We're looking to set the race up in a way where she can close hard over the final few kilometres. Is that correct?
I guess so, and I think we've already got, we've got 2 packs there. There's a group of athletes committing to the front, and then a fairly big group deciding that's maybe not the best way to start their 5,000 metres.
Yeah, and I think that's Holly Dissing. So we got up at the front here, just going to see who the pacers are. So it's Lucy Armitage is one of the pacers, then Holly Dixon's a little further back. I think she's been instructed to try and pace Melissa Courtney-Bryant, Verity Ockenden, Hannah Klein, and a couple of others to about that 15-minute tempo, maybe just inside. We know that European standard is 15:05. All of these women will have to do battle at the British Championships next weekend, so it's going to be a tough turnaround for them.
Yeah, I think especially for the ones racing, it's very easy to underestimate what 5k on the track does to your legs and especially your calves. You're used to racing 5k on the road, but as soon as you do it on here, you're going in the same direction, and with spikes, it's a lot.
And it's brilliant to see such strength and depth in this women's 5,000. I think there's so many opportunities on the international circuit for these women, but they've chosen to do it here. They chose to come to London tonight. The wind has absolutely dropped. The sun has gone behind the clouds. It hasn't got the warmth in it once had. These are perfect racing conditions, and this could be very, very special, ladies and gents. Megan Keith, she sits in third. She's got a couple pacemakers ahead of her. Holly Dixon is then in behind her, who is looking after Melissa Courtney-Bryant and Verity Ockenden, Hannah Klein as well, a little further back. So that is a train you've got at the moment.
I think if you've got the opportunity to race in the UK, you should. Obviously, it's very easy to get distracted by some of these great races in Europe, but to be here, you don't have to travel as far. You can bring your friends, your family, especially obviously the weather's a risk, but it works out if it's June, July. I think it's a great opportunity.
Yeah, and a little further back in the race, that's Nancy Bowley, who is pacing the rest of the field to around about 15:40, which is still very, very good. Top flight domestic running. To put that into context, British Champ standard is 15:50 to get a ticket to the big dance next weekend.
It's pretty insane, and when you have a pack in front running that much faster, it's easy to look at the athletes further back and think they're not running that fast, but really they are. And to keep that tempo going for 12.5 laps is crazy.
Really puts it into context, doesn't it? I mean, I was so impressed with Megan Keith. Here we are, the first kilometre, 2:54. So they are right, oh my goodness, they are right on 14:30 tempo. They are flying. Melissa Courtney-Bryant just pulling away from Verity Ockenden and Hannah Klein as well. She's got Holly Dixon for support, and I wonder if, when Megan Keith gets left out there, I wonder if Melissa Courtney-Bryant is going to try and bridge that gap, because she is a formidable 5,000 metre runner is Courtney-Bryant. She's been down below 14:50 on a couple of occasions, so she is capable of going with Keith, but I think she wants to run it in a slightly different manner.
And she's not far off this year. She's run 15:10 in May, which is obviously only a few weeks ago, and look, it's a jump, but it's not that big of a jump. And even maybe, she's might not be aiming to catch Megan, but if she can use her, if she can just look at the back of her and have someone to strive for, that can make such a huge difference.
Yeah, there you are. There's a story a little bit further back in this field. There's Kate O'Neill, brilliant cross-country season she had. It's the likes of Weston and Archer as well. Katie Hughes in that chase pack there. I say chase pack. Unfortunately, they won't be doing much chasing. They're not going to catch up with this woman. She is one of the best in the world. And that 8:28 for me, just really symbolised that Megan is transitioning from an extremely good endurance runner. She is now building the tool set and the skill set to medal, to podium at a European level and possibly even a world level in years to come, because the way she competed over those final 2 laps, she was showing that she has the speed, she has the turnover to live with the best of them.
Absolutely. I think that's not something we've always seen in Megan. I think it's been such a great thing to watch her progress from, being the 19-year-old who won European cross country. Maybe not many people knew who she was. I think at that point she'd been 4th at the under 23,000 metres, which is a great result, but, you know, she didn't win. And then to go from that to, obviously, she's had setbacks along the way, she's fought for it, but to come to one of the best in Europe by such a long way, into now developing some of those parts of herself that maybe she hasn't focused on in the past, I think it's great.
Because it's not easy to do. It really isn't. And after that, after the 2024 Olympics, she went away. She had to have a bit of time off. She forced break there, but she is back stronger than ever. And what an 18 months she has had in preparing and getting her body to this point. Here we are. Then the next bit we're going to get is the 2 kilometre. Melissa Courtney-Bryant looks eager. I think she keeps going up on the shoulder of Dixon and saying, hey, look, let's just keep this pace moving. Keep it honest, please. Pull me away from Ockenden. Keep me in touch with the likes of Keith, who's got to do a lot of running out there on her own. And my God, I mean, McColgan's record of 14:28. I mean, McColgan has had some amazing races over the years, and she too has done her fair share of front running. Right, I mean, when she ran 30 flat for 10k on the track, large part of that was solo. It was just incredible. And there probably does become a point when you're chasing records, you have to accept that you probably are going to do it alone.
Yeah, I think there's some scenarios, maybe at a Diamond League or in a major championships where they're not tactical, you might have those other people, but she's got the lights. I think the lights are really helping. Right now, she's stuck right in the middle of them, and I don't know if she's looking at them, but I'm sure she'll be able to see them just to the side of her.
Hey, she's going to be well aware, right? This is an experienced athlete. She's been on the World Tour circuit. She's been up in the Diamond Leagues.
I think we've and all of our front paces are gone now, so these top 4 athletes are all just working together. We've got Megan Keith to Melissa, and then was it Verity and Hannah Klein?
Yeah, Hannah Klein and Verity, that's who we've got. The crowd really rallying behind Megan Keith. They know that this is a record attempt now. They were keeping it a little hush-hush, weren't they? They didn't want to announce her too much. And interestingly, even on the London 5000 graphic, they put the start list up. And instead of being at the top, Megan Keith was at the bottom of that one. I thought that was quite telling as well. They didn't want to announce she was going for a record, but make no mistake about it, we can disclose it now. This is a record attempt. This is Megan Keith, ladies and gentlemen.
And she looks great. I think it's a quick turnaround, to be fair. I don't know what she's done in the past. Was it 6 days, 7 days?
Listen, now, was it not Wednesday night? Wednesday night, 3 or 4 days, she's turned around, Megan Keith. So, yeah, she's made her trip over from Oslo, and I think this is it. After that run, I think she just looked at it and said, I've got more to give. I've got more in the tank, and if not now, when? Because we know the championship season's then going to come. The Commonwealths are going to come round. The Europeans are going to come round. She might not have the opportunity. Will she carry that form into the back end of August, post those championship races?
Do you know what I find crazy about that is, so many people, if they say they had a 5,000 metre race on a Saturday night, like, you wouldn't even do a hard session on your home track on the Tuesday. You'd taper it down. And yet she goes abroad to a Diamond League, runs 8:28, and then decides, oh yeah, let's fly home, go all the way to London, and run even faster. I cannot understand how you can do that, but a lot of respect.
Hey, look, sometimes I always say when athletes are at their very best, you know, when they are hot, they just take everything in their stride. You know, you can just function in a way that you can't normally. And it's just that adrenaline takes over. You ooze with confidence. You know what you're capable of. You're hungry. You're chasing those marks. And that's exactly what Megan's doing. Hey, look, the next split, we're going to get 8:12. Keep an eye as she comes round. She's got 200 metres to run before she goes through 3 kilometres. And that will tell us, really, that will tell the story, start to paint the picture of what we can expect. Melissa Courtney-Bryant looking good, starting to strain a little bit. Hannah Klein's been a little more patient. Verity Ockenden's just sitting there in 4th. It's a tough solo run for all of these women now. Megan Keith has made it that way.
It's they're all on their own. Some of them don't have any lights, but it's a very, very experienced bunch of people. Like, between these 4 athletes, you've got a lot of achievements from many different distances over a lot of different years.
Yeah, you do, and I've got to credit, you know, we're just seeing Melissa Courtney-Bryant come on screen. I've got to give credit to her consistency. Oh, actually, you haven't seen it yet, but she just stepped off the track. That's enough for her just before the line. She has had enough. We know she's been riddled with injuries in the past. I hope it's nothing serious. As there she is, just looks on at Verity Ockenden go through. Hey, Jess, it was 8:47 at 3,000 for Megan Keith. It's just outside 14:35 tempo. Are we starting to see this record attempt slip away?
Look, potentially. I think you never know with Megan. I've seen her at the British 10,000 metre championships really rally when you didn't think she would. I think this next kilometre will say a lot, but she's still good 10 seconds inside her PB pace, which is not a bad day regardless.
Yeah, and I wonder, you know, we'll now reflect on this afterwards, won't we? If she runs the record here today, what an amazing achievement, and goodness me, we'll be singing her praises all night long here in London. There'll be large celebrations, but if she doesn't, one will maybe argue, is this a brave, a bold attempt heading into the UK Championships next weekend, where she'll look to book her spot to the European Championships? You can see the lights just moving away now, ladies and gentlemen. It's Megan Keith all out on her own, as we expected, but that pace is just starting to drop.
I think regardless, you got a lot of respect for going for it. I think why not? I think she's still 20 seconds below her season's best this year, and she's an athlete who obviously always runs a lot like this, always gives everything. So if she can keep that going, that's still a pretty big achievement.
Yeah, do you know what? This is a skill that she's learned and she's developed over the years, this ability to just push and push and push on your own. Interesting, she does a lot of training. I don't know if you saw her out in front of Mojess, a lot of training solo as well, so she'll be very comfortable in this position. I remember a few years ago, the night of 10Ks, she was in this very position with about 14 laps to go.
She did. She trained with some of our guys from the University of Birmingham who they came up to before that, oh, do you think we'll get dropped? I was like, yes, and they did. It was a good watch. I enjoyed it. With Hannah Klein's actually still looking really, really strong. Her most recent 5,000 metres was 15:39, so maybe it was tactical. I'm not sure what the race was, but looking a lot stronger than that today.
Hey, Megan Keith now is just, by the way, she is hawking down and hunting every other athlete in front of her. She's going to lap a fair few of these women. It could be a world where she laps all but one or two. Megan Keith entering the backstretch. You can see there's a cluster of 3 women ahead of her. And to put it into context, the likes of Kate O'Neill and others in that group are sort of top 10 national level cross-country runners on the UK circuit, and she is going to eat them alive out there. She's over on the far side on the backstretch, so still moving very, very well.
I think we may have lost Verity Ockenden as well, potentially.
Oh, that's sad.
And Hannah Klein.
And Hannah Klein decides
just pulled off.
Step, oh my goodness, you're not wrong.
She started up again. She's still in the race, but something's obviously not quite right for her today. Looking good though down the back straight.
This is very weird. We'll focus on the pictures in front of us. Look at this, a stream of women. Megan Keith is about to swallow them all up. She has flown around this 5,000. It's not a British record that she perhaps came for, that we perhaps got wind of, but it is still a very, very strong effort over 12.5 laps, and it's going to set her up for a great summer. So yeah, very, very interestingly, we have lost a few. She moves past Kate O'Neill. She'll run the long way round.
I think she is running long around the track, but I think having those people, having those bodies to chase will make such a big difference. I think you can pick them, you can pick the back of them, and actually, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe she just closes those lights just a little bit. I mean, obviously not fully, but yeah.
We've lost another athlete as well. It's Weston, who's stepped off, so stepping off like flies at the moment. We are unfortunately losing a number of athletes out there, and that is because this lady set a relenting pace from the get-go. She lured a few of them to go with her as she enters her final couple laps. Megan Keith, ladies and gentlemen, Britain's best right now. Would you agree with that statement, Jess?
I think it's set a fast tempo in, and in a race this long, if you do overcook it, I think you're going to be in real trouble. But I have a lot of respect for the ladies who, even the ones, if they've dropped out, they're going to be disappointed. But I think you don't know your limits until you try, and so at least you've given it a go. You've run 3-4K, and you know, okay, that was too much for me, and you can change the plan next time.
Wise words there. And now look, I just will ask the question as well. If you are Hannah Nuttall, Innes Fitzgerald, and you're watching this, they're only a few seconds behind Megan. You know, Megan's run was amazing on Wednesday night. They're only a few seconds back. And if you're watching this and you're seeing Megan really push herself over 12.5 laps, a week out from the British Championships, surely you're getting quite giddy, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, if you're that close in the Diamond League, if you're that close over 3K, it'd be, you know, why not over the 5? And I think obviously they're not here today, but actually having such a high caliber of athletes across those distances at the moment is really going to help them all. Especially, it's amazing that at a Commonwealth, so like, you know, Megan's Scottish, we're going to get even more athletes there, and actually it should be a brilliant dust-up.
No, well, look, we've got 200 metres to run for Megan Keith on this one, so she's going to come home. What was she, 14:11 there? So this is great running from her. She's going to pretty much lap the whole field. She'll be well inside 15 minutes. The British record is passing now, and we enter the home stretch. And what a pleasure, what an honour it is to have her here tonight. It was late notice, The organisers did their best to set this one up. It wasn't to be, but my God, is she setting herself up for a terrific 2026. Megan Keith, ladies and gentlemen, your London 5000 champion, 14:47, the hard way, Jess.
And you know, conditions here aren't perfect. We can feel the wind now, and that's still, I think it was just like maybe 8 seconds faster than she's run this season. It's only 2 seconds outside of her most recent PB, which was 2024. And you know, she races this a lot, so it's really impressive performance, especially 3 days after an 8:28.
Absolutely. We look forward to seeing how she does. We hope she races the trials next weekend. She may just be opting for the 10,000, of course, and the 3K and 5K efforts we've seen her do are merely just a tune-up for the Commies 10 and the Euros 10 as well.
Strong running there from Hannah Klein. She stopped in the middle of that race. I mean, I don't know how many times, maybe more than once, and it was still a decent season's best for her. Maybe not a PB. Her PB's back from 2022, but I reckon that's one of her best in the current years.
Yeah, it looks like she's in all sorts of bother, as you so often are after 12.5 laps. Very interesting. It's surprising how many athletes we lost. There's Lottie Mayberg there just coming across the line. 15:42 a lifetime best, so not a million miles off of that. Guess I count at about 5 or 6 women sub 16, so not bad going here at the London 5000.
It's incredibly strong, and I think they had a great pack working together there. We maybe didn't focus on it as much as we should, but I think they had a great opportunity to work together and push each other on.
Yeah, we might have even seen a couple PBs there, actually. Katie Hughes definitely getting her PB.
Yeah, some big smiles down at the finish line.
Yeah, I think there's a few lifetime bests. Good to see Holly Archer coming across the line there. And she'll be the last of the athletes out there. So there you have it, the women's 5000 at the London 5000. And Jess, I'll ask the question. I know you've had a bit of a torrid time of injury, but can we expect to see you here next year?
Potentially, I'd hope so, especially if it's still supported by New Balance. I love the brand. I love almost seeing all my friends in the company.
You only do New Balance events, is that what it is?
Maybe. I like seeing my friends. I like the social, so I think, yeah, I'd love to be here sometime.
Brilliant. And just one final word then on this amazing crowd as well. We've seen it time and time again with the night at 10Ks, and they are forming something slightly different. It's it hasn't got the razzmatazz on the infill, but it has the mass entries, and it has the commitment, the buy-in from the hardcore athletics fans here in London. So there we are. Your full results there on screen. Megan Keith 14:49. My goodness, some margin she put on second place. Hannah Klein there. Mayberg in third, 15:57. I mean, winning 40 odd seconds and almost a minute back to third. That just shows the caliber of someone like Keith. Right, ladies and gents, my director's just in the air, and he's just communicating with the man on the bike, and he said we better give them a bit of space. These men are going to go rapid, and they certainly are, hey? Right, we are about 10 minutes out from the final race of the night, off at 5 minutes to 9, and that is the elite men's race, ladies and gents. So I hope you enjoyed that women's race. It was on for a while, wasn't it, Jess? Until it wasn't, but Megan Keith showing she is in a great place, and that's a couple solid 5K races she's done this year, backed up by that 3000. And do you have any guesses on what she will do at the Commies or the Euros?
I am potentially the worst predictor ever, so I won't want to jinx a thing. But I think, well, look, it wasn't a British record, but that was a pretty impressive race regardless. I'm still baffled that she can do that much in a week, but amazing.
Absolutely. Well, there you can see those men just preparing, gathering themselves. We've got Andy Bouchard talking to New Balance. Andy Bouchard is in town. And we know some of the nations, like Scotland, I think their Commies team is selected this weekend. So one final run out for Bouchard. But, and also that European standard still perhaps awaits. I think they'd be hard pushed to run up 13:10, these men, but hey, anything's possible. We've certainly got the depth to do it.
PX spikes. Got that bounciness, it got the squishiness. The shoes helped me get to the top 10 in the world. I hope that best version of myself is the best ever.
So good evening all and welcome to the London 5000. If you are just joining us, I'm sure many of you have stayed on air and you watched what was quite a mesmerising performance. Megan Keith just going at it for 12.5 laps all on her own. That was what we just witnessed. But now it is the men's turn. The final race of the evening. Race 15 of 15. Pete, can you believe it? Welcome back, Pete Chambers, ladies and gentlemen. And can you believe we've been on air for about 6.5 hours?
Yeah, I've enjoyed a break over the last hour or so, but I know you've been powering on. I've heard people are bringing you free pints, which very much helps you get through it all.
Oh, I mean, the hospitality here at Highgate is just phenomenal. I look to my left and there's a man with a pint for me. So, yeah, very, very grateful. I hear you had some part in that, Pete, so thank you there. But, look, we look at this field now, and it was kind of billed as a record attempt, what we saw from Megan there. But we now look at this men's field, and that Euro standard of 13.08, is it beyond a few of these guys? Is it beyond the likes of Andrew Butchart, Alfie Manthorpe is in there as well, Gabby Merrim? I think it's going to be a stretch too far.
It's going to be a tough one tonight. I mean, the wind has certainly died down from when I was last on, but it's still probably not quite perfect conditions, and I think you probably need perfect conditions for a 13.08.
Yeah, I'd certainly say so. Talking to 13.08, I see Scott Beattie in the arena somewhere, so he's watching on. A man who certainly is trying to qualify for the European Championships, and it's quite a brave decision, isn't it, to come here to race 5,000 a week out from the British Championships. But we are very, very grateful we have such a good domestic field. One man I am looking forward to seeing, though, is Aaron Gabriel Merrim. I still don't think we've seen the best of him. He's a 13.36 performer, but Pete, he is a racer. He is a winner.
Yeah, I saw him in I think it was one of the podium 5K events last year when he was getting amongst some Kenyan professional runners, and he looked the part. He he very much, you feel like, yeah, as you said, he's run that 13:36, but it feels like there's more to come. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of form he's in tonight.
Yeah, just keeping an eye, because not sure if I can see him on the start line there. We have a few. He's just right there on the outside. Well spotted, Pete. That is certainly Aaron Gabriel, I think. Right on the outside there, tucked away, far left of picture, ladies and gentlemen. In those, I was going to say those fluorescent spikes, but half the field are wearing these bright yellow fluorescent spikes. So a few more names to look out for. Sebastian Lorstad, the youngster, 13:45, his lifetime best. A couple of years back in Armagh, he took it, he stole the show, didn't he? At just 16, running that sub 14-minute 5K. It was staggering stuff from Lorstad, the Swede. And now he's here. Welcome to London. Clearly enjoys himself on British soil. So there is Gabriel Marion wearing bib number 65. Andrew Butchard wearing bib number 81. Alfie Manford could be a threat here. Bouncing back off of the London Marathon, 72. Daft Jones, James Kingston, silver medalist at National Cross Country Championship. Dom Nolan, what a breakthrough race he had just a few weeks back. 13:44 over 5K. Wears bib number 74. So this is the best of Britain. One final time, the men's 5,000. Too off and away then. What will it be? How will this one play out? Lots at stake. I mentioned those Commonwealth windows are closing this weekend, or at least teams are being selected. This is the final opportunity for many nations. Yeah, the Welsh selection closed many weeks ago, actually, but Scotland and England, they still have a few more weeks to prove shape, to get their time under their belt. The European window, of course, is still open, but they are a week out from the British Championships. And Pete, what do you think Butchard wants from himself here today? Wearing bib 81, he means business. He slotted in right behind the Pacers, and for me, he's run 13:32 already this season. The win is going to be the most important thing for Butchard. He needs to, looking at this field, yes, it's a strong field. There's a few internationals, there's a good few domestics, but Butchard is the kind of athlete who needs to come here and put a few of these men away and win this convincingly.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my maths right, I think he's probably 34 or 35 now. We spoke earlier how it seems to be a young man's game, but he's certainly got the class of, what was he, 5th back in Rio back in 2016, so 10 years ago. A sort of forgotten performance, I suppose, because Mo Farah won.
Oh, incredibly forgotten performance that. I mean, 13:06, it was unbelievable.
I think he was one of the only people to run a PB in the final, if my memory serves. And I mean, I hope he doesn't mind me saying, but a Scot performing well in about 30 odd degrees in Brazil is not necessarily what you'd expect with the temperature, but he's a man who likes the big occasion.
He's had one hell of a career, and I'm glad to see him still persisting and really getting after it. I know the fact that Commonwealth Games is going to be in Glasgow really excited him, it lifted him up, it almost just revived him in many ways. So Magnus Øyen, by the way, is the man in 2nd place, and would you believe he's just an under 20. This is a youngster who will be looking ahead to the World Championships, and how many Scandinavians have we seen just produce mind-boggling performances? I mean, remember Moberg a few years back, he's a low 330 performer over 1500, and we've got Lorstad and Øyen here, 2 under 20s who are well capable of about 1330, 1340.
So I think the Wavelights for this are 13:15 and 13:40. So you can see there's 2 separate pacemakers. So there's a front group of around about 4 of them, including the one pacemaker, and then there's a second pacemaker who's on those white lights, which I think is Ricky Harvey.
Good spot, Pete. It certainly is Ricky Harvey. I can see the smooth operator just a little further back on those white lights, and he's taking care of the domestic field. And good to see so many Brits actually just decide, you know what, I'm going to run at 13:40, 13:45 tempo, and that's going to be a little bit more realistic. And if I feel good, I can close it out. Maybe I break 13:40, but otherwise, that'll do the job for me. There's Ben Alcock just going through picture there as well. John Escalante Phillips is in this one, and we want this whole field really to be sub 14 minutes, such as the caliber. Everyone's lifetime best right around there. So it's Magnus Øyen, Andrew Butchard, and Aaron Gabriel. Those are your 3 right in behind the pacer. Daft Jones is a little further back as well. Now coached by Chris Jones, coincidentally the Cardiff University student. And you could just see there, I don't know if you saw on a picture, you caught it, but that was Lorstad just moving round Harvey, just deciding that actually I might want to bridge this gap a little more, which is a bold move from him, to be honest with you, because we know for a fact they are running 13-15 tempo. And are we starting to see a small gap open just back to Bouchard? Are we starting to see them already struggle? We'll keep an eye on the splits, Pete.
Yeah, for those who were here last year as well, they might remember that there was an initial group who were setting a fierce pace at the front, and then actually the winner, Phil Sessamon, came from that second pack, who were a little bit smarter perhaps, and just sort of ran with the conditions and then ended up swallowing up that front pack last year.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing a growing sort of approach in 5K and 10K racing. For me, it's this all or nothing approach. You know, people are throwing the kitchen sink at these like ultimate performances. You know, these 13:10 performances, 13:15. They're looking for that like pinnacle all the time, and it comes at a price, doesn't it? Because if you get it wrong, and if you're not quite in the shape you think you are, boy oh boy, do you pay a penalty.
Yeah, and just as you say, I think Ricky Harvey's moved back to the front of that second pack. So it was a short stint from Lawstadt, just to push it on a little bit.
Yeah, interesting move from him. I'm not sure quite why he did that, because it wasn't like Harvey was dropping from the pace, but there you go. He's wasted a bit of energy. So Uyen right in behind the pace pick. Bouchard and Gabriel Mariam are next, and then you can see the train. Harvey, Lawstadt, and you've got Daft Jones, you've got Dom Nolan, you've got James Kingston in there, you've got Charlie Brisley, who is really having a good season. Some great performances from him so far as well. So they're continuing to just carve their way around this famous Parliament Hill Fields track. It is home of the Highgate Harriers, who are responsible for this very event. This is going to be the 2 kilometre split, Pete, as we approach. We are looking for that 13-15 tempo.
I think they're a little bit outside that, if I can do the maths all right. What was that? 5 laps in 5:25, so what's that, 65s?
A little slower, I think 66 is there for them. Yeah, 65, 66 is for these men. We know that 13:20 is 64 second tempo, so you're right, so they're doing all right. So perhaps these lights have been adjusted and they've had a little bit of conversation. They've bumped their heads together going into this one and just said, you know what, let's calm it down a little bit, let's finish fast. The Wavelights, by the way, Bram Som is in town, and he's the man who founded them, patented them as well, but they do have the power to get quicker throughout the race.
Oh, it's interesting you say that, Matt. I've learned something new tonight. I've always thought they just set off at one pace and they very much just tick along every lap exactly the same. So it's yeah, I wonder though, I'd imagine if you are doing a 5, you probably do just want it to be pretty consistent, I'd say. I don't think you really want to be sort of putting that pressure on yourself of saying, yes, I'm definitely going to be getting quicker in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you expect to really rally that last lap, don't you? But beyond that, I think you do just want a pretty even rhythm. You maybe just temper that first kilometre. From there on out, you're just looking to get after it and push as much as possible. So interestingly, the youngster Magnus Uyen just looks to one side and he pulled to one side. He didn't just look to one side, he pulled to one side, and I'm surprised Butchard's taking the bait there, to be honest with you. Butchard must be feeling good because he's slotted in behind the pace. Aaron Gabriel Mariam's then following him through, and Magnus Uyen, the youngster, who is a 7:52 3,000 metre performer, 13:41 man over 5,000, ran that just well, last month actually in the Stockholm Olympic Stadium, but so he's not shy at the moment. A tall junior athlete who sits in fourth.
Looks like there's a slight gap opening up, just as you say that, Matt. I think it's Butchart and Gabriel Merriam who are just pulling away a little bit.
Butchie looks good. This is strong running from him, actually. I mean, so does Gabriel Merriam. They both look very good. I think Uyen is just paying the price for perhaps being a little aggressive, setting off at more like 13:20, 13:30 tempo as opposed to that's 13:41 lifetime best he has. He would have been better perhaps to start with that slower group and work his way through. So much could change in a 5,000 so quickly. Pacemaker doing a phenomenal job. Here's where he's going to drift to one side. 64s is bang on 8 minutes. They're a little shy of that. They're not going to be far off those, so they are still operating at that 65s, Pete, which is under 13:30. That'd be a season's best for Butchard and one of the fastest 5Ks we've seen him do in quite a number of years. Gabriel Merriam as well would be a lifetime best for him, and they're going to need to help each other. We're going to need to see a race if we're going to get that sort of time.
Yeah, no, shout out. I think it was Henry Dover doing the pacemaking. He's done an excellent job to take him to 3K. Because, you know, at this very sharp end, it is difficult to find guys who, you know, are willing to sacrifice their own race to pacemake others. So big shout out to Henry.
Absolutely, and we've got a fair few Swedes over here as well, a little bit further back. There's a whole cluster of them who have made the trip over alongside Lorstad, who is still a junior, still doing a great job in this chase group, as you can see at the moment. Now look at the man leading that, that's Fagan. Violin wearing bib number 64, 13:44. Matt Butchard now just telling Gabriel Mariam to come through. Now this is exactly what you don't want. Gabriel Mariam will not come through. He won't lead this, I don't think. He won't take the bait. Yes, he does. There you go. Commentator's curse, Pete. How about it? But that's unusual because he's a racer. Here's Gabriel Mariam. He does like to win. And I think he'll take that as a sign Butchard's struggling. And look, there you go. He's thrown it back in his face. He said, you want me to come through? I'll push it on. I'll surge. How about that?
Interesting to see as well in that second chase group, James Kingston's moved forward a little bit, and he's a man who is very, very strong. We've seen him excel on the cross-country circuit, and I think he's really set for a breakthrough on the track this year.
Oh man, look at Gabriel Mariam. He is so smooth. The guy skips across the ground. Butchie's going to have a hard last few kilometers here. He's now on his own. And Gabriel Mariam's done what everyone should do. When you move past someone in a 5,000, you want to get enough of a gap that they then are effectively running solo as well.
What's interesting here is it looks like Butchie's still on those green lights. So Aaron Gabriel Mariam must be picking it up if he's pulled away from him.
He is. He is. Let's keep an eye on these lap splits. Butchie's still on those green lights, doing a fine job. He's heading for something towards very, very close to 13:30. That'll be a great run from him. Magnus Ewan, the youngster, is going to get swallowed up by that chase pack, it seems. James Kingston is on for a breakout performance. Wouldn't it be great if he breaks 13:40? Formidable winter he had. UK cross-country champion. He's going from strength to strength on the mud. I know Mark Cookway's just done a phenomenal job developing Kingston over the years. He's just had a very slow, steady progression year on year on year. And so often that's what it takes. Took a risk, took a gamble. Did the UK 10,000 metre championships, did Kingston last month. And it was a gamble that didn't really pay off. It was, billed to be a championship race. We know it was a lot of press saying there wasn't too many entrants in it as well. It was a very tough 25 laps, but make no mistake about it, he is a man in shape despite that performance. So then, Butchie like that. The lights just drift away from him. And that elastic band snaps and Gabriel Mariam sails, floats his way into the distance from Andy Butchard, who starts to check round and check his shoulder. He threw the kitchen sink at this one. It was an all or nothing day for him, but Gabriel Mariam is in a commanding position with 2 laps to run, and Butchie now, it's damage limitation for him.
Yeah, I think he was 11:20 there for Gabriel Mariam with 2 laps to go. So you'd think with the pickup at the finish, he's going to break 13:30 tonight.
And that is going to be a breakout performance for him as well. You know, we've seen him run outside 13:30 on numerous occasions, but he's a winner. I mentioned that. He's a racer. He loves to win. And he only ever races when he is extremely fit. That's one thing I've learned about this guy. I've had the delight and the pleasure of commentating on him time and time again. And when he turns up, oh, he means business. He's going to make it as hard as possible for those alongside him when they toe the line. So there's Magnus Ewan. They're going to get swallowed up by the Brits. Kingston is in a prominent position in those Tonbridge colours. Lorstad fading back. Tom Nolan is having the race of his life. Charlie Brisley as well. These men are having an absolute stormer out there. How many can we get sub 13:50, sub 13:45? That'll be the question. Pete, we've got a lap to run. What do you make of this performance from Butchie?
It's good to see Butchie out here. He's sticking short. This gap is growing slightly, but he's still, hanging tough in what is the hardest part of the race. He's 12:31 at the bell. If he rallies, there's still a 13:35 there.
Yeah, it's a season's best perhaps on the line, or just outside. Another solid performance, but perhaps just a reflection of where he's at. And I wonder if he's going to be at the UK Championships, the trials for the Europeans next weekend. We sure hope so. That will make things exciting. But Gabriel Mariam, 12:25 at the bell. That was a 30-second 200. He's going to close this out surely in about 60. We're going to see a meet record here. This is a phenomenal run. Sessman won this title last year. It's going to be Gabriel Mariam this year, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the London 5,000. It is very much here to stay. And you're watching this man. Nobody does it better on British soil. He is getting quite the CV, racking together quite the victories. Aaron Gabri-Mariam is going to take the London 5000, 13:27 and change. And Butchie's going to come across in second. Well, he went for it, and credit to him. Didn't quite pay off today, 13:36, but still showing he's one of the best in Britain. Magnussen coming across the line just outside his lifetime best. Lorstad, Kingston, Nolan, all of them very, very close to their PBs. Brisley's going to be under 14. Here comes Alfie Manthorpe as well. Bounced back well from the marathon. Sub 14 for him. Tough day at the office for these men, hey? And I think what we're seeing is you get that pacing slightly wrong. You're just struggling that last kilometre. I might be stating the obvious there, but you're better to just be a little more cautious from the get-go.
Yeah, you say it's a tough day out. I mean, Aaron Gabri-Mariam looks like he's just been on a Sunday afternoon jog. He's walking around, he's patting everyone on the back, shaking hands. He doesn't look like he's even run 5K.
So often is the way with this man. So often is the way. There you are. Small exchange of words between Gabri-Mariam and Butchard there, and Alfie Manthorpe. The new training partners, I think, Manthorpe and Butchard, working very, very well together. Gabri-Mariam just probably saying, look, man, I felt good when you pulled to one side. It was game over.
Yeah, I think it might be easy to say, you know, Butchard waved him through and he might regret it, but I think just on the day, Aaron Gabri-Mariam just had too much for him.
Yeah, that is a fair assessment. I'll tell you that much. But he's a star, and I've rarely seen this man lose on British soil. Honestly, time and time again, whether it's a BMC Grand Prix, whether it's tonight at the London 5000, whether it's a road race, a podium 5K, you know, when he turns up, he rarely loses.
Let's hope he's enjoyed tonight and he'll be back when the night the 10Ks is back, and we'll see what he could do over the 10,000, because 5,000 didn't look far enough for him. He was just coasting along.
Well, Pete, you're a man in the know. Does that mean the night of 10Ks is going to be back next year? You are a man who would help organise that. A historic member of Highgate Harriers. So we would love to see the 25 lap event back next year, but we know it hangs in the balance.
Yeah, I don't have any inside information. I know Ben Butchie well, and I think everyone here would love to see it back, but obviously there are challenges with organising big races. So as we've alluded to, a lot of these people do it as volunteers, so you know it is a big undertaking each year. So fingers crossed it comes back, but yeah, sorry, I don't have any inside information.
No problem, sorry to put you on the spot. There we are, Aaron Gabri-Mariam was your winner today. 13:26, Butchie there, 13:35, Nagasuan 13:41, Fagan, Lorstad, Kingston, Nolan and Hints to crown out your top 8. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We came on air at just after 3 o'clock, 15 races later. That is the conclusion of the London 5000 for another year. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I, amongst several hundred or thousand other people, will depart this historic venue and see you next year. I've been your host, Matt Seddon, alongside the wonderful Pete Chambers. It's been an honour. Look after yourselves, and we'll see you in 12 months.
Good night.
This latest version feels really light and the plate's more stiff and aggressive. It's something I would want in a shoe.
The MDX spikes got that bounciness, it got the squishiness. The shoes helped me get to the top 10 in the world. I hope that best version of myself is the best ever.